Wait a second. How did you all recognize him so fast? And why does it sound like you already have history with the guy? Percy asked, eyes narrowing as he looked from Lucian to Talia to Annabeth. Fish brain actually makes a decent point, Clarice muttered, raising an eyebrow at the trio. Will it kill you to not insult me in every sentence? Percy snapped. Yes, Clarice replied deadpan, her serious expression making Percy groan. He turned to the others. Well, what's going on? Lucian scoffed. Why do you think? He pulled the same stunt on me that he's trying on you. Wait, what? Clarice and Grover blurted out, stunned. So I'm his backup plan? Percy grumbled. Not gonna lie, that stings a bit. Lucian blinked. That's what's bothering you? That you're not his first choice. I mean, it would be nice to be someone's first pick for once, Percy muttered, slouching. Thank you. Talia pointed at him. See? I wasn't being dramatic. The others looked confused. Lucian thought it was weird I was upset. I wasn't even considered to help our grandfather, she explained. You weren't contacted? Percy asked, surprised. Thank you. Exactly. I'm not saying I would have said yes, but it would have been nice to be an option. Lucian shrugged. You're the daughter of the one who put him down in the first place. Why would he reach out to you? Plus, you're a girl. Talia's eyes narrowed. What does that have to do with anything? In his time, women were considered breeders or trophies. Doubt he'd see you as capable of more. That's absurd, she snapped. Then quickly added, not that I'd help him if he asked. Clarice leaned forward. Still, if you knew about him, why didn't you tell the gods what he was planning? Lucian gave her a flat look. Oh yeah, sure. Let's go tell the gods that the son of Hades is getting secret messages from a genocidal granddad. That would go so well for me. Wait, they wouldn't believe you. Percy asked, incredulous. Oh, they'd believe me. Then they'd execute me for it. They'd assume I was helping him. Talia's dad would leap at the excuse. Percy blinked. Really? Lucian gave him a look. Percy, you thought I was evil just for being Hades' kid when we first met. Why would the gods be any different? Okay, fair, Percy muttered. Annabeth raised a hand, palm rocking side to side. I mean, you do act a little suspicious sometimes. Lucian grinned. That's just me being me. So you really couldn't tell anyone. Percy said quietly. Why not tell your dad? Grover asked, tilting his head. Lucian blinked. What? If the other gods would kill you for it, why not tell your father? Grover asked. Lucian, Talia, and Annabeth all stared at him. Oh, I didn't think of that, Lucian admitted with a shrug. I figured, safer not to tell any gods. Besides, I've already almost been executed twice by Talia's dad. 3 times, Annabeth corrected. Lucian blinked. 3. Annabeth ticked them off on her fingers. 1. When he broke the pact, and monsters came after you. 2. After you stole the golden apples. 3. When you kissed Talia on the observatory he blessed. Lucian groaned. Oh, right. That was a bad idea. So yeah, 3 nickels. Not a lot, but still weird it's happened 3 times. You absolutely deserve to get smited for that 3rd one, Clarice said, shaking her head. Then her eyes widened. Wait, that was the night it rained like crazy and lightning was everywhere. Talia blushed and looked away. Clarice mouthed, wow, looking between them. Okay, getting off track. Percy interrupted, clearly uncomfortable. Right, sorry, Lucian said. Anyway, yeah, he's trying to escape the abyss. And to do that, he needs a demigod's help. Percy sighed, rubbing his temples. Why can't I just be a normal kid? Puberty hasn't even finished, and I've already had to stop a war, fight monsters, face off with a god, rescue my mom from the underworld, and now I've got to stop my evil grandfather from escaping cosmic jail. Clarice gave him a rare, serious look. Percy, even for a demigod, that's not normal. He looked up to see Lucian, Talia, and Annabeth smiling. Why are you guys smiling? Because, Lucian said with a grin, that sounds like one hell of a summer. Percy's eye twitched. Before he could respond, Annabeth pressed her hand to the window. Guys, look, it's the gateway arch. We should check it out, she said, turning to Lucian with wide, hopeful eyes. Lucian pinched her cheek. Ugh, I can't say no to that look. Yes, she cheered. But our quest, Percy mumbled. These train walls are closing in on me, Lucian said. Besides, our quests aren't the same. Maybe it's time we split up. Percy looked at Grover and Clarice. Thoughts? Clarice nodded. I'm going stir-crazy too. I'd love to tag along, but it's your call. We've got time, Grover said. A day off to stretch our legs, hooves, whatever, won't hurt. Percy thought for a moment. Lucian's group has been our strongest backup. If we separate now, we'll be weaker. Let's stay together until we have to split up. Everyone nodded in agreement. And so, with a shared glance and unspoken understanding, they decided to make a detour to the Gateway Arch. The train finally pulled into the downtown Amtrak station, wheels screeching to a stop. With a 3-hour layover before their next departure to Denver, the group disembarked with audible groans and stiff joints. Lucian stretched his arms behind his head. 3 hours. Guess that's enough time to check out the arch. Percy glanced ahead, already tired. It's at least a mile from here. Grover turned to Lucian hopefully. Can't you just, shadow travel us there? Lucian gave him a look. And ruin the adventure? I took the train for a reason. Enjoy the journey, not just the destination. So quit whining. We walk. Agreed, Annabeth declared, immediately jumping onto Lucian's back. He sighed. This again. Annabeth grinned mischievously, locking her legs around his waist. Come forth, my noble steed. Lucian rolled his eyes. It's come forth, not go forth, and I'm not your steed. But you're carrying me anyway, she replied smugly, wrapping her arms around his neck like it was the most natural thing in the world. He muttered under his breath. Weren't you the one lecturing me about public behavior a few days ago? Wanting to admire the greatest monument to structural engineering and dragging a horse onto a train are very different, Annabeth said, nose in the air. Lucian shrugged. One is my lifelong companion. The other's just a metal curve, and I rarely get to see that curve. Annabeth shot back with a victorious smirk. A few steps behind, Percy leaned toward Grover. Isn't Lucian dating Talia? He and Annabeth seem way too close. Clarice, walking with her hands behind her head, chimed in. He's dating both. Percy stopped walking. Excuse me. Hasn't been officially announced, but everyone knows. They're not subtle, and they're okay with it. Clarice shrugged. They wouldn't be acting like this if they weren't. Percy blinked. How does a guy do that? Some say magic. Some say blackmail. But most just admit it. He's confident, strong, and weirdly charming. We can literally hear you, Lucian thought with a sigh as both Annabeth and Talia chuckled quietly. After some light conversation and teasing, the group finally arrived at the Gateway Arch. They began exploring the underground museum, where Annabeth instantly transformed into a tour guide, rattling off facts about the monument's construction and historical significance. Fascinating stuff, babe, Lucian repeated every few minutes. Annabeth narrowed her eyes and lightly smacked the back of his head. Are you even listening? Totally. Name one fact I've shared. Lucian hesitated. That this is the Gateway Arch. She gave him a look colder than the Underworld. He rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Sorry, kinda zoned out. I hate you. I love you too. I'm trying to share something I care about. Annabeth, our definitions of cool just don't line up. Oh really? What's cool to you? Dragons. Dragons are cool, Percy chimed in. Terrifying, but yeah, Grover added with a nod. Annabeth groaned. Boys. I think dragons are awesome, Clarice said casually. Lightning dragon. That's top tier, Talia added. Annabeth made a noise of pure frustration as they entered the elevator that would take them to the top of the arch. Inside the cramped space, Percy muttered, "Ugh, confined spaces." You're claustrophobic? Talia asked. It's not fear, just discomfort. Big difference. Clarice leaned in with mock concern. Oh no, poor Percy. He gave her a look. Seriously? What did I ever do to you? A lot. But mostly, your existence is annoying. And your suffering is delightful. You're a bully. And you're a winner. Lucian groaned. Oh my gods, just kiss already. What? Percy and Clarice shouted in unison. I don't like her, slash him. You two are so in sync already, Talia teased. Percy glared, as if anyone could fall for that brute. Clarice cracked her knuckles. Say that again, Jackson. Percy smirked. You heard me, ogre. And that was the last straw. Clarice lunged, fists swinging. Lucian caught her mid-charge, barely holding her back. Let go of me. Just one hit, she snarled, managing a solid kick that nailed Percy in the thigh. Ow! She kicked me. Percy growled, ready to retaliate. Talia, help! Lucian barked. She grabbed Percy, who was now flailing just as wildly. Let me go, Clarice shouted, still thrashing in Lucian's arms. I swear, Jackson, I'll show you what an ogre can do. You don't have to show me. It's written all over your face. Percy yelled back. And then the temperature dropped. Dark wisps began to swirl off Lucian. His eyes flared red as a chilling stillness overtook the cramped elevator. Enough, he said coldly. If this continues, we will have a problem. Do I make myself clear? Percy and Clarice froze, then nodded, rapidly. Even Grover nodded, just in case. Lucian took a breath, then glanced at Talia. They released the two demigods. Clarice and Percy stayed quiet, glaring at each other with silent rage, but keeping their fists and hooves to themselves. Ding! The elevator doors opened with a soft chime and a very awkward silence.
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Lucian and the others finally reached the top of the gateway arch, but the silence between them was almost deafening. When you say punish, Grover raised a finger, slouching slightly. I wasn't talking about you, Grover, Lucian said, rolling his eyes. As for the punishment, I was thinking of something like an inconvenient curse. An inconvenient curse? Talia tilted her head, confused. Yeah, like making both sides of their pillows feel warm whenever they sleep? Or making them constantly aware of their blinking every 20 minutes? Or, better yet, they'd always feel a sneeze coming but never actually sneeze. By the gods, you are sadistic, Annabeth exclaimed, looking at Lucian as if he were a monster. What is wrong with you? Talia asked, eyeing Lucian with concern. You don't actually have the power to do that, do you? Percy asked, laughing nervously. Clarice blinked deliberately, already annoyed. Great. Now I'm aware of my blinking, thanks. Awesome. Now it's happening to me, too, Percy muttered, blinking slowly. I thought you said I was safe. Grover cried, covering his eyes. Oh, for God's sake, Lucian. Now I'm aware of it, too. Talia groaned. Annabeth grumbled in frustration, pinching the bridge of her nose and rubbing her eyes. Lucian shook his head, eyes closed. I'm not gonna lie, I got myself with that one, too. Backfired big time. Let's just go look at the view. Maybe we'll forget about it, Annabeth suggested, rolling her eyes. Everyone agreed and headed to the observation deck, where they got a perfect view of the city below. I would have made the windows bigger. And these floors? Totally see-through, Annabeth commented, listing all the changes she'd make to the arch. Her thoughts were enough to distract everyone, allowing their blinking to become automatic again. You know what would be funny? Lucian started, glancing out of the observation deck. Talia sighed, her shoulders slumping. Oh gods, Lucian, I hate that I know you well enough to guess the messed up thing you're about to say. You're seriously disturbing. Annabeth's shoulders slumped too. Why would you even joke about something like that? I didn't even say anything yet. Lucian protested, looking offended. What was Lucian going to say? Percy asked, curiosity piqued. Annabeth sighed. He was probably going to pretend to jump off, fake a suicide. Everyone turned toward Lucian, who chuckled sheepishly. Am I that predictable? They all stared at him, disturbed. Do you like dark humor because you're from the Underworld or something? Clarice wondered. Lucian shrugged. Could be. And for the record, Talia added, it wouldn't have been funny. You're right. Lucian smirked. It would have been hilarious. Oh, for God's sake, he muttered as his eyes suddenly glowed faintly red. What's wrong? Annabeth asked. Guys, we've got company, Talia exclaimed, pointing ahead. A giant swarm of Stymphalian birds was flying toward them. From afar, they looked like shadows, but their unmistakable wing beats and pigeon-like coos echoed through the air. What the hell is that? Percy asked, tilting his head. Stymphalian birds, Annabeth explained. They've got celestial bronze beaks that can tear through flesh, and they shoot their feathers like arrows at their prey. Isn't that way too many? Percy asked, his voice tinged with nervousness. Lucian's gaze turned cold as he extended his hand, a ball of purple electricity forming around it. Suddenly, the birds screeched to a halt mid-air. Their beaks could be useful, Lucian muttered, motioning for the birds to come closer. What are you planning to do with them? Talia asked, summoning her own ball of electricity. Just say the word, and they're fried. Lucian smirked. Actually, I'm going to release them, and Percy's going to battle them. Huh, what? Percy exclaimed, staring at Lucian as if he'd lost his mind. Why the hell would I do that? Is this because of what happened in the elevator? Are you seriously punishing me for that? No, you idiot. It's for practice, Lucian explained. You're one of the strongest demigods, Percy. Among the children of the big three, especially as Poseidon's son, you've got the most potential. Shouldn't that be you? You're insanely strong, Percy replied, confused. Lucian shook his head, his expression serious. I'm in a different league. When I say you have the most potential, I mean among normal demigods. You've even got more potential than Talia. What? Get out of here. He does not have more potential than me. Talia scoffed, clearly not believing it. Lucian gave her a knowing look. When it comes to the children of the big three, Poseidon's kids always have the most potential. Why is that? Clarice asked, voicing everyone's curiosity, except for Lucian and Annabeth, who already knew. Annabeth answered solemnly, because Poseidon's powers can touch the domains of both Zeus and Hades. Lucian nodded. Poseidon is known as the Stormbringer, controlling the sky and storms like Zeus. But he's also called the Earth Shaker, touching the domain of my father. Is my father seriously that powerful? Percy muttered in disbelief. All three gods have some potential that separates them from each other. For example, let's take him, Lucian said, motioning upwards toward the sky. Although he doesn't encroach on the domains of others, lightning is one of the strongest elements in the world. Lightning is all about power, and him being the god of it means his strength is unparalleled, one of the strongest. As for my father, although he doesn't command other domains like Percy's father or have the same unfathomable power as Talia's father, he's all about being deadly. That makes a world of difference when used properly. It's also why my father is the most feared and hated among the gods, Lucian explained. Lucian's words left them all in stunned silence. I see what you mean now, Talia began. I have the most raw power, you are the most deadly, and Percy has the most potential. Lucian nodded as Annabeth continued, but for him to reach that potential, he'll need proper training. It won't matter how much potential he has if he can't wield it properly. Percy looked down at his own hands before slowly turning his gaze to the Stymphalian birds. All this adventure has shown me is that power is everything. If I want to do things right, I'll need all the power I can get. It doesn't mean it isn't still scary, though, Percy thought to himself. He then nodded toward Lucian. I'll do it. I'll fight them and train. How about this? If it makes you feel any better, fight them by a water source like the river down below. You'll have a better chance there, Lucian advised, noticing Percy's nervousness. Yes, please, Percy replied, almost a bit too enthusiastically. Can we stay and enjoy the view for a few more minutes, though? We just got here, Annabeth pleaded slightly. Seeing that Annabeth had a point, Lucian and the others nodded in agreement. Lucian pushed the birds away, allowing them all to enjoy the scenery one last time together. Lucian was sitting on a large boulder by the riverside with his legs crossed, and Annabeth was leaning back against him, sitting on his crossed legs. She had her phone extended out, puckering her lips as she took a couple of photos. What are you doing? Lucian asked, amused. Capturing moments from our quest together. I thought it'd be nice to have some pictures to remember, Annabeth replied, showing him the photos she had taken. I got a few more when we were at the arch, she said, scrolling through the pictures on her phone. Oh my God, you're turning into one of those girls who say like and OMG too many times, the cliché blondes who are always taking selfies. Lucian joked in mock horror. Annabeth slowly turned toward Lucian, narrowing her eyes slightly. Did you just call me a dumb blonde? Ugh. Lucian started, remembering how much Annabeth hated that stereotype. He quickly hugged her waist and kissed her cheek. Love you? Why is that a question? Because I love you so much, it blurs the line between what's real and what's not. I can't help but make it a question, like, wow, how can I love someone so much? Annabeth blinked before leaning back against Lucian and giving him a side-eye with a smirk. That was a good save. Thank you. I'm quite proud of myself for coming up with that one, Lucian said, a bit proudly, leaning his head forward past Annabeth's shoulder. Annabeth rolled her eyes before kissing his cheek in return. There's seriously something wrong with you too, Clarice said, leaning back against the rock they were on, watching Lucian and Annabeth with disgust. How can you act all lovey-dovey with that happening in front of you? Clarice said, pointing to the flock of birds ahead. In the middle of it, Percy was fighting, clothes torn, breathing heavily. He wielded his trident, sending out multiple water projectiles from the river behind him, attacking the Stymphalian birds. Although some birds were hit, most didn't die immediately. They dove down, dodging Percy's attacks and striking back with their celestial bronze beaks, while others sent razor-sharp feathers at him. Percy had to constantly dodge and counterattack, but they seemed endless. Remember your footwork, Percy, Talia shouted, cupping her hands to amplify her voice. What do you think I'm doing? Percy snapped back, irritated as he rolled out of the way of a barrage of feathers. Talia stood in front of the boulder, arms crossed like a drill sergeant. Footwork and rolling around aren't the same thing, you dumbass. Percy growled in frustration, dodging and attacking the birds. Annabeth half-heartedly cheered, pumping her fist. Woo, go Percy, you can do it. Percy shot her a glare, but Annabeth's distraction cost him. One of the feathers slashed his forearm, making him cry out in pain. Blood dripped from his wound, staining his arm red. Lucian, are you sure he's going to be all right? This is dangerous. Percy could be killed, Grover asked worriedly, watching Percy's condition. I wouldn't worry about Percy. You're forgetting two things. One, I'm a potion maker, and I have potions ready for him in my shadow. And two, that idiot can heal himself using water. Lucian shouted the last part louder so Percy could hear him. Did you have to scream that right in my ear? Annabeth winced slightly, turning her head away. Sorry, Lucian said, giving her an apologetic look. What is up with all the name-calling? Dumbass this, idiot that. Enough already. Percy yelled angrily, slamming his trident into the ground. The trident glowed green as moisture erupted from the rocks, swirling around Percy to form a protective dome of water. The water rushed over his body, closing his wounds, though he didn't get wet. Percy closed one eye in exhaustion, healing taking its toll on him. He then raised his trident, and the dome began to float. Large bullets of water shot out from the swirling sphere, striking the birds and smashing them into the ground, killing them one by one. However, Percy groaned from the strain, and the sphere began to descend. Once it reached the ground, it popped, and Percy dropped to one knee, using his trident for support. Only one Stymphalian bird remained. The bird dove down, seeing Percy's vulnerability. Still using the trident as support, Percy reached into his pocket and slowly pulled out a pen. Uncapping it with his thumb, he used the trident to propel himself forward, stabbing the bird with his golden sword. With all the birds dead, Percy collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily. Though his water manipulation didn't wet him, he still glistened slightly from sweat. Lucian then puffed into smoke, reappearing in front of Percy. He leaned down and extended a hand, using both the sword and trident was smart. Good work. Percy smiled as he grasped Lucian's hand, creating a crisp slap. Thanks, he said as Lucian pulled him back to his feet. As for the name calling, we mean it in an endearing way. You think I've never called Annabeth or Talia a dumbass or an idiot before? Those two are some of the biggest dumbass. You're the dumbass, you freaking idiot. Annabeth suddenly flew in and drop-kicked Lucian in the stomach, sending him flying back, clutching his stomach. Ugh, what the hell was that for? Lucian demanded angrily, looking toward Annabeth. I could ask you the same thing. Why the hell would you teleport when I'm sitting on your lap? I hurt but when I landed on that boulder, Because of you, she said, pointing to the boulder they were sitting on earlier, massaging her, but slightly in pain. Ah. Lucian paused, realizing he had indeed teleported from underneath her. He rubbed the back of his head. Love you. Annabeth simply stuck up her middle finger. This is what I think of your love, she said, turning around with a huff. Ouch, Lucian muttered. PhDTD. Percy couldn't help but cover his mouth, stifling a laugh at the scene. Percy snapped his head toward the water, his expression becoming serious. Hello, he responded to the voice he heard. Seeing Percy's reaction, the group became confused and worried. Percy, Grover asked, are you okay? Come to me, Percy. We must talk. Mom, Percy asked, ignoring Grover's question as the sound of his mother's voice threw him off. Mom, Talia asked in confusion. What's going on? Almost entranced by the voice, Percy began walking toward the river. Percy, Grover called out in worry, about to move in and stop him as Percy waded deeper into the water. However, Lucian stopped him. Hold on, Grover. Huh? But Percy is acting strange. Do you know what's happening with him? Annabeth asked, tilting her head in confusion, looking at Lucian for answers. I can sense a water spirit in the river. If I had to guess, it's a message or calling from his father. He's not in any danger. There's no malicious intent. Ah, I see. Then he can't ignore it. Grover nodded, and they all waited for Percy to receive his message. Percy began walking toward the river without an ounce of hesitation. As the water reached his shoulders, he remained completely dry while continuing to submerge. He walked down the riverbed with no obstructions, no pressure, a true testament to being the son of Poseidon. Although he still subconsciously tried to hold his breath, an instinct everyone has when underwater. Breathe, Percy. You are safe under your father's domain, his mother's voice said softly. Percy cautiously took a breath and realized she was right. He could breathe perfectly fine underwater. Where are you? He called out. In front of him, a woman began to form, appearing like a ghost made of water. Percy stood there, stunned. The water spirit not only sounded like his mother, but she looked like her too. Mom, Percy exclaimed, happy to see her. I'm afraid not, she said gently. This is only the form I've taken to make you comfortable communicating with me. Percy's face fell upon hearing that it wasn't his mother. The water spirit smiled kindly at him. I'm here to tell you that your mother's fate isn't as hopeless as you think. You must go to Santa Monica. It's your father's will. You need to go there before heading to the Underworld. Percy's expression grew even more sour at the mention of his father. He hadn't forgotten what he had learned from Medusa. And why should I listen to him at all? He asked bitterly. Please, Percy, I can't stay here long. The river is too foul for my presence. Just know that your father loves you dearly. That sword you carry is a gift he left in Chiron's care for you. Percy gripped his weapons tightly, unconvinced by her words, given what he knew about his father. The water spirit moved closer, cupping Percy's face like a mother would. Percy, you must go to Santa Monica and do not trust the gifts. Before Percy could say anything else, the spirit dissolved into the water, leaving him alone, staring at his weapons, with the words caught in his throat. Wait, you have an eidetic memory. Why do you want to take pictures? Lucian asked, looking at Annabeth in confusion. Annabeth rolled her eyes. You're still on that? I'm a historian. It doesn't matter if I remember everything. What's important is preserving a physical image or record of what happened so others can see it. What good does it do if only I can recall it? Lucian's eyes widened in realization. The acting method, that's right, that's what she was doing. But as Annabeth finished speaking, she gave Lucian a shocked look. Lucian smirked at her expression. You did it, didn't you? Annabeth nodded, almost laughing at the absurdity. She had just fully absorbed the historian potion and realized what being a historian truly meant. Did what? Clarice asked, confused by their interaction. She solved a riddle that's been bugging her for a while, Lucian said, quickly making up a believable lie. Seriously? Clarice asked, unimpressed. Yup, Lucian nodded. Annabeth narrowed her eyes at him before scoffing. What kind of lie was that? No one would believe that nonsense. Me, stuck on a riddle? Come on, Lucian, the first thing you taught me was to make the lie believable, she communicated with just a look. Lucian caught her glare and rolled his eyes. Meanwhile, Grover nodded. That sounds like Annabeth. What? Annabeth screeched, glaring at Grover, offended. Before anyone could react further, Percy began walking out of the water, his trident and sword back in place. So, what was the message, Fishbrain? Clarice asked, still leaning against a boulder. Percy ignored her jab. Before going to the Underworld, my father wants me to go to Santa Monica, for some reason. The water spirit said not to trust some gifts, whatever that means. Shall we get going then? Talia asked, looking around. Honestly, I'm pretty tired and hungry, Percy admitted, holding his stomach. McDonald's is right across the street. We could grab some food before we leave, Lucian suggested. Do we even have enough money for that? There are 6 of us, after all. Will we be able to afford it if we pooled our cash? Percy asked, searching his pockets. Oh my Lord, Lucian said dramatically, clasping his hands together in mock prayer while looking up at the sky. I cannot believe you just asked me that. Me? Out of everyone here. Annabeth, this fool just asked me if I can afford something. He doesn't realize whose presence he's standing in front of right now. And that's not even the worst part. Lucian continued, raising his hands to the heavens. He asked me if I can afford McDonald's. Percy glanced around at the others, completely lost and wondering what button he had pressed. Annabeth tried to keep a straight face, but memories of their first meeting flashed in her mind, and a large smile spread across her face. She let herself go and joined Lucian's theatrics. I would be offended by his offer of simply pooling the cash together, she exclaimed, trying to stifle her laughter. I am offended, Lucian exclaimed back, sounding genuinely offended. He clearly has no idea who your father is, Annabeth said in mock exasperation. The two of them started circling each other. That's right. He has no idea who my daddy is, Lucian said, putting on a random accent. The others exchanged glances before looking back at Lucian and Annabeth. Annabeth, my lovely maiden, would you kindly enlighten this fine gentleman about whom he's in the presence of? Lucian said, adopting a posh accent. Why, certainly, good sir, she said, giving him a mock bow. She cleared her throat as a red mist swirled around Lucian. A top hat appeared on his head, along with a monocle and a 3-piece suit. He crossed his legs and leaned on a cane while Annabeth began her speech. You are standing before Lucian Blackheart, the son of Hades, the prince of the Underworld. One of Lord Hades' many epithets is the Rich One, earned due to the fact that much of the world's wealth is buried underground in his domain. As a prince of the Underworld, Lucian has a certain claim to those riches, earning him the nickname, the Dark Prince of Luxury. Bow before his presence. Annabeth finished with jazz hands for emphasis. By then, the others had already turned away, heading toward McDonald's. Percy, hands in his pockets, shouted back, Since you want to brag, you're paying. Annabeth stood with her hands on her hips, pouting. Some people just don't appreciate good showmanship these days. Lucian, now back in his normal clothes, looked at her in amusement. Black Prince of Luxury. Annabeth smiled at him. I literally just came up with it on the spot. You like it? I fucking love it, he said, throwing an arm over her shoulders as they walked toward the others. Annabeth laughed, leaning into him as they strolled along. Lucian and the others emerged from McDonald's, each holding a bag of food and drinks in hand. Grover was happily sipping from a small box of apple juice, looking entirely content. Shouldn't I be rich too? Percy asked, his mouth full of chicken nuggets. Lucian gave him a confused look. What do you mean by that? I mean, aren't there, like, sunken ships at the bottom of the sea? They must have had chests filled with gold and stuff, right? So shouldn't I be rich the same way you are with buried treasure? Percy said, swallowing another nugget. Annabeth, holding her cup with the straw poking out between her fingers, pointed it at Percy. He's got a point. Lucian scoffed playfully, rolling his eyes. Well, you're not the Prince of Atlantis, are you? Percy's eyes widened. I could be. Wait, holy. Atlantis is real. Annabeth raised an eyebrow, taking a sip of her drink, and glanced toward Lucian. You weren't the Prince of the Underworld when you got rich, either. Touché. Lucian admitted with a nod. Percy, still reeling from the revelation, waved his hands dramatically. If Atlantis is real, what else is? The Bermuda Triangle? Lucian nearly choked on his fries. Seriously? That's where your mind goes. Percy shrugged casually. Well, I used to think it was just some scary place people avoided. But now that I'm thinking about it, it has to be connected to the supernatural, right? You're actually unbelievable, Clarice muttered, shaking her head in disbelief. They continued their banter as they approached the train station. Just as the train was about to depart, Lucian quickly used his shadows to hold the doors open, letting everyone scramble inside. They all let out a collective sigh of relief, once safely aboard, and found their seats as the train started moving again. Annabeth plopped down on Lucian's lap by the window, playfully feeding him a fry with a proud smile on her face. Meanwhile, Percy sat opposite them, his expression growing more pensive as the others chatted around him. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a fry hitting him square in the forehead. He blinked in confusion, his brow furrowing as he looked up to find Annabeth staring at him with an arched brow. The others looked at him with similar expressions. "What?" Percy asked, picking the fry off the table and popping it into his mouth. "First of all, gross," Talia said, scrunching her nose in disgust. "And second, we've been calling your name for like 5 minutes. You've just been sitting there, zoning out." "Sorry," Percy muttered, looking embarrassed. "I've just got a lot on my mind." "Well, don't just sit there. Fish for brains," Clarice cut in with a roll of her eyes. "Tell us what else that water spirit said to you." Percy sighed, hesitating for a moment before speaking. "She said something about my dad loving me." He shifted uncomfortably. "I know it sounds lame, but I can't stop thinking about it. It makes me wonder if he really does, or if she was just saying that to make me feel better." "I wouldn't doubt it," Lucian said with a shrug. Percy frowned. "Why would you say that? Look, as messed up as most of the gods can be, some of them do have good qualities. Your father, for example. He's known to care about all his children. Take the story of Odysseus, for instance." "Odysseus," Percy repeated, tilting his head in confusion. Lucian nodded. "Yeah, a Greek hero known for his wisdom and cunning. Annabeth's mom was quite fond of him. I won't go into the whole story, but at one point in his journey, Odysseus blinded a cyclops by stabbing it in the eye. That cyclops happened to be your father's son. Naturally, your father didn't take that too well. He cursed Odysseus to wander the seas for years, preventing him from finding his way home. It took Odysseus a decade to break that curse. Your father is very vengeful when it comes to his children getting hurt." Percy looked down, trying to hide the small smile creeping onto his face. The thought of his father caring about him, even in such a complicated way, brought him a flicker of warmth amidst the uncertainty. "Will my dad even have a good side like that?" Clarice muttered under her breath, her voice barely audible. Lucian, who heard her, turned toward her with a warm smile. "You'd be surprised. There's a story about your father from the old times that made me really admire him." Clarice's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wait, you admire my father?" Lucian pinched his fingers together, grinning slightly. "Well, mostly what he stood for in the past." Clarice leaned forward, intrigued, her interest piqued. "What was it? What did he stand for?" Lucian's smile widened as he began. "Believe it or not, your dad was once known as the protector of women. He had earned the respect of many women in Olympus." "Seriously?" Talia asked, her tone filled with surprise. Annabeth nodded, her eyes lighting up with recognition. "Oh, I remember reading about this in the book my mom made. There's a whole section on it." "What did he do?" Clarice asked, her voice filled with eagerness as she hung on to every word. "Well," Lucian started, leaning back in his seat, "a long time ago, a son of the sea god thought he could do whatever he pleased just because of who his father was. He crossed the line and took advantage of one of your father's daughters. Your father was enraged when he found out. He didn't hesitate. He hunted down the sea god's son and killed him brutally. He didn't care that he was risking the wrath of the sea god." Clarice listened, transfixed, her admiration for her father growing with every word. Lucian continued, his voice calm but intense. "Naturally, There was a huge uproar. The sea god was furious, and they held a trial for your dad. Both sea god and sky god declared him guilty of murdering the sea god's son. Clarice's face fell slightly, but Lucian wasn't done. But here's where it gets interesting, Lucian said, raising his hand slightly as if to hold her attention. The women of Olympus rallied to your dad's defense. They argued that your father's actions were justified, given that the sea god's son had wronged his daughter so grievously. In the end, your father won the trial. Not only did he avoid punishment, but he also earned their respect for standing up for his daughter. That's one of the reasons why the Amazons still hold him in such high regard today. Clarice's eyes practically sparkled with awe as Lucian finished the story, her opinion of her father shifting as the admiration she already held deepened. Lucian then turned toward Talia. Even your father was so bothered by how brutally the murder was carried out that he cooled down on his own escapades for a while, afraid of provoking her father's wrath. Talia raised an eyebrow at that, clearly skeptical but intrigued nonetheless. Clarice, meanwhile, was glowing with pride, stars practically gleaming in her eyes. I had no idea, she whispered, her admiration for her father reaching new heights. The next day, the train screeched to a stop near Denver, where Lucian and the others were forced to disembark. The cool morning air greeted them as they stepped on the platform. Though Lucian hadn't slept in days, he moved with practiced ease, his face betraying no exhaustion. Ugh, I miss a proper shower, Annabeth groaned, her nose wrinkling in distaste. Lucian glanced at her, confused. What? I've been using cleaning spells. You should be fine. Annabeth rolled her eyes. Of course you would say that. Sure, I'm clean, but it's not the same. It feels weird not having a proper shower. Grover rubbed his stomach, his face twisted in hunger. I'm more hungry than anything else. Talia gave Lucian a pointed look. We haven't eaten since McDonald's yesterday. Lucian dramatically ran a hand through his hair and sighed theatrically. Ah, the woes of being everyone's sugar daddy. Clarice recoiled in disgust. EW, don't ever call yourself that. You have no idea how gross that sounded. Root, Lucian exclaimed, clutching his chest in mock offense. Annabeth smirked teasingly, leaning closer to Lucian and locking her arm around his. Well, you could be my sugar daddy. Ew. Lucian jumped away from her, his face twisted in horror. Why the hell would you say that? Annabeth blinked, surprised by his outburst. Before she could reply, Lucian turned to Clarice, shivering as the realization hit him. Oh gods, I get it now. That was disgusting. Annabeth, glaring at him for the dramatic reaction, delivered a swift kick to his shin. Ow! She yelped immediately, regretting the move. She hopped on one foot, wincing in pain. By the gods, I forgot how durable you are. Lucian snorted, crossing his arms with a satisfied grin. That's what you get, and don't ever call me that again. He chuckled softly, clearly amused by the situation. Annabeth rubbed her throbbing foot, kicking it back and forth to ease the pain. She shot Lucian a murderous glare before turning away, choosing to ignore him as they continued toward the nearest diner. Once they were seated, Percy let out a sigh, resting his arms on the table. I promise to pay you back, he said, his tone sincere. Lucian furrowed his brow in confusion. What are you talking about? For everything on this trip, you've been covering the costs. It doesn't feel right. So I'll pay you back, Percy said, his expression serious. Lucian shook his head, dismissing the idea with a wave of his hand. I appreciate the thought, but don't worry about it. You're good. Before Percy could respond, the distant roar of a motorcycle cut through the air. The sound grew louder, causing Grover to jump in alarm. Was that a monster? Grover asked, eyes wide with panic. Something worse, Lucian muttered, his eyes glowing faintly as he scanned the surroundings. What could be worse than a monster? Percy asked, his confusion mirroring Grover's. The diner's door chimed as it opened, and the heavy thud of boots echoed inside, casting a tense, ominous atmosphere over the room. A god, Lucian said quietly as a man stepped into view. He was wearing a black leather jacket, matching pants, and a pair of sunglasses. His presence was overpowering, making everyone at the table sit up a little straighter. Clarice's eyes went wide with recognition, her voice catching in her throat. "Dee Dad," Aries scoffed, mockingly imitating her. "Dee Dad? It's father or sir, young lady." "Right. Sorry, sir," Clarice mumbled, clearly embarrassed by the encounter. Percy's expression soured instantly, not like Aries' first expression, and the god-smug demeanor wasn't helping. Aries turned his attention to Grover, motioning with a tilt of his head. "Move over, satyr." Grover didn't hesitate, pressing closer to Percy to make room for the god of war. Lucian smirked, glancing at Talia. "I see the punk style runs in the family." Aries chuckled, nodding toward Talia. Damn straight. Nice jacket, kid." Talia smirked, clearly enjoying the banter. "I could say the same. Mine's lion's pelt. Yours, Italian leather." Aries puffed out his chest, grinning as he tugged on the collar of his jacket proudly. Percy, growing impatient, narrowed his eyes. "What's the god of war doing here anyway?" Aries' grin widened as he leaned in. "Sightseeing. Not every day you get to see seaweed and brimstone make a kid, and my little sis here, rounding out the new big 3 generation. Gotta say, I'm impressed." He turned to Lucian with a smirk. "I've already met Uncle Brimstone's brat a few times, but I figured I'd come get a closer look at you too." Percy's disdain was evident as he scoffed. "You've had your look. You can leave now." "Percy," Grover warned, his voice shaky. Aries leaned in closer, flashing a wicked grin. "I like a kid with some attitude. Got some balls on you, huh?" He lowered his sunglasses, his glowing eyes locking with Percy's. "But I hope you know who you're talking to, little cousin." Yeah. You're Clarice's dad. Aries, god of war," Percy said with thinly veiled annoyance. Aries smirked, pushing his sunglasses back up. "And don't you forget it." Turning to Clarice, Aries leaned forward. "Hey, brat, I need you to do something for your dear old dad." Clarice blinked in confusion. "What is it?" "I left my shield behind when I was on a date with Aphrodite. I need you to retrieve it for me." "That's not happening." Percy interrupted immediately, crossing his arms. Aries' eyes darkened as he glared at Percy. "What?" "Clarice is on a quest with me. She's not your errand girl. If you want her shield, go get it yourself," Percy said firmly. A tense silence settled over the diner, the air thick with challenge as Aries sized Percy up, his eyes flashing with dangerous amusement. "Listen here, you bastard child," Aries said, his aura surging as he leaned closer, the air around him thickening with power. The diner went silent. Patrons trembled, some instinctively dropping their trays and falling to the floor, arms wrapped around their heads in terror. "That brat is my kid. That means I get to order her however I goddamn please. So I say she's getting my shield for me. That means she's getting my shield for me. No questions asked." Percy, undeterred by the oppressive presence of the war god, glared at Aries, his jaw clenched. "You're right. She's your kid. But that doesn't give you the right to treat her like property. She's a person, not a dog you can command." Clarice sat at the table, her gaze cast downwards. She felt a mix of admiration and shame as she listened to Percy stand up for her, but the weight of her father's presence kept her silent. She would have defended herself against anyone else, but confronting Aries was different. Closing her eyes, she took a deep breath. "Percy, drop it." "What?" "No." Percy froze, startled by the pleading look on her face. That along with her calling him by name, not using a sea-related nickname like usual, hit him hard. Clarice then turned to Aries, her expression serious. "Don't worry, father sir. I shall retrieve your shield with haste." Aries scoffed and ruffled her hair, a twisted grin spreading across his face. "Excellent. I like it when my kids are obedient." Bang clatter. Percy slammed his fist on the table, utensils rattling. "Got something to say?" Aries asked coldly. "If you do, I'd choose your next words wisely. They may very well be your last." "No, this table is just very slammable." Percy shot back, matching Aries' cold demeanor. He leaned closer, eyes narrowing. "However, the table isn't the only thing. HMP, you're lucky to meet someone as generous as me." You made that comment to another Olympian and you'd be toast already. Aries then turned his attention back to Clarice. The water park is a mile west on Delancey. You can't miss it. Look for the Tunnel of Love ride. My shield should be there. Clarice nodded in response, and as Aries stood up to leave, a shadow slithered up, forming a hand that pressed against Aries' chest. What's the meaning of this? Aries asked, eyebrows raised in confusion. The shadow hand sat palm up, hovering ominously. The helm. Lucian calmly demanded. Excuse me? What the hell are you talking about? Aries snapped, annoyance creeping into his voice. Lucian's eyes glinted coldly, turning blood red. I'm not stupid, and I know you aren't either, so you know exactly what I'm talking about. Aries narrowed his gaze, still feigning ignorance. I'm still a little lost here. What are you talking about? Lucian took a deep breath before exhaling, retracting his shadow hands and offering a seemingly friendly smile. Nothing. Just a little test to see if you had it. You can never be too careful, am I right? Ha ha. He chuckled, shaking his head as if the whole exchange were a mere jest. Ah, I see. One of the oldest tricks in the war books. Lie to your enemy into thinking you had them. Aries replied, his tone lightening slightly. Exactly. Lucian snapped his fingers. And it looks like I was wrong. You don't have it. I sincerely apologize for that. Aries scoffed, amusement flickering across his features before he turned to walk away. But as he did, the smile faded, replaced by a flicker of unease. What the hell was that about? Talia asked, confusion etched on her face as she looked at Lucian. Lucian frowned, his eyes still cold. That was his easy way out. However, he failed to appreciate it. Wait, are you saying my father stole your father's helm? Clarice asked, her brows furrowing in displeasure. It wasn't Lucian's accusation that bothered her, but the mere implication that her father, Aries, would stoop so low. Annabeth exchanged a knowing glance with Lucian, who shook his head, sighing in irritation. Let's just drop it for now and eat, Lucian muttered, clearly not wanting to delve into the subject. Clarice let out a sigh of her own, shaking her head. I can't. I still have to find my father's shield, she said, her voice tinged with frustration. Percy looked displeased, his brows furrowed in confusion. I still don't get why we have to do this, he grumbled. Talia, ever practical, shook her head. Then let's just order our food to go and eat on the way to this water park, she suggested, sounding more than ready to get on with the mission. Despite the tension, they all reluctantly agreed. No one wanted to leave Clarice behind to handle this alone, even if they weren't thrilled about the task. They ordered simple meals and left the restaurant, the air between them still thick with unspoken frustration. As they walked, Percy turned to Lucian, his eyes narrowing slightly. So that's the guy you admire? You need better role models. Percy scoffed, shaking his head in disbelief. Lucian let out a dismissive laugh. I used to admire him, he corrected. Modern times ruined him. In a world at peace, war becomes the ultimate evil. That's why he's such a jerk now. Clarice, walking ahead of the group, kept silent. She was lost in thought, barely touching the food she carried as she tried to focus on her task. Percy, still brooding over their earlier encounter with Aries, pressed on. If you knew he stole the helm, why didn't you confront him? Lucian's expression darkened, and his tone shifted to something more serious. There's a time and place for everything, he said, turning to meet Percy's gaze. Confronting him would have led to a battle. Innocent people would have gotten hurt. Sometimes you have to lose a few battles to win the war. You pick and choose which fights are worth it. That one? It wasn't. Annabeth, standing beside Lucian, placed a hand on her chest, looking up as if she'd just heard the most profound words ever. She released a soft, contented sigh, her expression glowing with admiration. Talia raised an eyebrow at her. What's with you? She asked, bewildered. Annabeth gave her a dreamy look. Don't you think he's just so handsome when he says something wise like that? She said, her tone a little love-struck. Talia rolled her eyes in disgust. Ugh. She groaned, clearly not impressed. Lucian, noticing the shift in the group's mood, decided to take action. Shall I speed things up a bit? He asked, his eyes scanning everyone. Yes, please. Talia and Percy exclaimed in unison. their voices a mix of relief and anticipation. Lucian raised his fingers to his mouth and let out a sharp, ear-piercing whistle. The sound was so loud that the others instinctively covered their ears. A moment later, the shadows around Lucian shifted, and from them emerged massive hellhounds, each standing as tall as their shoulders. The creatures lowered themselves to the ground as Lucian gestured toward them. "Climb on," he instructed, a smirk playing on his lips. "Don't worry, they're safe." As everyone nervously mounted the giant shadowy beasts, Lucian held his hands out in front of him. "Come forth, my steed," he commanded. In an instant, a majestic stallion appeared, its mane flowing elegantly in the breeze like something out of a legend. Annabeth's eyes flickered from the hellhound in front of her to Lucian's stallion, and she shyly asked, "Can I ride with you?" Lucian smirked, extending his hand toward her. Without hesitation, Annabeth took it, and in a swirl of shadow, they both reappeared on the stallion's back. Annabeth sat in front, holding the reins, while Lucian rested his hands over hers. She leaned back into him, a soft giggle escaping her lips. "Ugh, you two are insufferable," Percy groaned, his tone laced with annoyance as he watched them. Annabeth stuck her tongue out playfully. "You're just mad because you don't have someone like this." "Stay mad," she teased, whipping the reins and clicking her tongue. "Mooch, mooch. Giddy up, horsey," she laughed. With that, Lucian's steed surged forward, leaving Percy and the others behind as it galloped ahead. The hellhounds followed, their paws pounding the ground in rhythmic strides. Percy gave Talia a deadpan look as they rode. "Are they always like this?" Talia sighed, giving him an awkward smile. "Annabeth's usually more serious, like really smart, especially in battle. But when she's with Lucian, she turns into this carefree, wild spirit. It's like she becomes a completely different person," Talia explained, shaking her head in exasperation. "Doesn't that bother you?" Percy asked, still trying to make sense of their relationship. Talia shrugged. "Not really. Lucian and Annabeth have known each other longer than we've all known each other. Annabeth didn't have the best childhood because of being a demigod. Lucian helped her through some dark times. They've been close ever since. Honestly, those two are practically inseparable." Percy nodded slowly, understanding dawning in his expression. "I see," he muttered as he held on tighter to the hellhound, the group racing forwards. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the water park, their shadowy rides making quick work of the distance. As they came to a stop, everyone jumped off the hellhounds, who melded back into Lucian's shadow, save for Sebastian, who lingered majestically. Lucian dismounted first, turning to offer his hand to Annabeth. She smiled brightly and took it, gracefully hopping down with his help. "What does that sign say?" Percy asked, squinting at the large board above the entrance. The letters seemed scrambled and jumbled to him. "Wateland," Grover answered casually, reading the words for Percy. Percy snorted. "That name is so unimaginative," he muttered, shaking his head. Their eyes moved to the front gate, which was locked with thick chains, heavy iron links wrapped securely around the entrance. Behind the gate, they could see the water park's attractions, massive, twisting slides in vibrant colors and towering rides, now eerily silent. "Where do we get in?" Percy mused aloud, his gaze fixed on the intimidating gate. Before anyone had a chance to suggest a plan, Percy's face lit up with an idea. "I got this." Without hesitation, he jumped, gripping the iron bars of the gate with ease. Moving with the agility of someone well-versed in climbing, thanks to his adventurer's potion, Percy ascended the gate like a pro. Once he reached the top, he swung over effortlessly, landing on one knee, hands braced against the ground. Standing up and brushing himself off, he turned and grinned, motioning to the others. "Now, for everyone else." Lucian, watching the whole scene, raised an eyebrow. Without saying a word, he stepped forward, grabbed the thick lock in his hand, and squeezed. The metal groaned in protest before crumbling under the pressure of his supernatural strength. The chains rattled as they hit the ground, and with a gentle push, Lucian swung the gate open. Everyone stared at the now open gate before slowly turning their gaze back to Percy, who stood dusting off his hands, visibly deflated. "Show off," he muttered, glaring at Lucian with a mix of annoyance and resignation. Lucian smirked, giving Percy a playful shrug. "You look like you were having fun. I didn't want to interrupt." Percy rolled his eyes but couldn't help the small smile tugging at his lips. "Next time, maybe let me know before I go all Mission Impossible on a gate you could just crush." Annabeth laughed, leaning against Lucian's arm. "Oh, but that was fun to watch." "Yeah, sure," Percy grumbled good-naturedly as they all stepped through the gate, heading deeper into the eerily quiet park. "So, what exactly are we supposed to be looking for again?" Percy asked, his expression turning sour as they trudged through the water park, clearly annoyed at having to do this for Aries of all gods. "The Tunnel of Love," Clarice answered with a dramatic eye roll, her disdain for the task equally obvious. "Real classy." Percy scoffed, crossing his arms. "But wait, there's something I don't get. Isn't the goddess of love married to the god of blacksmiths? I'm pretty sure Chiron mentioned that in class." "She is," Annabeth replied, her tone flat. "But apparently, the god of war and the goddess of love have been having an affair for ages." Percy's face twisted in disbelief. "So the goddess of love is into bad boys?" "Great," he said sarcastically. Annabeth couldn't help but laugh. "Huh, that's not exactly the reason." Before Percy could press further, Annabeth suddenly felt a warm hand slide into hers. She glanced down and saw Lucian giving her hand a gentle squeeze. She turned to him in confusion, but his eyes were elsewhere, scanning the rides around them, as if deep in thought. Annabeth's brow furrowed for a second before it hit her. She looked back at him, a playful grin creeping onto her lips. Lucian, still focused on the surroundings, seemed oblivious to her silent teasing. Amused, Annabeth decided to let the moment slide without saying a word. Percy, not noticing the exchange, was still caught up in his confusion. "Wait, seriously? There's an actual reason behind it." Annabeth shrugged and turned back to Percy. "Well, it's more of a theory. War and love are both intense forces of passion. In that sense, they're drawn to each other." Percy looked baffled. How is war related to passion? To everyone's surprise, it was Clarice who answered, her voice steady and firm. "You wouldn't go to war for something you didn't care about. Passion is one of the biggest reasons wars start in the first place. People fight for what they love or believe in. If you're not passionate about the cause, it's not really a war." Annabeth nodded approvingly. "Exactly." Percy slowly nodded in understanding, his annoyance replaced by contemplation. "I guess that makes sense. All's fair in love and war, right?" Their conversation was cut short when they arrived at the Tunnel of Love. The gaudy pink heart-shaped archway stood in stark contrast to their somber mood. Without hesitation, Clarice moved to enter, her determined strides sending ripples across the shallow water. "Wait, hold on," Percy said, grabbing her arm before she could fully step in. "Don't just rush in without a plan." Clarice glared at him, yanking her arm free. "What plan do we need? All I have to do is go in, grab the shield, and get out." Percy frowned, frustration creeping into his voice. "If it were that simple, don't you think Aries would have gotten it himself? There's probably a trap waiting for us in there." Clarice scoffed again. "He wouldn't throw me into a trap. I'm his daughter. He sent me because he knows I can handle it." "Percy's right," Annabeth interrupted, her voice calm but sharp as her eyes narrowed in on something by the entrance. "Look." Clarice, Percy, and Grover followed her gaze. Carved discreetly into the stone beside the tunnel entrance was a symbol, a faint but unmistakable Greek letter. "Ada," Annabeth said, her finger tracing the symbol in the air. "That's the mark of Hephaestus, the god of blacksmiths, and, incidentally, the goddess of love's husband." Grover's eyes widened with realization. So, Ares knew about the trap and sent Clarice to fall into it instead of him? That's messed up. Clarice's fists clenched so tightly her knuckles turned white. "No," she growled, refusing to believe it. "He sent me because he knows I can get through it. He wouldn't do that to me." Ignoring the tension, she stormed toward the tunnel again. Percy let out an exasperated sigh and ran after her. "Wait!" Grover called after them, but Percy just shot him a thumbs up over his shoulder. "Don't worry, G-Man, I've got this." "If you say so," Grover muttered, clearly unconvinced. As Percy descended the steps into the tunnel of love behind Clarice, the damp air thickened with the smell of stagnant water and rusted machinery. The low hum of the underground ride echoed in the distance. The tunnel's dim lighting flickered ominously, casting long, distorted shadows across the walls. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Clarice snapped, glaring at Percy as he caught up to her. "I could ask you the same thing." Percy shot back, his tone equally sharp. "You're charging into a trap without even thinking. We need a plan." Clarice's scowl deepened. "I don't need a plan. My skills are enough to handle whatever's in there." Percy rolled his eyes, exasperated. "If you actually believe that, it's a good thing I followed you. Whether you like it or not, we're in this quest together. That means we're a team, and I'm not going to let you walk into a trap by yourself." Clarice's expression twisted into a mixture of anger and frustration. "You are so annoying," she hissed, throwing her hands up in the air. "I don't need your help. I never asked for it." "Yeah, well, you're no joy to be around either," Percy shot back. "All you do is insult people and act like a bully. If you keep pushing everyone away, don't be surprised when no one's there to help you when you need it most. That's why I'm here. I know you won't ask for help, even when you need it." Clarice stopped in her tracks, her shoulders tense. For a moment, she was silent, her back to Percy as she stared into the dark tunnel ahead. The flickering lights cast fleeting glimpses of uncertainty across her face. Finally, she muttered under her breath, just loud enough for Percy to hear, "I don't need anyone's help." Percy stood his ground, unflinching. "Maybe not now, but someday you will." Annabeth, still holding on to Lucian's hand, led him away from the entrance, leaving Grover and Talia behind. Once they were far enough from the others and out of sight, she glanced at Lucian, amusement dancing in her eyes. "Want to tell me what that was about?" she asked, her tone playful. Lucian tilted his head, his expression innocent. "What are you talking about?" Annabeth rolled her eyes, a wide smile spreading across her face as she stepped closer, wrapping her arms around him. She looked up at him, eyes glinting with mischief. "Don't play dumb now." Lucian's confusion deepened as he stared back at her, still not getting what she was hinting at. Annabeth sighed dramatically, then shook her head with exaggerated patience. "Are you really going to pretend you didn't just get jealous earlier?" "Jealous?" Lucian scoffed, raising an eyebrow. "Why would I be jealous? Do you see how handsome I am?" Her smile only grew wider, eyes sparkling with humor. Standing on her tiptoes, she pressed a soft kiss to his lips. "You got jealous when Percy made me laugh. Admit it." Lucian rolled his eyes again, refusing to meet her gaze directly. "What gave you that idea?" Annabeth's grin turned proud as she stepped back slightly, folding her arms. The hand squeeze was a dead giveaway. His turn to scoff, Lucian smirked. "The park is a big place. I didn't want you wandering off and getting lost." Annabeth couldn't help but giggle at his weak excuse, rising on her tiptoes once more to kiss him again, her laughter slipping between the kiss. "You're so adorable when you try to cover it up," Lucian grumbled, but his lips curled into a reluctant smile as he pulled her closer. "Look, the shield is right there on the boat. Let's grab it quickly and get out of here before we set off any traps," Percy muttered, pointing toward the gleaming shield resting on the boat's deck. Clarice grunted her agreement, stepping aboard with a determined scowl. Percy followed close behind, his eyes catching something peculiar as they boarded. Clarice narrowed her eyes as she noticed him tailing her. "Why are you following me?" "I don't need an escort. Fish for brains," she growled, glaring over her shoulder. Percy waved her off, eyes locked on a shimmering pink scarf that draped over one of the boat's benches. "It's not about you." "Look at this," he said, picking it up delicately. "Do you think this belongs to the goddess of love?" Clarice snorted, a hint of amusement flashing in her eyes. "Who else would it belong to?" "My dad," she retorted with sarcasm. Percy grinned mischievously, his sea-green eyes twinkling. "You never know. Maybe Aries is into scarves and delicate accessories. Could be one of his hobbies." Clarice rolled her eyes, but couldn't suppress a short laugh. "You're such an idiot," she muttered. She bent down and grabbed the shield, hefting it easily. But as she lifted it, her eyes widened in horror. A tripwire, hidden beneath the shield, pulled taut. "Shit!" she cursed as the wire triggered, and the boat jerked into motion, propelled by the sudden release of the trap. The current of the water pulled them both off balance. Percy, closer to the seats, collapsed backward, his body slamming into one of the cushioned benches. Clarice tried to stay on her feet, but the momentum of the boat dragged her down, and she ended up landing squarely on Percy, straddling him. Her hands braced against the seat on either side of his head, trapping him in place. For a heartbeat, there was nothing but stunned silence as they stared at each other, wide-eyed, the only sounds the gentle lapping of water and the mechanical whir of the boat. Percy swallowed nervously, then broke the silence with a teasing grin. Usually in movies, this kind of thing happens the other way around. Clarice's face flared crimson as she quickly scrambled off him, sitting beside him with her arms crossed. "Luckily for us, this isn't a movie," she muttered, trying to hide her embarrassment. Percy, his cheeks now matching hers in color, nodded awkwardly. "Yeah, lucky," he mumbled, scratching the back of his head. Clarice cleared her throat, trying to change the subject. "Look," she said, pointing to a Greek letter etched into the side of the boat. "This is Hephaestus's mark. It's all over this place. Must be his doing." Percy glanced at the symbol with a raised eyebrow. "No offense, but that was kind of obvious. We knew this was one of his traps when we walked in." Clarice shot him a dangerous look. "Percy, I will hit you." Okay, Percy said quickly, holding up his hands in mock surrender. "So what's the trap here? We just enjoy a nice boat ride." Before Clarice could reply, the stone statues of Cupid lining the ride began to move. Their eyes glowed red as their heads slowly turned, tracking the two demigods. Bows drawn, arrows notched, they began to fire. "You just had to open your mouth, didn't you, fish breath?" Clarice sighed in exasperation, her eyes darting toward the golden arrows flying toward them. The arrows weren't meant to pierce flesh. Instead, they carried gleaming threads that began to overlap in midair, creating a shimmering net above them. Percy reacted instantly, summoning his trident with a flick of his wrist. He thrust his hand forward, commanding a jet of water from the stream beneath them. It slammed into the forming net, tangling it, and redirecting the threads toward one of the Cupid statues, which was soon wrapped in its own trap. But their victory was short-lived. The heads of the remaining statues began to open, revealing cameras hidden within. Spotlights clicked on, following their every move. A loudspeaker crackled to life, its voice echoing through the chamber. Live broadcast to Olympus in 1 minute, 59 seconds, 58. For once, I think you're right," Percy grumbled. "I should have kept my mouth shut." Clarice stood back to back with Percy, her spear in hand, eyes scanning their surroundings. "No kidding. Now stay sharp." The boat drifted into a narrow section lined with mirrors. As the mirrors parted, a swarm of bronze spiders scuttled out, their legs clicking menacingly against the wooden planks. Without hesitation, Percy swung his trident, unleashing a crescent of water that sliced through several of the mechanical creatures. At the same time, Clarice's spear crackled with red static as she stabbed furiously, electricity surging with each thrust. The space was cramped, but the two demigods moved in perfect harmony, a whirlwind of steel, water, and electricity. Percy ducked under a low blow, allowing Clarice to roll over his back and unleash a flurry of strikes. He responded by sending precise blasts of water, knocking back the advancing spiders. Clarice ducked low as Percy placed a hand on her back, using her as leverage to spin around, swinging his trident in a wide arc. A ring of water expanded outward, slicing through the remaining spiders. Sparks flew as the mechanical creatures fell, their wires exposed and flickering. For several long minutes, they fought back to back, seamlessly countering each wave of spiders. Finally, they faced each other and, without hesitation, stabbed their weapons past their cheeks for one last simultaneous strike. Their weapons pierced through the final two spiders that had jumped at them from behind. Panting, Percy and Clarice stood still, their weapons extended, the last mechanical spiders twitching on the tips of their blades. Their chests heaved, but their eyes remained locked on each other. Clarice exhaled sharply and shook her head, muttering, "Oh, for fuck's sake." Percy, confused, lowered his trident. "What?" he started, but before he could finish, Clarice grabbed the front of his shirt, yanked him forward, and pressed her lips to his. The kiss lasted only a few seconds, but when they pulled apart, Percy was left blinking in stunned silence, his face blazing red. What was that for?" he stammered, his hand covering his mouth. Clarice scoffed, though the redness of her cheeks betrayed her. "You've been acting like you wanted to kiss me since this quest started." "I did not," Percy protested, still flustered. "And I thought I had fish breath? What happened to that?" Clarice ran a finger over her lips, smirking slightly. "Turns out I like fish." Percy stared at her, speechless, his brain struggling to catch up with everything that had just happened, and looked at the white light at the end of the tunnel. Both Percy and Clarice emerged from the tunnel of love, their faces flushed with embarrassment as they came to the uncomfortable realization that the entirety of Olympus had just witnessed them kissing thanks to the Cupid cameras strategically placed throughout the tunnel. Percy, unable to hide his irritation, glared back at one of the glowing cameras. "Haven't you seen enough, you perverts?" The sky above rumbled in response, filled with thunder and crackling with electricity, as though the gods were less than pleased with Percy's boldness. Still, Percy merely scoffed, unfazed by the divine warning as he and Clarice walked away from the scene. Slowly, the Cupid cameras powered down and withdrew into the tunnel's walls, leaving the pair in peace for the moment. On the other side of the tunnel, their friends waited. Lucian was the only one sporting a mischievous grin, clearly aware of everything that had transpired inside. Thanks to his shadow soldiers, he had been able to observe them through their very shadows. His lips twitched as if he wanted to tease them, but, much to their relief, he decided to keep the incident to himself for now. Lucian casually vaulted over the railing, landing gracefully beside the group. Annabeth, eyeing him curiously, raised an eyebrow. "And where exactly are you going?" "Just retrieving something," Lucian replied with a mysterious grin, disappearing back into the tunnel, while Percy and Clarice trudged up the stairs to join their friends. Grover, always eager to know more, looked at Percy with wide eyes. "So, what traps did you guys run into?" Percy groaned, recalling the chaotic series of events. "Well, the boat started moving, and then these Cupid statues started shooting arrows at us. The arrows turned into this golden net. And if that wasn't bad enough, we were suddenly surrounded by thousands of mechanical spiders." "Spiders?" Annabeth interrupted, covering her ears and cringing. "Nope, I'm done. I don't need to hear any more." Percy gave her a puzzled look as Talia explained. "Annabeth has arachnophobia. It's a thing all of Athena's kids have." A moment later, Lucian reappeared out of the shadows, his hands casually tucked into his pockets, a satisfied smile on his face. He hadn't bothered to take the stairs, of course, opting instead to shadow blink next to the group. "So, are we ready to go?" Talia narrowed her eyes at him. "What did you go back for?" Lucian's grin only widened. "I'm glad you asked." With a flick of his wrist, a glowing golden string materialized in his palm, thin yet radiant, thanks to his trace and projection spell. Percy, tilting his head, frowned in confusion. "What's so special about that?" Talia added. "And I thought your magic only worked on weapons?" Lucian turned to Percy first, his expression smug. "Anything crafted by the god of blacksmiths is special. Haven't you heard the story of how the god of the forge caught the war god and love goddess together?" He then looked at Talia, and, "As for you, anything can be a weapon if you know how to use it right." With a mere flick of his finger, the golden string shot out and slashed through the nearby metal railing like it was paper. The railing split in half with a clean, perfect cut. Talia let out a low whistle, impressed. Percy, still clueless, asked, "What story?" Lucian sighed, his dramatic exhale earning a chuckle from Annabeth. "Let me explain this one," she offered, stepping in to tell the tale. The god of blacksmiths discovered his wife was having an affair with the god of war. So he devised a plan. He crafted a net so fine it was invisible, and after pretending to leave on a business trip, he hid, waiting. The moment the goddess of love and god of war jumped into bed together, the net snared them both, and Hephaestus burst in with the other Olympians, shaming them in front of everyone. Percy blinked, still staring at the glowing thread in Lucian's hand. But I can still see the string. That's because it hasn't been woven into anything yet, Lucian explained. As he spoke, the golden string shimmered and began to weave itself into the shape of a sword. Once it fully formed, the sword was so finely crafted, so polished, it became invisible to the naked eye. Lucian grasped the invisible weapon, smirking as he swung it through the air. The sharp, slicing sound of the blade, cutting through the atmosphere, sent shivers through the group. "Can you stop getting stronger for, like, 5 minutes?" Talia asked dryly, her arms crossed in frustration. Lucian just grinned. "Nope." Clarice, exasperated and eager to move on, sighed. "Can we just take the shield to my father and be done with it?" She spun the shield in her hands, clearly impatient. Lucian nodded, his playful demeanor fading into something more serious. Aries should be waiting at the diner, where he gave Clarice the quest. Without warning, Lucian's shadow expanded around the group, forming a dome of darkness that enveloped them completely. For a brief moment, it felt like the world had disappeared, and then, with a soft pop, they found themselves in a completely different location. A dome of shadows materialized in front of Aries, who stood in the parking lot of a diner, leaning casually against his motorcycle. His helmet sat on the seat next to him, and his hands were stuffed into his leather jacket pockets. The dome popped, and the group reappeared, disoriented but unharmed. Grover swayed, clutching his head. "Ugh! Lucian, please warn us next time." Percy rubbed his temples, feeling as though his skin had stretched and shifted. "Does anyone else's skin feel loose? Or is it just me?" Meanwhile, Clarice approached her father, head bowed respectfully. "Father." She handed him the shield. Aries took the shield and twirled it in his hands before it transformed into a vest, which he promptly donned. He then placed a hand on Clarice's head, affectionately ruffling her hair. "Nice work, kid." Clarice couldn't help the small smile that tugged at her lips. However, Aries' gaze shifted to Percy, his expression hardening. "Oi, fish eyes. If I see you locking lips with my daughter again, you and I are gonna have a problem." "Got it." Both Percy and Clarice flushed a deep red as the rest of the group stared at them, wide-eyed. "What in Hades' name happened in that tunnel?" Talia asked, glancing back and forth between Percy and Clarice. "She was the one that kissed me." Percy blurted defensively. "Does it look like I care?" Aries barked. "Keep your fish lips away from my daughter." He turned to Clarice, shaking his head. "You can do better." Percy's face twisted in irritation. "Why does everyone keep calling me something related to a fish?" Aries, completely ignoring Percy's protest, turned his attention to the group. "See that truck over there?" He pointed across the street to an 18-wheeler with the words Kindness International, Humane Zoo Transport. Warning: live wild animals printed on the side. "That's your ride to L.A. One stop in Vegas." Talia was about to protest, but Aries lowered his sunglasses, revealing his glowing red eyes. "You're not rejecting my goodwill, are you? Not after all the trouble I went through to arrange this." Grover, panicking, jumped in before anyone could refuse. "No, we're grateful, Lord Aries. We couldn't have asked for a better ride. I love animals. This is perfect." His nervous laugh trailed off. "Good." Aries grinned, satisfied. He then grabbed a blue backpack from his shoulders and tossed it to Percy. "Here, since I'm a very generous guy, here's another bit of my goodwill." He hopped onto his motorcycle, pulling on his helmet. The engine roared to life as he pointed a finger at Percy. "Remember, fish gills, lips away from my daughter." And with that, Aries sped off, leaving a fuming Percy behind. "I can't stand that guy," Percy muttered through gritted teeth. Percy then looked at the bag in confusion and opened it, leaving him more confused. Inside was a change of clothing, $20, and a packet of Oreos. "What the hell am I supposed to do with this?" Percy shouted, grumbling in annoyance. Annabeth turned to Grover, her brow furrowed. Did you really have to agree? Now we have no choice but to get in that truck, or it'll look like we were lying to a god. Grover let out a nervous bleat, scratching the back of his head. We didn't have much of a choice. Annoying Aries any further could have ended up with us, signing our own death warrant. Lucian scoffed, his hands behind his head as he began walking toward the truck. My death warrant has no place for me to sign. Percy grabbed the back of Lucian's shirt, dragging him along as he slung the blue backpack over his shoulders. Oh, no, you don't. Since Grover agreed, we're all getting on that truck. Lucian sighed in defeat as they all made their way toward the 18-wheeler, knowing they were in for a long, bumpy ride. God damn it, does it stink in here? Lucian exclaimed, covering his nose as they all climbed into the truck. The air was thick with an awful stench, making them all wince in disgust. Apart from the foul smell, the truck's interior was pitch black, at least for everyone but Lucian. Being the son of the god of the Underworld, seeing in the dark was a passive ability, and he didn't need any light to perceive his surroundings. The others, however, were left fumbling in the dark. Percy reached into his pocket and pulled out his trusty pen. Uncapping it, the pen transformed into Riptide, his celestial bronze sword, casting a faint glow like a nightlight. In the blade's soft illumination, the scene that unfolded in front of them was far worse than they could have imagined. 3 filthy cages sat in the middle of the truck, each one housing an animal in abysmal conditions. A zebra, its once proud mane now matted with gum, stood weakly in one cage. In another, an albino lion lay, so emaciated its ribs protruded sharply through its pale fur. The last cage contained an antelope with balloons tied cruelly to its horns. All 3 animals were starving, their food nothing but an insult, turnips for the carnivorous lion, while the zebra and antelope had been given trays of rotting hamburger meat. The scene was heartbreaking. This is kindness. This is humane zoo transport. Grover bellowed in rage, referring to the label printed on the side of the truck. His fists clenched tightly, his goat legs trembling in fury. Lucian turned toward Grover, eyebrows raised. The others did the same, shocked by his uncharacteristic outburst. None of them had ever seen Grover so enraged. Suddenly, the truck lurched forward as the engine roared to life. The abrupt movement sent them all stumbling to the floor. Ugh! They grunted, struggling to stay upright as the truck swerved onto the road. Grover, still seething with anger, sat down by the cages, making small, bleating noises to soothe the animals. But the looks of sadness in their eyes told him that no amount of comfort could make up for the abuse they had suffered. We could just set them free, Annabeth suggested softly, her expression one of deep pity. We can't, Percy said, his voice low. The truck's moving. If we let them out now, they could get seriously hurt. Lucian, standing at the back of the truck, surveyed the cages and then let out a long sigh. You know what? Screw it. He straightened up. Annabeth, use your cards to clean them up. Talia, switch their food. Smart idea, Annabeth said, pulling a set of magical cards from her purple pouch. I'm on it. Talia nodded, already moving toward the animals. Clarice eyed Lucian suspiciously. And what exactly are you going to do? Lucian cracked his knuckles, a wicked smile forming on his lips, delivering some karmic justice. Before anyone could react, Lucian marched toward the front of the truck, cocking his fist back. Wait, the others shouted, realizing too late what he was about to do. With a single powerful punch, Lucian's fist slammed into the wall of the truck's cab, metal screeching as it tore open a gaping hole. The 2 truck drivers gasped in shock, swerving violently as the wall behind them buckled. "Ah!" the group yelled, struggling to stay upright as the truck jerked left and right, swaying uncontrollably across the road. The drivers, eyes wide with terror, looked back through the hole. A glowing red eye stared back at them through the darkness, and a cold voice followed. I see you, Lucian said, his voice dripping with menace. H. The drivers screamed, panic overtaking them. Lucian's shadow surged through the hole, tendrils of darkness snatching the steering wheel and pedals from their grasp. With supernatural control, the truck veered off the road, rolling to a stop at the side of the road. Lucian's shadow blinked, and in an instant, his form appeared perched on the dashboard. His eyes glowed a deep crimson, and his canines gleamed as he licked one of his fangs, smirking. "The devil has come to make you pay for your sins," he said darkly. The drivers, locked in place by fear, stared into his eyes, their bodies trembling. Suddenly, they were assaulted by visions, nightmarish, piercing through their minds like hot blades. "No, no, make it stop," one of them shrieked. I'm sorry. Please, leave me alone. I promise to be good," the other cried, sobbing uncontrollably. Lucian's fingers darkened. His hands went and grasped the drivers' necks. "Your words aren't enough," he hissed. "Here, a little curse to remind you." Darkness crawled over the drivers, their pupils turning black as they gagged and choked. Lucian released them, stepping back with a satisfied grin. "Now, get out of my sight." Without hesitation, the drivers bolted from the truck, throwing themselves out of the cab and running into the distance as if hell itself were on their heels. Lucian casually teleported back to the others, flashing them a thumbs up. "All taken care of. This truck is ours now. Let's set these animals free." The others exchanged uneasy glances, having witnessed the terrifying spectacle through the hole. Even Grover, though thankful, couldn't shake the horror of what Lucian had just done. Still, he knew Lucian had acted out thanks to their friendship. "Thanks, Lucian," Grover said, his voice filled with gratitude. Lucian slung an arm over Grover's shoulders with a grin. "Don't worry about it, G-Man. Now, let's free these animals and let you work your druid magic." After feeding the animals and cleaning up, Percy used his sword to cut open the cage. As he did, the zebra bowed toward him. "Thank you, my lord. I am in your debt," the zebra said, leaving Percy stunned. You're welcome," Percy replied, glancing at the others. "Did the zebra just talk?" "No," Clarice said, giving him a confused look. "Your father created horses. A zebra is like a cousin to them, so you're able to understand them," Annabeth explained. "Oh, I see," Percy said awkwardly. "The zebra just thank you for cleaning her mane." Annabeth chuckled and smiled. "You're very welcome," she said, addressing the zebra. Grover pulled out his reed pipes and played a soft melody. "There, I cast a satyr sanctuary. Now they'll reach the wild safely." As they were leaving, Lucian quickly conjured a small fire with his powers and threw in an offering, clasping his hands in prayer. "What did you just do?" Percy asked, still confused. "I prayed to Artemis. She's one of the goddesses of the wilderness, so she should be able to help them out," Lucian explained. "Oh, great idea." Grover nodded approvingly, watching as the animals left the truck and wandered off toward the wilderness. "So now what?" Clarice asked, looking around at the group. Lucian smirked. "Hold on tight." Suddenly, a thick fog poured out from Lucian's body, quickly filling the truck and obscuring everyone's vision. They felt the space around them shift, as if everything, including themselves, was being moved. When the fog cleared, everything had changed. They were no longer in the truck, but in a convertible. Lucian sat in the driver's seat with Annabeth on his lap, while Talia sat in the passenger seat. Percy, Grover, and Clarice were all in the back, wearing expressions of surprise. "Are you serious right now?" Annabeth asked with a deadpan expression. Lucian grinned. "Oh, I'm very serious." "How?" Percy began, looking around in disbelief. "The fog," Lucian said simply. "You know how it tricks people's perceptions? Well, I'm using it to trick the perception of the universe itself." "That doesn't really make sense," Percy said with a weary smile. "That's because you don't know magic. If you did, this would make perfect sense. Magic is all about working with the universe to manifest your imagination. I just combine my knowledge of magic with the fog. Voila! Transmutation magic, sort of." Annabeth tilted her head slightly. "I think I get it. So, someone who can use the fog but doesn't know magic couldn't do what you do because they don't know how to communicate with the universe. And vice versa, someone who knows magic but can't use the fog wouldn't be able to deceive the universe." Bingo! But it's not as easy as it looks. Deceiving the universe takes a lot of energy. The trick has to be convincing enough. If it's too ludicrous, the universe won't believe you. The best way I can explain is lie and expect to be convincing enough that the universe believes you. Lucian explained as a shadow lifted from his feet and handed him a pair of sunglasses. Buckle up, everyone. We're going to Las Vegas, Lucian declared, slipping on the sunglasses. He grinned as he heard the sound of seat belts clicking into place. As Lucian drove down the darkening road, Percy sat in the passenger seat, gripping his seatbelt so tightly his knuckles turned white. His expression was a mixture of concern and disbelief as he glanced over at Lucian. "Are you sure you know how to drive?" Percy asked cautiously, his voice tinged with doubt. Lucian smirked, a flash of amusement dancing across his face. "Yeah, don't worry. My dad taught me." Percy's eyes widened in disbelief. "Seriously?" he exclaimed, incredulous. "I can't imagine the god of the underworld teaching his son how to drive." Annabeth, who was reclining comfortably on Lucian's lap, rolled her eyes and let out a soft sigh. "He taught you how to drive a carriage, Lucian, not a car," she pointed out dryly. Lucian casually rested one arm on the windowsill while the other hand gripped the steering wheel. His expression was as laid back as ever. "They are both run by horsepower, aren't they?" he replied with a mischievous grin, clearly enjoying his little joke. Percy groaned, his eyes narrowing as he muttered under his breath, "He's going to kill us all." He slid down into his seat, his body language radiating a mixture of resignation and unease. As they approached a red light, Lucian brought the car to a smooth stop. A family van pulled up next to them, and the driver, a middle-aged man with tired eyes, drummed his fingers absently on the steering wheel. The man glanced to his left and did a double-take when he noticed Lucian behind the wheel with Annabeth casually perched on his lap. Lucian, ever aware of his surroundings, caught the man's surprised gaze. Without missing a beat, he offered the man a two-finger salute, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips as the light turned green. Lucian pulled away, leaving the stunned driver staring after them in disbelief. The hours rolled by, the sky slowly turning from dusk to night. Annabeth threw her arms into the air, letting out an exuberant shout. "Woohoo!" she cheered, the wind catching in her hair as the car sped along the empty road. But as the night deepened, one by one, everyone began to succumb to exhaustion. Annabeth and Talia eventually dozed off, leaving Lucian alone with his thoughts as he navigated the quiet streets. His mind drifted, boredom settling in as he leaned his head on his fist, his eyelids heavy. "I wonder what would happen if I just drove off to the side," he thought absent-mindedly, but quickly shook his head, chuckling inwardly at the absurdity of the idea. The next morning, they all awoke to the sound of the car being parked. Blinking the sleep from their eyes, they found themselves at a gas station, the car idling by a pump. Lucian was already outside, wearing a black turtleneck hoodie, one hand stuffed into his pocket while the other handled the gas pump. His face was mostly hidden by the high collar of the hoodie, giving him an enigmatic air as he stood in the cool morning light. "Take this time to stretch your legs, use the bathroom, and grab some snacks," Lucian said, his voice calm but plain. "We've still got a long way to go." Without argument, everyone followed his suggestion. Annabeth took charge of the snack run, heading into the gas station with a determined look, while Lucian sat against the car hood, staring blankly ahead. Talia approached him, crossing her arms as she leaned against the car beside him. "Why are you wearing that?" "It's pretty warm out," she remarked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Lucian shrugged, a smirk playing on his lips. "Got bored last night and decided to customize my clothes to pass the time," he replied nonchalantly. Talia chuckled, shaking her head in amusement. "Well, let me drive this time. You need a break. Do you happen to have a pathfinding ability like mine?" Lucian asked, raising an eyebrow in challenge. Talia rolled her eyes. "Just tell me where to turn. Relax for once," she said with a smirk. Lucian shrugged again, this time with a hint of reluctance. "If you say so." As Annabeth returned, bags of snacks in hand, Clarice followed closely behind her, hauling a few more bags from the gas station. Lucian hopped off the hood and gave Talia a look. "I'm not sitting on your lap," he said flatly. Talia's grin widened in teasing delight. "Hee hee, bummer. I was really looking forward to that part," she quipped. With that, Lucian and Talia swapped seats, and Annabeth eagerly reclaimed her spot on Lucian's lap. Everyone piled back into the car, with Percy making sure Grover sat in the middle seat as they prepared to continue their journey. The bag Aries had given them resting on Percy's lap. "Is everyone good to go?" Talia asked, her hands already on the steering wheel. "Yes, Mom," Lucian scoffed playfully. Talia shot him a sharp look, but didn't press the matter as she drove off. Lucian gave her directions while both he and Annabeth fed her snacks, the car cruising through the winding roads with the wind rushing past them. A few hours later, the group found themselves standing in front of a towering building, the bright neon sign reading the Lotus Casino in bold, glowing letters. Music thumped through the walls, barely muffled as it seeped into the street. The car's blaring music was silenced as Talia killed the engine, the air heavy with anticipation. "Is this the place you need to go to complete your quest?" Percy asked, slinging his bag over his shoulder and gazing up at the flashy building. Lucian's grin widened, a spark of excitement in his eyes. "Yup. Are we even old enough to go inside?" Clarice muttered as they approached the grand entrance, eyeing the neon lights warily. Lucian pushed open the door with a carefree shrug. "Who knows?" he said, a mischievous glint in his eyes as they stepped into the casino. Musical notes, musical note, poker face, poker face, bam, 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 but musical notes, musical note. The interior was even more extravagant than they had expected. Neon lights flickered in every direction, casting vibrant hues across the vast gaming room. It wasn't just slot machines or Pac-Man games. There were water slides that snaked around a glass elevator, a bungee-jumping bridge, and even a climbing wall. Laser tag, virtual reality suits, and hundreds of video games lined the room, each more elaborate than the last. Kids roamed the floor, but not many, and waitstaff offered every imaginable snack. A bellhop in a bright Hawaiian shirt greeted them with a wide smile. "Welcome to the Lotus Casino. Here's your room key. No extra charges, no tips. Go on up to the top floor, room 4000. If you need anything, bubbles for the hot tub, targets for the shooting range, just call the front desk. And here are your Lotus cash cards. They work everywhere in the casino." Percy tilted his head, confused. "When do these max out?" The bellhop laughed. "Good one. Anyway, enjoy your stay." As the bellhop walked away, everyone turned to Lucian expectantly. Lucian rolled his eyes. "Why are you all staring at me? Go have fun. We've got time." Percy and Grover let out excited cheers, high-fiving each other as they dashed off. Annabeth looked at Lucian curiously. "And what are you going to do?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. Lucian smirked, his eyes gleaming with mischief. "That's a surprise. Don't follow me," he said mysteriously before disappearing into the crowd. Annabeth and Talia exchanged a glance. "What do you think he's up to?" Annabeth asked, intrigued. Talia sighed, shaking her head. "Your guess is as good as mine, but knowing Lucian, he's probably up to no good." As Lucian wandered through the crowded casino, his voice took on a playful, eerie tone as he sang softly. "Where are you?" His eyes scanned the room, but with so many people around, it was hard to pinpoint who or what he was looking for. He let out a small sigh and shook his head. "Yeah, no, too many people," he muttered, realizing that searching with just his eyes would take forever. Closing his eyes, Lucian activated his clairvoyance, an ability granted to him by the Treasure Seeker potion. His vision expanded beyond his body, soaring through the casino like a phantom, darting between the patrons with ease. His sight moved swiftly, hunting for his target, until he heard a panicked voice cut through the din. "Bianca, where are you?" Lucian's eyes snapped open, a grin spreading across his face. Without a second thought, his body dissolved into a wisp of black smoke, gliding through the crowds like a shadowy specter. He reformed behind a boy in a brown flight jacket, quietly approaching with a mischievous smile. He tapped the boy lightly on the shoulder. Startled, the boy turned around, revealing his obsidian hair and eyes, his bangs half concealing his gaze. He looked up at Lucian, confused. "You're not Bianca," the boy muttered, narrowing his eyes in suspicion. "Really? What gave it away?" Lucian replied with a playful scoff, his smirk widening. The boy frowned. What do you want? Lucian shrugged casually. You looked lost, so I thought I'd help. I know where Bianca is. Follow me. His voice was smooth, almost too friendly, as if he had everything under control. The boy hesitated for a second, but then nodded, desperation evident in his eyes. My name's Nico. Yours. Lucian, he answered, glancing down at the kid with a sly grin. Cool name, Nico remarked, though his mind seemed preoccupied with other thoughts. Lucian chuckled and ruffled Nico's hair playfully. I like you already, Nico. Don't worry, we'll find Bianca. Nico's expression softened slightly as he nodded. Just, please help me find my sister. She's not far, Lucian assured him, his tone becoming more focused as they moved through the bustling crowd. Within moments, they heard a frantic voice. Nico, I told you to stop wandering off. Where did you go? Nico's face lit up as he shouted. Bianca, I'm over here. Bianca, a young girl with striking features, hurried toward them, her face a mixture of relief and irritation. She crouched down at Nico's level, scolding him gently. What did I say about running off on your own? Nico winced. I'm sorry, geez. But hey, I'm fine, right? I even met this cool guy. His name's Lucian. He gestured toward Lucian, who was now standing a few steps away, watching them with a pleasant smile. Bianca looked up at Lucian, her expression softening. Thank you for helping my brother, she said gratefully. Lucian waved it off with a casual gesture. Don't mention it. He crouched down beside them, meeting Bianca's eyes. His smile, however, held an edge of something darker. Without warning, Lucian grabbed both Nico and Bianca's hands, his grip firm, yet deceptively gentle. He looked at them with an affectionate smile, but something sinister flickered beneath his gaze. Nico, Bianca, Lucian slowly said, his voice almost tender. The siblings exchanged uneasy glances, attempting to pull their hands free, but Lucian's grip tightened. I'm going to kidnap both of you now, Lucian said calmly, his smile widening as he closed his eyes. Both siblings stared at him, their confusion quickly turning to fear. What? Bianca stammered, trying to yank her hand away. Nico added, his voice trembling. A few moments later, as Percy and Grover walked toward one of the game booths at the Lotus Casino, Grover playfully nudged Percy in the side, his tone light and teasing. So, you and Clarice, huh? You two kissed, Grover sang, drawing out the last word in a mock swoon. Percy's face flushed crimson, practically glowing from embarrassment. He grumbled, not meeting Grover's eyes. She kissed me, he muttered, his voice filled with indignation. I didn't kiss her, and it was disgusting. I'd rather lick the bathroom floor than go through that again. He scoffed, wrinkling his nose in exaggerated revulsion. Grover gave him a sidelong glance, raising an eyebrow. Isn't that a little harsh? He asked, his usual cheer dimming slightly, concern creeping into his voice. Before Percy could respond, someone bumped into him hard. He stumbled, catching himself just in time, and looked up to see none other than Clarice walking past, her expression neutral, but her hand reaching up to wipe something from her cheek. Percy's blood ran cold. Smack! Ouch! Percy exclaimed, wincing as he was smacked on the back of the head. He spun around to see Talia standing behind him, arms crossed, glaring down at him with narrowed eyes. Annabeth stood next to her, clearly unimpressed, shaking her head in disappointment. Percy opened his mouth to protest, but stopped himself, knowing exactly what this was about. He groaned internally. You guys heard that? Talia rolled her eyes, scoffing. Yeah, dipshit, we were right behind you. Maybe you should have done a quick check of your surroundings before you said something so stupid. Percy threw his hands up in exasperation. How was I supposed to know you guys were following us? I thought we split up to have fun. Fun, Annabeth echoed, her eyes narrowing in disapproval. So your idea of fun is talking behind someone's back? I seriously expected more from you, Percy. Of course not. Grover was just teasing me, and I had to say something so he wouldn't think I actually liked her. Percy protested, his voice rising defensively. I get that teasing wasn't the best move, Grover admitted, rubbing the back of his neck. But what you said was just mean, Percy. That wasn't cool. Percy's shoulders slumped, guilt settling heavily in his chest. I didn't mean to hurt her feelings, he muttered, the reality of what he'd said sinking in. Talia shot him a look, still unimpressed, her arms crossed tighter. Well, you did, genius. So you'd better go fix it. I know, Percy said softly before turning and sprinting off in the direction Clarice had disappeared. As his footsteps faded, Annabeth ruffled her hair with a sigh. Talk about a mess, she muttered under her breath. Tell me about it, Talia grumbled, shaking her head in frustration. Hey, where's Lucian? Grover asked, suddenly realizing that Lucian has been gone for a while and hasn't seen him since they had entered. Who knows? Talia shrugged. But it makes me wonder how Lucian would have reacted to all this. Annabeth chuckled lightly. Lucian? He would have punched Percy in the face without a second thought. You know how his mother raised him. Before anyone could respond, a familiar voice chimed in from behind them. Why would I punch Percy? What did he do this time? They turned to see Lucian standing behind them, holding the reins of his shadowy horse, Sebastian. On top of the horse sat two wide-eyed kids, one of them grinning ear to ear. Please help us. Bianca, the girl, pleaded, her voice filled with terror. This maniac said he's kidnapping us. He forced us on this horse and said we don't have a choice. I don't know what you're crying about. Nico, the boy, piped up, clearly enjoying himself. This dude's got a freaking horse. He can kidnap me anytime he wants. This is awesome. Annabeth gave Lucian a disbelieving look, mouthing, Lucian, what the heck? Talia, hands on her hips, fixed him with a glare. Lucian, what the hell are you doing? Lucian smirked, his expression unbothered. Didn't you hear what she said? I'm kidnapping them, obviously. I'm here willingly, Nico said, raising a hand and running his fingers through Sebastian's shadowy mane with a fascinated look. Annabeth raised an eyebrow. And the real answer? Lucian let out an exaggerated sigh. All right, fine. I needed cash, so I figured I'd sell them off to the highest bidder. Settle some debts. What? Nico gasped, eyes wide with betrayal. Seriously, dude? I trusted you. I was even going to show you my rare and limited collection of Mythomagic cards. Why would you trust him in the first place? Bianca snapped, glaring at her brother. He literally said he was kidnapping us. Annabeth facepalmed, muttering Lucian in a warning tone. Lucian let out a long-suffering sigh. Fine, fine. They're part of the reason my dad sent me on this quest. Meet Bianca and Nico, children of Hades. My little siblings. What? They all exclaimed at once, Bianca and Nico's eyes growing wide with shock as they stared at Lucian. Nico threw his hands in the air, grinning like a maniac. Whoa, I have an older brother. Meanwhile, Clarice stood alone in the dimly lit bathroom, staring at her reflection in the mirror. She splashed water on her face, the cool liquid dripping down her cheeks. What the hell am I doing? She muttered, frustration boiling beneath the surface. His stupid words shouldn't have hurt me like that. I've been through worse. I mean, look who my father is, for crying out loud. She grabbed a paper towel, rubbing her face dry before crumpling it in her hands. With a huff, she tossed it into the trash and stalked out of the bathroom, her fists clenched. As she stepped outside, she found Percy leaning awkwardly against the wall, waiting for her. Clarice, can we talk? He asked cautiously. Without a word, she turned and swung, her fist connecting with his face. Percy yelped, clutching his eye in pain. Go lick the bathroom floor for all I care, Jackson. That's why you're here, right? She snapped, turning to walk away. Okay, I deserve that. Percy winced, still holding his eye. But can we talk? I really want to apologize properly. Clarice paused, her back still to him, her shoulders tense. She turned, her expression cold. I don't care. We'll find a master bolt, finish this stupid quest, and after that, we'll never have to speak to each other again. You stay away from me, and I'll stay away from you. She turned to leave again, her voice hard. Percy's next words stopped her in her tracks. I'm going to be betrayed. Clarice froze, her brow furrowing in confusion. What? Percy let out a heavy sigh. There's more to the prophecy, something I haven't told anyone yet. It says I'll be betrayed by someone I consider a friend. And you're telling me this why? Clarice asked, her voice laced with irritation. Because I want to be honest with you, Percy said softly, his gaze earnest. When I say I'm sorry for what I said earlier, I mean it. I'm being completely honest. Clarice blinked, her mind racing, then realization dawned on her. That's why you chose me, isn't it? You thought I was so awful, so disgusting, that we'd never be friends. It's not like that, Percy admitted, looking away, his expression guilty. But yes, part of me thought you were the safest option to avoid the prophecy. You always said we weren't friends, and I believed you. I thought I was outsmarting the prophecy. Clarice stared at him, anger and something else swirling in her chest. And now? Percy gave her a small, awkward smile, his one good eye full of sincerity. Now I realize that I've come to care about you more than I ever expected. And I'm sorry for the way I hurt you. Nico practically had stars in his eyes as he gazed at Lucian with a look of pure hope. Are you really our brother? He asked, his voice trembling slightly. Bianca, on the other hand, narrowed her eyes in confusion, scrutinizing Lucian's face. Can you prove that you're our brother? She demanded, her tone more skeptical than hopeful. Lucian smirked, a knowing gleam in his eyes. Without a word, he raised his hands, and from his shadow, dark tendrils rose like serpents. The shadows coiled around Nico and Bianca, gently lifting them off their feet, causing them to dismount from Sebastian, as the creature vanished into the inky depths of the shadows. Whoa, how are you doing that? Nico exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Earlier, Sebastian had appeared behind them, silent as a shadow, scooping them up onto his back without them even noticing. Does that answer your question? Lucian asked, raising an eyebrow, his voice laced with amusement. Nico shook his head, laughing breathlessly. No. Bianca crossed her arms, still floating in midair. You know, how does that even prove anything? Lucian lowered them gently back to the ground, the shadows retreating beneath his feet like obedient pets. In all seriousness, how did you do that? Bianca pressed, her eyebrows knitted in disbelief. Annabeth, Talia, Grover, and Lucian exchanged glances, their expressions mirroring one another's confusion. Do you think they're like Percy? Grover asked, his voice hushed, unaware of what they really are. That seems to be the case, Annabeth muttered, her voice thoughtful. Lucian slapped his palm to his forehead, groaning internally. For fuck's sake. That's right, they had their memories wiped. The river Lethe, he'd almost forgotten the detail of their tragic past, how their memories had been cleansed to spare them the pain of witnessing their mother's death. Damn it, I should have remembered that. Lucian's expression softened, his gaze settling on the two confused siblings. Tell me, what do you actually know about your parents? He asked, a small frown tugging at the corners of his mouth. Nico and Bianca shared a glance, their faces troubled. Bianca sighed, her shoulders drooping slightly. Not much, just that they're both dead, she said quietly. For some reason, we can't remember them clearly. A lawyer told us they were gone and that they left us a trust fund, which is why we've been able to stay in such a nice place. Lucian's smirk returned, though it was tempered by something more serious. Nico, you said you collect mythomagic cards, right? Who did I say was your father? Nico blinked, his mind working to keep up with the rapid shift in conversation. You said we were the son and daughter of Hades, but what does... His eyes widened as realization slammed into him like a freight train. Oh my God, is he really our father? That explains the shadow powers. Do I have those too? Nico nearly shouted, his hands grabbing at his head in pure shock. Bianca looked at her brother, baffled by his sudden outburst. What are you? Before she could finish her question, Nico grabbed her by the white sweater, shaking her back and forth. Don't you get it, Bianca? Dad's name is Hades. Hades. He's the freaking Greek god of the underworld. That means our father is a god. Do I get my own shadow horse? His voice pitched higher in excitement as he turned back to Lucian, eyes sparkling. Please tell me being Hades' son means I get a shadow horse. Our father is a god? Bianca echoed in disbelief, her skeptical gaze shifting back to Lucian. Lucian, still smirking, pointed downward. Bianca and Nico followed his finger to the ground. Lucian's shadow expanded, dark and ominous, before hundreds of glowing eyes began to appear within it. Monstrous, predatory eyes from all the creatures he had hunted in his entire livelihood. Bianca shivered, a cold chill running down her spine. Meanwhile, Nico's eyes lit up with fascination. "So cool," he whispered, his voice awed. "But if our father is a god," Bianca said, her voice gaining strength as her confusion deepened, "why would he abandon us? It's been months since we've seen him. He sends this lawyer to check on us, but that's it. Why lie and say he's dead?" "To protect you," Annabeth interjected, her tone firm. She stepped forward, taking the lead. "That's probably also why you don't have your memories. He wanted to keep you safe, hidden from the dangers of the supernatural world. He likely had your memories wiped with the river Lethe, because the less you know, the safer you are." Nico and Bianca's faces fell, shock washing over them as they processed the revelation that their father had taken their memories for their own protection. "But I don't understand," Talia said, her brow furrowing. "Why would Hades hide them away and not Lucian?" Lucian turned to Annabeth and answered her question with another question. "Where are we?" "The Lotus." Annabeth froze mid-sentence, her eyes widening in realization. She rushed over to Bianca, grabbing her arm with a serious expression. "Answer me honestly. What do you think it is?" Bianca tilted her head, confused. 1942, why?" Annabeth's face paled. "Lucian, you idiot. Didn't it occur to you to mention this earlier?" she snapped, glaring at him. Lucian merely shrugged, unbothered by her outburst. "You took too long to figure out. Come on, Annabeth, you're smarter than that." Grover's eyes widened, connecting the dots. "Then this means—" "Yes," Annabeth muttered grimly, her voice tense with urgency. "We need to find Percy. Now, if we don't, he might miss the deadline, and we'll lose our chance to stop the war." Clarice crossed her arms, scoffing at Percy's apology. She was about to turn and leave when she noticed Percy struggling to say what was on his mind. I didn't mean what I said to Grover earlier," Percy began, his voice quieter now. "I said it to create distance between us. The farther apart we were, the less chance I had of being hurt. But in trying to protect myself, I ended up hurting you instead. And for that, I'm truly sorry." Clarice's face softened slightly, caught off guard by Percy's sincerity. Before she could say anything, Percy muttered to himself, "I also didn't mean it when I said I'd rather kiss the bathroom floor than you." Clarice's eyes narrowed at that, but before she could snap back, Percy seemed to come to a decision. Letting out a sigh, his shoulders slumped in defeat. "Oh, whatever," he grumbled. Then, in a swift motion, Percy grabbed her arm and pulled her close. "Wah!" Clarice gasped, but Percy silenced her with a kiss, holding it for a few seconds before pulling back slightly. Clarice stood frozen, her face turning beet red as she processed what had just happened. Percy licked his lips with a smirk. "See? I didn't hate it. Quite the opposite, actually." Clarice's blush deepened, her mind racing to form a response when slow clapping interrupted them. They both turned, wide-eyed, to see Lucian and the others standing there in disbelief. Lucian was the one clapping, a devilish grin on his face. Now, this is cinema. Talk about a spicy telenovela. "Punch!" "Ah!" Percy cried out as Clarice's fist connected with his other eye. His face scrunched in pain as he stumbled back, clutching his face. "What the hell was that for? I understood the first time, but why the second one? No one told you to kiss me, you gross bastard." Clarice spat to the side and scrubbed furiously at her lips as if trying to erase the memory. "Oh, but it's okay when you suddenly grab me and kiss me. But when I do it, I'm gross." Percy's face was a mix of indignation and disbelief. "Yes, ABS so freaking lootly." "Hey!" Lucian shouted, raising his voice above the chaos and slapping his hands over Nico's ears. "There are children present, so no cursing will be tolerated." Everyone fell silent, their eyes wide as they turned toward Lucian in shock. They had never seen him lose his composure like this. Nico, looking lost, blinked around at everyone with Lucian's hands still clamped protectively over his ears. Talia scoffed. a smirk tugging at the corner of her lips. Lucian, you're the one who curses the most out of all of us. Lucian shot her a deadpan look. Fine, I'll tone it down. For now. Ignoring them, Nico pointed at Percy and snickered. You look like a panda. The group stifled their laughter, their eyes fixed on Percy's two blackened eyes. Percy sighed, his expression a mixture of irritation and acceptance, before he turned to Lucian. Who's he? Lucian straightened with a proud grin, gesturing to the two figures standing beside him. These two are the reasons for my quest. Meet my siblings. Percy and Clarice's expressions shifted to one of surprise, but before they could comment, Annabeth cleared her throat. All right, now that we're all introduced, we need to get moving, she said, her tone sharp and urgent. Introduced? Bianca raised an eyebrow, crossing her arms. I only know Lucian's name, and he's supposedly our brother. Not supposedly. I am your brother, Lucian replied, his gaze steady. Bianca raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. Saying Hades is our father and showing off your shadow powers doesn't exactly prove anything. Without a word, Lucian pulled out his phone, scrolling until he found a photo he'd secretly taken of Hades. He held it up to her. Bianca leaned in, scrutinizing the image. She looked at Lucian as if he were an overenthusiastic child. Have you forgotten? We don't have memories of our parents. Lucian clenched his fist and let out a frustrated grunt, then held his phone next to Nico's face. See? Nico is practically an exact replica of our father. Bianca sighed, giving a small nod. Yeah, I see it. And even though I don't remember him, there's this strange sadness when I look at that picture. Annabeth, eager to keep them on track, interrupted. Like I said, we're out of time. Bianca, Nico, this is Talia, Grover, Percy, Clarice, and me, Annabeth. Now that introductions are done, let's move. What's the rush? Percy asked, his brow furrowed as he glanced at Annabeth. She turned to him, her face tense. Time passes differently here. While it feels like we've only been here a short while, days have already passed. If we don't get back soon, we risk missing our chance to complete the quest, which could trigger a war among the three gods. What? Clarice, Percy, and Bianca shouted simultaneously. What do you mean time passes differently here? Bianca's voice was tinged with shock. Annabeth looked from Bianca to Nico, her expression softening. You might think it's still 1942, but it's actually 2006. Both Bianca and Nico paled, Bianca instinctively pulling her brother close. Come on, Nico, she said hurriedly. We need to leave right now. Huh? What? Nico asked, bewildered. We need to pack. Immediately. I'll help them. Meet us outside, Lucian said as he quickly followed Bianca and Nico back inside. Outside, Percy looked over his shoulder, feeling an odd sense of confusion. He noticed that Aries' blue backpack, which he was sure he'd discarded earlier, was once again strapped securely on his shoulder. Before he could question it, the door opened, and Lucian appeared with Bianca and Nico in tow. The two siblings gazed around as if seeing the world anew. Lucian tapped his phone, and the date on the screen changed to read June 19th. We have 2 days until the summer solstice. 2 days? We've wasted so much time. Percy's voice was panicked, and he ran a hand through his hair. Annabeth, make a card to suppress our scent. With 5 kids from the big 3, we'll be a magnet for every monster out there, Lucian ordered, striding over to their car. On it, Annabeth reached in her pouch, pulling out a phoenix feather and a small card. With quick, graceful strokes, she wrote, Field of Suppressing Scent. The card glowed briefly before she tucked it into her pocket. Lucian climbed into the car, and with a wave of his hand, the car's shape morphed into a large SUV. Did no one else just see him change the car? Nico asked, looking around in confusion. Monsters, Bianca repeated, her voice barely above a whisper, eyes wide. Lucian rolled down the window. Everyone get in. Annabeth ushered them forward. We'll explain everything on the way. Just follow us. They all piled into the SUV, buckling up as Annabeth took a head count. Is everyone ready? WOHO. Let's go fight some monsters. Nico shouted, his excitement bubbling over. Everyone slowly turned, their expressions a mix of amusement and disbelief, causing Nico to shrink in his seat, his cheeks flushing. What? Bianca sighed, shaking her head. So, where exactly are we going? Santa Monica Beach, Lucian answered, starting the engine. Percy's father wants him to go there. His father? Nico's eyes sparkled with fascination as he glanced around at everyone. Wait, does that mean everyone here is a child of one of the 12 Olympian gods? Talia, deciding to play the role of teacher, leaned forward. Yep, but just a heads up, be careful about mentioning the gods by name. Names have power, and angering a god can backfire. She went on, introducing each of them as she was his daughter. She was the one with the least likely to anger a god. I'm the daughter of Zeus. Percy here is the son of Poseidon. Lucian is the son of Hades. Annabeth is Athena's daughter. Clarice is the daughter of Aries. And Grover here is a satyr. This is the greatest day of my life, Nico murmured, a look of pure joy on his face. I see. So you must be the strongest here, since you're the daughter of the ruler of Olympus, right? Bianca asked Talia cautiously, as if already instinctively fearing Zeus's wrath. Talia sighed, a hint of frustration in her expression. You'd think so, right? But not exactly. Seriously? Nico's eyes widened in surprise. Then who's the strongest? Annabeth's gaze shifted to Lucian, her voice carrying a mix of admiration and respect. You two are lucky. In this generation, there's no demigod stronger than Lucian. He's practically our generation's Hercules. The car ride towards Santa Monica stretched until sunset, bathing the sky in a gradient of deepening oranges and purples. Lucian, Annabeth, and Talia took the opportunity to answer every question Nico and Bianca had about life as demigods, and even more about Lucian himself. By the time the car pulled up to the beach, Nico and Bianca had come to genuinely admire their half-brother. The group exited the car and gathered by its front, where the salty breeze greeted them. Lucian leaned against the hood, his hands in his sweater pockets, while Percy turned to face the ocean, silhouetted by the fading light. I'll be back, Percy said, his voice firm yet uncertain, as he strode forward, stepping into the water until he was fully submerged, disappearing beneath the waves. Nico, eyes wide with curiosity, turned to Lucian. So, when can we do the things you do? Like moving through shadows and all that? Lucian chuckled. You already can, in a way. But if you want, I can help you find where your ability's power is centered. It'll make it easier for you to tap into it. Yes, please. Nico and Bianca chorused, excitement flickering in their eyes. Stepping closer, Lucian placed a hand on each of their midsections, his touch gentle yet firm. This might feel weird, and, fair warning, it's going to hurt. Before they could respond, a pulling, twisting sensation shot through Nico and Bianca's stomachs. They doubled over, clutching their torsos as if a knot were tightening within, drawing something unseen from deep inside them. They gritted their teeth, the discomfort slowly fading. That feeling, Lucian explained, his voice steady, is what it's like to access your abilities. Normally, it's less painful and more, well, unnatural. He stopped abruptly, a chill running down his spine, as if an icy hand had brushed the back of his neck. He shivered involuntarily and glanced around, seeing the others react in the same way, holding their arms against the sudden cold. Lucian's gaze landed on Bianca, eyes wide with a mix of disbelief. What? Bianca asked, looking around at the others, who were giving her similar looks of astonishment. There's no F. Lucian caught himself, glancing at Nico and muttering, flipping way. You actually have that ability. I call a bull. BS. Annabeth smirked at his struggle. Having a hard time, Lucian. I'm dying over here, he muttered back, leaning slightly toward her with an exaggerated groan. What ability? Bianca asked, her brow furrowing as she looked between them. Lucian cleared his throat, choosing his words carefully. Apart from usual powers like shadow manipulation, fear inducement, spirit communication, and bone summoning that most children of Hades have, there's one ability, extremely rare, that even I struggle to use, the aspect of coldness. It's something I barely touch on myself, because, well, I'm kind of terrible at it. I'm honestly jealous, he admitted, a hint of exasperation slipping through. Talk about unfair. Talia scoffed, crossing her arms. I don't want to hear that from you, Mr. Walking Cheat Code. Bianca's eyes widened in awe as she examined her hands, almost expecting to feel the power coursing through them. Really? She murmured, more to herself than anyone else. Nico looked at her, equally impressed. Wow, Bianca, that's amazing. She puffed her chest with pride, basking in her little brother's admiration. Nico, now hopeful, raised his hand. What about me? Do I have that ability? We all kind of do, in a way, Lucian said thoughtfully. But for Bianca, it's different. It comes naturally. Think of it like this. We all share similar powers, but some abilities will just feel more instinctive for certain people. Before Nico could ask more, the sound of moving water caught their attention. Percy emerged from the sea, his expression pensive, holding 3 glistening orbs in his hands. The group turned toward him, anticipation thick in the air. So, I met the water spirit, the one I encountered by the river last time. Percy began, his voice steady. She said she serves in my dad's court. Apparently, gods aren't supposed to show favoritism toward their kids, only influence. She also knows about our journey to the Underworld. She gave me these orbs and told me that if we ever need help, to smash one by our feet. And that's about it. By the time Percy finished, the sun had dipped below the horizon, blanketing the beach in the deep blues of early night. Their only source of light came from the car's headlights, casting long shadows across the sand. Percy turned to Lucian, his expression serious. It's time. We need to go to the Underworld. Lucian sighed, rolling his eyes slightly. You don't have to say it so ominously. He opened the driver's side door. All right, everyone hop in. The group piled back into the car, the earlier excitement tempered with a tinge of unease. Bianca, sitting beside Nico, fidgeted with her hands, her eyes distant. So, how exactly do we get to the Underworld? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Though eager to meet her father, a hint of anxiety colored her tone. Since I'm technically bringing uninvited, living guests, we'll have to go through the main entrance, Lucian explained, his gaze fixed on the road ahead. He offered them a reassuring smile in the rearview mirror. Don't worry, you'll see when we get there. With that, they pulled away from the beach, merging onto the empty road that led to their fateful destination. It was nearly midnight when Lucian and the others arrived at a building with a large, neon-lit sign that read, DOA Recording Studio. The building looked mundane enough from the outside. Bianca shot Lucian a deadpan look, crossing her arms. Are you serious? Grover shifted nervously, glancing between Lucian and the sign. This is really the entrance to the Underworld. Clarice groaned, too exhausted to care. Whatever. Let's just get this over with. They all stepped through the glass doors into the lobby, with Lucian leading the way to the security guard's desk. The lobby was sleek and modern, all polished marble and chrome. Sitting atop a raised podium was the guard, tall and elegant, with deep chocolate-colored skin, bleached blonde hair cut military style, and tortoise-shell shades hiding his eyes. He wore a crisp silk suit that matched his hair, a black rose pinned to his lapel just beneath a silver name tag that read Sharon. Sharon, my man. Lucian greeted him, raising his hand for a dab up. Still pulling the long hours, I see. Sharon looked up, lowering his shades just enough to eye Lucian over the frames. Oi, young prince, mate, what did we say about disturbing me during my shift? His British accent was as sharp as his suit, every word crisp and laced with dry humor. Lucian grinned and slipped into an exaggerated British accent. But surely I'm not interrupting your late-night biscuits and crumpets break, am I? Sharon huffed, but there was a glint of amusement in his eyes. Nice to see you're still a cheeky prick. And it's nice to see you still have no respect for your superiors. Lucian teased back, barely hiding his smirk. The others exchanged glances, bewildered by the oddly friendly banter. Annabeth and Talia, however, seemed entertained, small smiles tugging at their lips. Sharon finally straightened, resting his hands on the desk. So, what can I do for you, young prince? Let me guess, This'll cost me a nice stack of drachmas. Lucian raised an eyebrow, feigning insult. Come on, I got you that raise. That should set me up for life. Can't you help a guy out? Not that it isn't appreciated, mate, but that's old news, Sharon shot back, rubbing his fingers together in the universal symbol for cash. We live in the present, and I have taxes to think about. Besides, they're alive as the Queen of England. Taking the living across costs a bit extra, I'm afraid. Lucian chuckled and leaned in, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Or I could just tell my dad that you're keeping him from meeting his other kids. You know, he's been anxiously waiting. Who knows? Might even consider firing you for your greed. Sharon paused, blinking as he finally took a closer look at Nico and Bianca. His eyes widened in recognition. Bloody hell, mate. Low with that next time, would you? Are you trying to get me killed? Lucian leaned back, arms crossed smugly. So, do we still have to pay? Sharon sighed in exasperation, but waved a hand dismissively. It's on the house, you bloody extortionist. But you owe me a good word with Lord Hades. No one says no to a second raise, yeah? Now, come along, little godlings. He slid off his desk and began leading them down a hallway, the polished floors beneath their feet giving way to an ominous, shadow-filled passageway. As they followed Sharon, the atmosphere changed, growing colder and heavier with each step. The sounds of the lobby faded, replaced by the distant echoes of whispers and soft wails that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. They reached a door marked "Employees Only," and Sharon unlocked it with a dramatic flair. Beyond it was a narrow passage that led down to the murky banks of the River Styx. An ancient ferry waited in the gloom. Sharon gestured them toward the ferry. All aboard, little godlings, he said, sounding half resigned, half amused. Mind your step, and watch out for the occasional soul or two floating by, bit grabby, those ones. He gave Lucian a knowing look. And remember, young prince, you owe me. Lucian smirked, but gave a nod of gratitude. Wouldn't have it any other way. As they descended into the underworld, a strange transformation overtook Sharon. His form began to shift, his tailored suit melting away, replaced by a dark, tattered robe that draped over him like shadows spilling into the air. His face grew translucent, revealing the ghostly hollows beneath, and his wire-rimmed glasses dissolved, leaving behind two empty orbs, deep and dark as the abyss. As Lucian, Annabeth, and Talia settled into the boat, an eerie chill settled over them, the stillness pressing in like the heavy presence of death itself, making them almost forget they were still among the living. Nico stumbled into the boat, instinctively clutching Lucian's sleeve as his body shook with a sense of dread, and surprisingly, Bianca gravitated toward Lucian, clinging to him for reassurance, as if it were second nature. It's so polluted, Percy muttered, eyes fixed on the murky, oily waters. The river Styx sloshed thickly beneath them, filled with bones, dead fish, cracked plastic dolls, and torn scraps of paper that floated on its black surface, remnants of forgotten dreams and discarded wishes. Percy noticed Clarice standing stiffly near the edge, hands gripping the boat's side with white-knuckled intensity as though she feared tumbling into the river. Without thinking, Percy reached over, covering her hand with his own. Clarice flinched, her eyes flashing with irritation, but when she met Percy's gaze, her expression softened. She turned her hand, pressing her palm against his, leaning closer to him as if he were an anchor grounding her to life. Sharon let out a low, scornful laugh. Of course, the river Styx is polluted. For centuries, humans have tossed in everything they wish to forget, hopes, dreams, promises never kept. It's a dumping ground of mortal carelessness, he said, rowing with a quiet strength that disturbed only the top layer of the Styx's dark surface. Finally, the shadowed shoreline of the underworld emerged from the mist. Jagged rocks and black volcanic sand stretched out from the water's edge, leading up to a high stone wall that loomed in both directions, vanishing into the dim horizon. As they disembarked, a distant howl echoed through the dense fog, chilling them to the bone. Sharon chuckled ominously, his voice gravelly. Someone's hungry. Good luck, little godlings. And remember, little prince, he added, nodding to Lucian, put in a good word for me. With that, Sharon began to row backward into the fog, his eerie laughter lingering in the air long after he disappeared. As they made their way past the shore, they came upon a fork in the path leading in 3 different directions. Lucian, walking ahead, turned to the group, his expression serious. Cover your ears. Annabeth and Talia obeyed instantly, but Nico and the others hesitated, casting him puzzled looks. Huh, why should we? Nico asked, eyebrows raised. Lucian sighed, rolling his eyes. Just trust me. Cover your ears unless you want them ringing for days. With a shrug, Nico and the rest followed suit, hands pressed over their ears. Lucian took a deep breath, filling his lungs, and brought his fingers to his mouth. He blew an ear-piercing whistle that echoed across the barren landscape, so loud that even with their ears covered, the group winced at the sharpness of the sound. Birds and other unseen creatures scattered in the distance, frightened off by the sheer force of the call. As the last echoes faded, Bianca eyed Lucian curiously. What was that about? Lucian smirked, crossing his arms and looking ahead. You'll see soon enough. Talia took a step back, glancing at the others. I wouldn't stand too close to him if I were you. Just then, the ground began to shake, sending tremors through their legs. Nico and Bianca stumbled, falling onto the black sand, panic flaring in their eyes. What's happening? Nico shouted, struggling to regain his footing. Is it an earthquake? Bianca asked, her voice trembling. Annabeth grinned knowingly. It's something scarier. The tremors grew stronger, punctuated by the sounds of snapping trees and thunderous footsteps approaching at breakneck speed. Out of the swirling mist, a monstrous figure charged toward them, each of its heavy paws pounding against the ground with the weight of a thunderclap. Ah! Nico, Bianca, and Grover shrieked, paralyzed by the sight. A gigantic, 3-headed hound bounded into view, each head bearing a long, slobbering tongue that flapped in the rush of wind. Lucian held out a steady hand, commanding the beast's attention. Cerberus skidded to a halt just before him, sending a wave of sand cascading over the group in a choking cloud. They coughed, brushing the sand from their faces, and when the dust cleared, they saw Cerberus sitting obediently, its 3 heads panting with unrestrained excitement. Its tail wagged so fast it sent small bursts of sand flying behind it. Lucian spread his arms, grinning widely. Papa's home. Without warning, Cerberus lunged forward, licking Lucian with all 3 of its enormous tongues, covering him in a thick layer of slobber. Lucian laughed, wiping his face in mock disgust. Ugh, I appreciate the love, big guy, but that's a bit much. The 3 heads whimpered, their ears drooping in disappointment, which only made Lucian sigh fondly. Ah, I can't stay mad at you, you big softies. Come here. He wrapped his arms around each head in turn, petting and cooing. Who's a good boy? Is it you? Maybe it's you? Or you? Yes, you're all such good boys. He punctuated his words with kisses on each snout, baby-talking the enormous hound without a hint of fear. Percy and the others exchanged horrified glances, unsure which was more unsettling, the monstrous 3-headed hound or Lucian's doting, affectionate behavior. Bianca raised an eyebrow, muttering under her breath. This is supposed to be the strongest demigod of our generation? Ruro Raggy, Lucian said, his voice dropping into a perfect Scooby-Doo impression, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he scratched behind the ears of the massive, 3-headed dog. Looks like all 3 of you have been good boys. Lucian, Talia called out, a touch of exasperation in her voice. Lucian looked over, still enthusiastically petting each of Cerberus' heads, but he caught her unimpressed expression. Her raised eyebrows clearly said, Can we get this over with? All right. Sorry, I got a little carried away. Clearing his throat, Lucian gestured grandly at the towering, hulking guardian beside him. Everyone, meet Spots, the most formidable guard dog of the Underworld. He turned to Cerberus, patting the middle head with affection. Spots, meet some new friends I picked up along the way. Nico's eyes sparkled with excitement as he took in the enormous hound. Can I pet him? Lucian smirked and nodded. Go ahead, he doesn't bite. Nico stepped forward cautiously, extending his small hand toward the middle head, gaze fixed upward with awe. As he reached out, Bianca hesitated, her brow furrowed with worry, but Lucian gave her a reassuring look, and she held back. Cerberus leaned down, his middle snout sniffing Nico's outstretched palm. Slowly, Cerberus pressed his nose into Nico's hand, allowing him to stroke the wet snout that was letting out steam of air. This is the best day of my life, Nico murmured, his face lighting up as he carefully petted Cerberus, who rumbled contentedly. Lucian chuckled, looking back at the group. Everyone, buckle up because this bad boy's going to be our ride to the Underworld. Cerberus let out a soft whimper, his ears flattening. One of his heads nudged Lucian gently, while the other two lowered in a sad display. Oh no, I didn't mean bad boy like that. Lucian protested, realizing his choice of words had hurt the enormous creature's feelings. But it was too late. Cerberus was on the ground, covering one head with a massive paw and letting out small, pitiful whines. You're a good boy. The best boy, Lucian said emphatically, scratching each head affectionately to reassure his statement. No, the greatest boy in all the realms. Cerberus's mood brightened immediately. He leapt back up, tail wagging so hard it could have knocked down some of the signs, each head bearing a wide, toothy grin. As Lucian grinned, amused by the giant dog's joy, Annabeth pulled out her phone and turned to Talia, showing her the screen with a mischievous smile. Talia's eyes widened in realization, and she nodded, sharing the grin as they approached Lucian from behind. Each tapped him on the shoulder. He turned around, confused. What's up, you two? Without a word, Annabeth and Talia moved to either side of him, both leaning in and planting a big old kiss on his cheeks. Happy birthday, Lucian! They chimed together. Lucian froze, his face blank with surprise. Wait, is today really my birthday? Annabeth held up her phone, showing him the time. 12 a.m., June 20th. The moment the clock struck midnight. 13 years ago, Lucian was born. Wait, is it really your birthday? Bianca asked, her eyes narrowing slightly. How old are you turning? Not turning. I am 13 now, Lucian replied proudly, his chest puffing out a bit. Damn it. Bianca clicked her tongue, then turned, kicking at the sand with a huff. Everyone gave her puzzled looks, causing her to blush and clear her throat. She quickly explained, when he called himself our older brother, I thought he was joking. He doesn't look any older than I did. I didn't think he was actually older than me. Lucian leaned in closer, cupping his ear with a smug grin. Bianca sighed, knowing exactly what he wanted. Her shoulders slumped, but a tiny smile crept onto her face as she shook her head in resignation. With a roll of her eyes, she muttered, I'm only saying this once because it's your birthday. Otherwise, don't even think about it. Happy birthday, big brother. Lucian's grin grew wider, and he broke away from the group, throwing his arms into a little celebratory dance, even punching the air in triumph. Bianca looked back at Talia and Annabeth, her expression tinged with confusion. Talia chuckled and explained, Lucian's a big family guy. He's always won a large family. You might not realize it, but you just made him really happy by acknowledging him as your older brother. Really? I couldn't tell, Bianca replied dryly, though she couldn't help but feel a bit warmed by Lucian's obvious joy. When he returned, the others chimed in, offering their own congratulations and birthday wishes. Even Cerberus, towering above them, gave Lucian a slobbering lick. Laughing, Lucian climbed on Cerberus' massive back and, glancing around at his friends, said with a mischievous glint, What are you all standing around for? We've got a war to stop and a world to save. They rolled their eyes in unison. Without missing a beat, Lucian used his shadow manipulation powers to lift everyone and gently set them atop Cerberus beside him. Gripping onto the massive creature's fur, Lucian mimicked pulling an imaginary train whistle. All aboard the Cerberus Express. Next stop, Underworld Grand Tour. With a powerful bound, Cerberus charged forward, his thunderous steps echoing through the vast, dimly lit caverns of the underworld. Lucian pointed out sights along the way, giving an impromptu tour. They soon stopped in front of a towering, jagged mountain. "And now, my favorite attraction," Lucian announced with a gleeful grin. He gestured at a lone figure, Sisyphus, who was struggling to push a massive boulder up the steep slope. "Just wait for it." The man pushed with all his might, nearing the top, only to stumble over a tiny pebble at the last second. The boulder rolled free, crashing back down the mountain as Sisyphus chased after it with frantic arms outstretched. "Ah-ha-ha! Every time!" Lucian roared with laughter, clutching his stomach. His laughter echoed, filling the cavernous space as the others looked on, slightly disturbed. "Ally asterisk going to kill you." Annabeth gave him a sidelong glance. "You know, it's a little unsettling how much you enjoy that." Lucian wiped tears from his eyes, sighing contentedly. "What can I say? It cracks me up every time. I could watch this all day." Percy cleared his throat, glancing at the others. "So, can we maybe, I don't know, keep moving?" Lucian sighed, disappointed. "I suppose you're right. All right then, let's go." "Yip, Cerberus." As they made their way past the fields of punishment, asphodel meadows, and finally the Elysium fields, the mood began to change. The air grew heavier and the shadows darker. Suddenly, something broke free from Lucian's shadow, a pair of winged basketball shoes, zooming up before them and darting off toward a vast, foreboding pit in the distance. "Yo, bro, your shoes are flying away," Nico pointed out, looking slightly amused. "Lucian, please tell me that's you controlling them," Talia said, her voice edged with worry. Lucian looked down, his mouth pressing into a tight line. He shook his head, his expression grim. "Oh, Luke, what have you done?" Annabeth whispered, her face clouded with sadness. Seeing the weight of the moment, Percy's eyes widened as he pieced it together. Clarice and Grover exchanged alarmed looks, both realizing the implications. "Those shoes, they were meant for you to wear, Percy," Grover said, turning to Percy with shock. "Yeah, but as we got in the van, Lucian offered to take them off my hands and put them in his shadow," Percy replied, glancing at Lucian with dawning gratitude. Clarice turned to him as well. "You knew exactly what those shoes would do. That's why you took them." Grover nodded solemnly. The shoes, they were designed to carry him straight into Tartarus. "Why would Luke?" Percy started, his eyes wide with realization as he looked to Clarice, who nodded, her face etched with understanding. "The prophecy," they both muttered. "Luke's the traitor destined to betray me," Percy said, his voice barely above a whisper, running a hand through his hair in disbelief. "The prophecy? What prophecy?" Annabeth asked, looking between them with narrowed eyes. Percy was keeping part of the prophecy to himself, Clarice revealed. It mentioned he would be betrayed by someone he considered friend. "What?" Grover, Annabeth, and Talia exclaimed in unison. "And you didn't think that was worth sharing?" Annabeth shouted, her eyes blazing. Percy spun toward them, his own anger flaring. "Like you guys are one to talk. You don't even look surprised. You all knew, didn't you? You look sad, not shocked. You knew Luke was a traitor. The pit, that's where our grandfather is, right? If Luke tried to send me there, that means he's working with him. And you all knew, but you didn't bother to tell me." Clarice's eyes widened as the realization struck her. He's the lightning thief. Luke stole the master bolt from Olympus. Percy's face twisted in anger. "But you knew that, didn't you? All of you." Talia's gaze dropped. It's not that simple, Percy. Not that simple." Percy's voice shook with fury. "You knew who the real traitor was. Because of that, I had to pay the price. You know my mom is being held prisoner, right? They took her because you didn't turn him in." Talia's voice was thick with emotion as she replied. "They would have killed him, Percy. Do you understand? If we told the gods about Luke, my father wouldn't have hesitated. They'd have executed him on the spot. After everything we've been through with Luke, we had no choice." Annabeth nodded, gripping the fur of Cerberus tightly, her voice breaking slightly. "We're sorry, Percy. We had no idea this would affect you so deeply. But Talia's right. He's like family. We'd do anything to protect him. Percy bit his lip in frustration, the anger giving way to bitter understanding. His fatal flaw was his loyalty, his willingness to sacrifice for his friends. Deep down, he understood their reasons, but it didn't make it hurt any less. He sighed heavily, crossing his legs as he sat back down on Cerberus. Fine, let's just finish this. We'll drop Bianca and Nico off, rescue my mom, retrieve the bolt from Luke, and I'll be done with this stupid quest. Lucian, who had been silent until now, scratched the back of his neck, looking sheepish. About that. Percy's eyes snapped open, irritation flaring again. What else are you hiding, Lucian? We already have the master bolt. What? They all shouted, whipping around to stare at Lucian in shock. Percy fixed Lucian with a murderous glare. Where is it? Lucian pointed at the bag slung across Percy's shoulders, trying to look as nonchalant as possible. It's in there, gifted to you by Clarice's father. Eyes wide, Percy quickly swung the bag around, unzipping it. A radiant golden glow flooded out, illuminating their faces as they stared, stunned, at the master bolt nestled inside. Percy slowly zipped the bag shut, closed his eyes, and took a deep, steadying breath. Lucian, yeah. Percy's eyes snapped open, blazing with irritation. I am literally going to kill you. Anything else you'd like to share with the class, Lucian? Percy's brow arched as he eyed Lucian, his tone a mixture of sarcasm and curiosity, almost goading him to reveal any more secrets he might have kept hidden. Lucian's lips curled slightly, his eyes narrowing in thought before he shook his head with a half-smile. No, that's about it. I think. You think? Percy repeated, squinting with suspicion. He sighed, giving up, and waved a hand dismissively. Forget it. Let's just get this over with. Lucian nodded, reaching down to pat Cerberus, who immediately took off with a deep, thunderous growl, bounding forward toward a looming, dark castle in the distance. As they approached the massive iron gates, Cerberus skidded to a halt, kicking up a cloud of ash and dust. Lucian turned to the group. Everyone grab on. One by one, they each placed a hand on Lucian. With a subtle nod, Lucian activated his power, pulling them all into his shadow and using shadow blink. In an instant, they reappeared beside Cerberus, black wisps of shadow curling off their bodies like smoke dissipating in the air. Bianca and Nico stumbled slightly, their faces distorted in disorientation. Please, teach me how to do that, Nico asked, eyes wide with admiration. Lucian smiled, ruffling Nico's hair with a hand. Don't worry, little bro. I'll teach both you and Bianca everything I know. Awesome, Nico said, pumping a fist with excitement. They continued toward the towering gates, and Lucian pushed them open with ease. The iron creaked ominously, echoing through the entrance of the garden, which they needed to pass through to get towards the castle. Come on, my father's waiting for us in the throne room. How do you know? Percy asked, eyebrows raised. Lucian glanced at him with a smirk. Because he just told me to bring you all to the throne room. He's waiting. Of course, Grover muttered with a slight chuckle. As they moved deeper inside, Grover looked around in awe at the surroundings, which included the lush greenery of Persephone's garden. I thought everything was supposed to be dead in the underworld. Lucian, Annabeth simply answered as she didn't need to say any more, casting a knowing glance his way. Ah, Grover nodded in understanding. All right, I got it. Bianca, however, looked at the exchange in confusion. What does that mean? Lucian turned to her with a confident grin. When you're as strong and skilled as me, my name alone is the answer to everything. Bianca rolled her eyes, but paused as she noticed Nico wandering toward a nearby tree, his gaze fixated on the glossy, ripe pomegranates hanging from its branches. Lucian noticed just in time, swiftly reaching over and lifting Nico by the waist. Nico dangled helplessly in his grasp, his feet kicking in protest. What are you doing? Nico asked, looking up at Lucian in confusion. You were about to eat a pomegranate, Lucian chided gently. And that, my little brother, would be a big mistake. Eating anything here would mean you can't leave the underworld. Nico's face fell in disappointment. Oh, what a bummer. What's the point of having tasty-looking fruit if you can't eat it? Lucian just chuckled, setting Nico back down as they pressed forward through the rest of the garden and into the castle. Shadows slithered along the walls as they walked, and the air grew colder. Finally, they arrived before a pair of massive black doors. Nico glanced at Bianca nervously, and she offered him a shaky, reassuring smile, reaching out to hold his hand. She took a steadying breath as Lucian raised his fist and knocked firmly 3 times. "Father," Lucian called out with a grand, booming voice, "your son has returned, and I bring forth the children of the Underworld." Talia and Annabeth slapped their palms to their faces while the others gave him incredulous looks as if he'd lost his mind. The doors creaked open slowly, revealing a vast throne room bathed in shadows. As they cautiously stepped inside, a high-pitched voice echoed across the room. "Lucy, my baby." To everyone's surprise, a beautiful woman came rushing toward them with open arms. Medea embraced Lucian tightly, practically tackling him, her face glowing with joy. "There's my birthday boy," she exclaimed, holding his face in her hands and beaming at him. "Look at you, already growing up into a fine young man. Happy birthday, my little baby." She planted a flurry of kisses on his cheeks, then pinched them with a playful pout. "Who's my handsome little man?" Lucian chuckled, his shoulders relaxing as he leaned into her affection. I am," he said with a grin. "That's right, you are," Medea cooed, her smile warm and loving. At the throne, Hades rested his face in his palm, sighing deeply as he watched the scene unfold, his expression caught between amusement and exasperation. "That's enough out of you, too," he called, his voice echoing across the room. Medea and Lucian shared a mischievous glance, suppressing their laughter. They both knew how much this exasperated Hades, and they enjoyed finding ways to get under his skin. After a moment, Medea's gaze softened, and she brushed a lock of hair from Lucian's face. "Happy birthday, Lucy," she murmured, this time with a genuine warmth in her eyes. "Thanks, Mom," Lucian replied with a soft smile. Percy, Clarice, and Grover looked on, wide-eyed, clearly not expecting Lucian's mother to be so beautiful or so openly affectionate. Meanwhile, Persephone stood off to the side, her gaze fixed on Bianca and Nico with an unreadable expression, though a hint of resentment glinted in her eyes. Hades rose from his throne and descended the steps, his imposing figure cloaked in shadows. Bianca and Nico looked up, fear flickering in their eyes, and quickly averted their gazes, trembling under the god's scrutiny. Percy clenched his fists, bristling, but held his tongue. Hades stopped in front of them, his gaze sharp and cold. But then, in a move that surprised everyone, including Lucian, he knelt down and gently pulled Bianca and Nico into a tight embrace. His hands rested on the backs of their heads, offering a rare, silent comfort. "Forgive me," he murmured, his voice a deep, quiet rumble, "for leaving you two all alone. But I did what I had to keep you safe." Bianca and Nico's eyes widened in surprise, their lips trembling as they slowly returned the embrace, resting their heads on his shoulders. Hades held them close, the weight of his words lingering in the silent throne room. Persephone watched the scene with a conflicted expression. Though she resented the existence of Hades' children, seeing his compassion, even as the Lord of the Dead, reminded her of one of the many reasons as to why she had fallen in love with him. As Hades withdrew from his embrace with Nico and Bianca, he turned to the other demigods with a hardened expression. His eyes settled on each one, sharp and scrutinizing. "Did you bring my helm?" Lucian, unable to resist, put on a mocking voice, mimicking Hades in an exaggerated, dramatic tone. "Happy birthday, Lucian, my boy. Thank you for bringing my child safely. Well done on completing the quest." He made a grandiose gesture, as if expecting praise. But Hades barely spared him a glance, too focused on the matter at hand. Percy stepped forward, his stance tense. "First, I want to see my mother." Hades nodded solemnly, his gaze softening slightly. A reasonable request. He snapped his fingers, and in an instant, a figure shimmered into view beside them, Sally Jackson. She looked bewildered at first, her eyes widening as she took in the sight of her son. "Mom!" Percy called, his voice thick with relief and urgency. He ran forward, pulling her into a tight embrace. "Percy!" Sally exclaimed, her arms wrapping around him as though she'd never let go. As mother and son reunited, Lucian's expression shifted. The usual glimmer of mischief in his eyes faded, replaced with something more solemn. He looked at Hades, his gaze uncharacteristically serious. "We have a situation," Lucian said quietly, his voice low but filled with intensity. Hades raised an eyebrow, momentarily taken aback. He'd seen Lucian wear a smirk in nearly every circumstance, no matter how grim, even in front of Zeus. This new tone demanded attention. "What is it?" Hades asked, leaning forward, his gaze narrowing. "Grandfather," Lucian began, glancing at the others as if bracing them for the gravity of what he was about to reveal, "is trying to resurrect himself. He's been manipulating everything from the shadows, getting others to steal the Master Bolt, your helm, anything to fuel discord between you gods and make you weaken each other." A shocked silence followed. Medea gasped, clutching her hands to her mouth as her eyes widened. "No, it can't be." Persephone's hand instinctively moved to her chest, as if the news had physically struck her. "Of all beings, not him," she whispered, her face pale. Hades looked visibly shaken. The color drained from his already pale face, his jaw tightening as he struggled to process this news. His horror was unmistakable, a rare chink in the armor of the Lord of the Dead. He muttered, almost to himself, "No, anyone but him." The room seemed to darken, shadows pooling around Hades' feet as his dread seeped into the air, thickening it with an ominous weight. The flickering torches cast eerie shapes on the stone walls, their flames seeming to dim under the gravity of the revelation. The tension was thick as Hades narrowed his eyes at Lucian, his gaze dark and piercing. How do you know of my father's return?" His voice was low and controlled, but Lucian could feel the restrained power beneath each word. Lucian scoffed, crossing his arms. "How do you think? He asked us to work together, obviously." Hades' frown deepened. "And what did you say?" Lucian raised an eyebrow, his tone incredulous. "What do you think I said?" Hades closed his eyes, exhaling slowly to steady himself. "Right," he muttered, rubbing his forehead. "It appears his return is affecting me more than I'd care to admit." As he gathered his thoughts, Hades turned to face Nico and Bianca, a rare, sorrowful look crossing his features. "I fear I made a grave mistake in bringing you two here," he said softly. "Perhaps I should have left you hidden. You might have been spared from the fate that awaits us all." Then, Hades returned his gaze to Lucian, his expression hardening. "Want my helm of darkness? If my father truly rises, I will need it back to stand a chance against him." Lucian shook his head. "We don't have it, but I know who does. Aries. He's the one who stole it. I can't say if he's working with my grandfather directly, or if he's just a pawn in his plans." Hades' face twisted in fury, and the ground beneath them began to tremble. His eyes blazed, casting an eerie glow that sent shivers through the gathered demigods and mortals. Dust and small stones fell from the cavern's ceiling as his power radiated outward. Hades turned sharply toward Percy, who was standing silently, clenching his fists. "Then what of this lightning thief? Why is he here, and why does he carry Zeus's bolt in my realm? Does he believe he can bargain with me, trading the bolt for his mother?" Percy's voice was cold, defiant. "No, I'm not the thief. I didn't take the stupid bolt. I didn't even know it was in my bag until Lucian pointed it out." Hades raised an eyebrow at Percy's daring tone, but turned his gaze to Lucian, seeking confirmation. Lucian gave a nod. "Percy's telling the truth. He's been set up. Ares put the bolt in his bag, hoping you'd see him with it and assume he'd taken your helm too. The idea was that you'd kill him on sight, enraged by the supposed theft, and keep the bolt, triggering Zeus and Poseidon's wrath. Then, with the three of you at each other's throats, Grandfather could push forward his plans while you waged war against each other." Hades' eyes blazed with dark energy, his fury almost palpable. The ceiling groaned under the pressure of his power, dust and small stones falling around them. So that arrogant nephew of mine believes I'm so easily manipulated? Lucian stepped forward, his tone solemn. Father, allow me to retrieve your helm, he offered, voice steady and respectful. Hades considered Lucian for a moment, studying his face with narrowed eyes. Finally, he gave a single nod. Very well. As my son, it is now your duty to restore what was once stolen. A faint smile appeared on Lucian's face, and he took a knee, his armor shimmering into existence as he transformed into his curse knight form. His black cape billowed dramatically behind him, a single red eye glowing beneath his visor. He turned his ring into a buster sword, which he rested upon as he knelt. As you command, Father, Lucian's voice echoed, deeper and more resonant. Annabeth blinked in surprise, her brow furrowing as she observed Lucian's display. That's not the Lucian I know. The Lucian I know kneels to no one, she thought before realization struck. The acting method. He's a knight. He serves a king. Lord Hades is known as the king of the dead, lord of the underworld. Not to mention he's using the acting method towards a god which he tested and proven it helps digest the potion faster. Well, that's smart. Beside her, Nico looked up at Lucian in awe. That's so cool. You have a horse and a suit of armor. Can you get any cooler? Hades smirked, clearly amused. Stand, Lucian. No need for dramatics. Just do what needs to be done. Lucian, who had his knee literally a millimeter off the ground, smiled as he pushed himself up using his sword. Lucian nodded as he retracted his suit and sword. Percy cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. So, now that you know we're innocent, can I have my mother back? Hades turned to him, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. If what Lucian says is true, then I was wrong to detain your mother. He raised a hand, and with a snap of his fingers, Sally's spirit flickered and reformed into her living body. Percy's face lit up as he saw her, but his smile faltered when he glanced down at the bag still slung over his shoulder. He looked back at her with an apologetic expression. Mom, can you wait for me here a little longer? Sally gave him a warm smile, brushing a stray hair from his face. Your quest isn't over, is it? She asked gently. Percy bit his lip and shook his head. No, it's not. There's still something I need to finish. But after that, we'll go home, together. Sally sighed, nodding with a soft smile. I understand. Besides, I made a friend during my stay. She gestured toward Medea, who was watching Lucian closely. Medea's eyes narrowed as she studied Lucian's face. So who did it? Lucian blinked in confusion. Did what? Who cursed you? Don't play coy. I may be dead, but I can still sense it, she said, her voice full of motherly concern. And I'm noticing the bags under your eyes. Lucian chuckled, scratching the back of his head. I did it to myself, actually. While Medea chastised him, Nico looked up at Hades with wide, hopeful eyes. Can we go with Lucian? See him complete his quest. Hades scoffed, though his stern expression softened when he saw Nico's earnest face. He turned to Bianca. And you? What do you think? Bianca shrugged. Someone has to keep an eye on Nico, right? I'm used to it. Hades rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Very well. If Lucian agrees to take you, then I won't stop you. Nico grinned and joined Lucian, while Percy pulled out 3 pearls from his pocket. I think these are supposed to be our way out, he said, handing one to Grover and another to Clarice. Percy then turned to Lucian. Can you bring everyone else using your shadows? Lucian nodded. I'll stay linked to your shadow for a quick exit. Percy glanced at the pearls in his hand, his expression filled with determination as he faced his mother. I'll be back for you. I promise. He smashed the pearl against the ground, creating a bubble that enveloped him and his companions, while Lucian's shadows wrapped around the others. As they began to ascend, Hades and Persephone called out in unison, Lucian. Lucian looked back, confused. Happy birthday, they said, their faces surprisingly gentle. Lucian smiled, then transformed into a shadow and guided everyone under Percy's shadow, following them as they rose up and out of the underworld. When Percy opened his eyes, he found himself back on the beach where the water spirit had first given him the pearls. His shadow lengthened, and Lucian and the others emerged beside him. Lucian tilted his head back, staring up at the moon glowing softly against the night sky. He gave a faint smile, the weight of their journey lingering on his shoulders. "Now," he murmured, "we wait." They were confused at first, and waited for a bit. They then soon heard the sound of a motorbike roaring in the distance. "I see. So we were waiting for him." Talia nodded with a smirk. "This is going to be interesting." When Aries appeared on his motorbike, Lucian's eyes widened. While Annabeth and Talia's face paled as Aries didn't come alone, he had brought a friend. Hercules, Olympus' most famous and popular hero. However, their face didn't pale because of who it was. It paled because they knew exactly how Lucian would react. They snapped their heads to his direction and saw him slightly hyperventilating, his cheeks a bit rosy as his hand hovered over his mouth. Behind his hand, they saw his smile widening, turning slightly demonic as his eyes had nothing but pure battle lust. "Damn it, he's too far gone," both Talia and Annabeth thought simultaneously. Heracles was wearing an old-fashioned white Greek tunic and laced leather sandals, with a Nemean lion's pelt wrapped around his back like a cape, with the paws tied around his neck and the head covering his head, akin to a hood, while on his hands rested giant club. And he appeared riding in the back seat of Ares' motorbike. They both got off once they arrived before Lucian, Percy, and the others. "Whoa, I recognize that lion's pelt design anywhere and that signature club. You must be Hercules," Nico exclaimed, looking at Heracles in excitement. "The name is Heracles, not Hercules. Hercules is my Roman counterpart," Heracles said in a deep, confident voice. Meanwhile, Clarice looked at her father warily before looking away, slightly only to see Lucian's weird state. She leaned over to Talia and whispered, "What's up with Lucian?" "I'll answer that question with another question. If I said there was a god he would like to fight and battle with more than anyone in the world, who would your first thoughts be?" Talia asked. "Your father, without a doubt," Clarice scoffed. "Funny you would think that's the answer, but it isn't. It's him. Lucian doesn't care about battling my father. He cares about battling the one labeled the strongest." "What's with the backup?" Percy asked with a scoff. Ares only smirked. "Oh, he's only here to make sure you don't escape, you lightning thief. All I had to say that I expected Uncle Brimstone and Seaweed to intervene in the retrieval, and so to even the odds I'm allowed a companion." Heracles looked towards Ares weirdly, not liking how he worded that just now. "What? You're the one that had the lightning bolt in the first place. You were the one that gave it to me, so I would be killed by Lord Hades. This was all one big setup by you to put all three gods in a state of war. Lying and creating such a fable to get out of punishment wouldn't get you anywhere." Ares scoffed, but his eyes twinkled mischievously. Annabeth then stepped forwards. "There's something I don't understand. If you had the Master Bolt in possession, the most powerful weapon in the universe, why didn't you keep it for yourself? You could have taken over Olympus by now, couldn't you?" Ares got a twitch in his jaw. For a moment, it was almost as if he were listening to another voice deep inside his head. "Why didn't I, with that kind of firepower? This plan was too carefully thought out to be your doing. My mother I can see her doing like this, but you? It's just not your style. I thought you were supposed to be strong. I didn't take you for the subordinate type," Annabeth teased, trying to get a reaction out of him. "I'm the god of war. I'm no one's subordinate. And I don't have dreams." Ares snapped upon being called a subordinate. Smoke drifted up from his sunglasses, as if they were about to catch fire. "Who said anything about dreams?" Percy retorted with a growing smirk. "Enough with the talking." Lucian snapped, taking everyone by surprise, as they all just looked at him as he was shaking like a heroin addict. "I don't care about the bolt. I don't care about the helm. I don't care about all this talking. Do it your own time." "Ah, big bro." Heracles, seeing Lucian's look, looked up into the night sky and let out a sigh. "You're one of those." Lucian was leaning forwards as a dark aura slowly slipped out of his figure, while his eyes glowed blood red. Lucian had a large grin, exposing his canines while his hands were spread out slightly. "The strongest demigod in history versus the strongest demigod of today. Our battle will be legendary. Doesn't it just get your blood pumping? Not really. Have you even reached puberty yet? Heracles asked, narrowing his eyes. Again with the talking, we can talk mid-battle if that's what you prefer, Lucian said, getting into a fighting position, holding his fist close. This is why I dislike you type of people, Heracles started. Lucian charged ahead with a battle-hungry grin. A large bust of sand exploded outwards from Lucian's sudden burst. Heracles had a bored expression as he held out his hand, Lucian's fist in his giant hands. A ring of sand exploded outwards due to the force of impact. You just don't listen and act without thinking. Heracles twisted Lucian's fist back, but before it could hurt him, it dissolved into black mist. It reformed in hand, forming back his fist, and winded up a fist, punching Heracles in the stomach with a resounding impact. Almost felt that. Heracles grinned as he didn't hesitate to grab Lucian by the shoulders and knee him in the stomach, making spit come flying out of his mouth as his eyes widened. Heracles softened his grip, don't knowing how durable Lucian truly was. Before he flew away, Lucian pushed Heracles' arms away and grabbed his wrist, and rapidly kicking him in the stomach to the point his stomach began to blur. He then used Heracles' chest as a springboard and kicked his chin before moving Heracles' head slightly upwards and landing back in the sand, his knees and hands. Heracles slowly looked back down to stare at Lucian and wiped the sand off his stomach. All right, you have my interest. Good, because I'm coming for your title, strongest demigod. Lucian grinned. He charged in ahead with an uppercut and met Heracles' fist in the middle. Lucian was pushed back as their fists collided, but rushed back in again and repeated this action for a bit, kicking up a storm. Heracles aimed to kick Lucian, but Lucian jumped on a leg and leapt forwards. He then jumped again towards Heracles and spun in a rapid circle, aimed a sharp kick towards his chin. But Heracles simply leaned back, grabbed his extended leg, and swung him down towards the sand, making more spit fly out of Lucian's mouth. Heracles picked him up again and began swinging side to side before throwing him like a rag doll across the sand. Heracles now had a bored expression once more. Is that all you got? I was honestly expecting more, and here I was growing hopeful. Lucian just slowly stood up, spit to the side, and wiped his mouth. I was only testing you. Testing me? Aren't you a bit arrogant? You couldn't even properly hurt me. Lucian's eyes simply glowed coldly as he said, I wanted to see if the legends are true, if you're as great as the legends foretells. Well, a magical red and black aura flared, exploding from Lucian, making his hair fly upwards while grains of sand softly floated around him. A black suit of armor slowly morphed around his body before a helmet appeared from behind him, encasing his head, showing only his red glowing eye, while a cape fluttered out from behind him, swaying in the night breeze. I'm ecstatic, Lucian said in a low demonic voice. While Lucian and Heracles initially began fighting, Annabeth sighed, thinking, luckily, I know how Lucian would react, and knowing him, he would want me to do this. She turned toward Aries. How about a bet? Oh, what could you possibly possess that would entice me to accept this bet? Aries asked, more interested in Annabeth's confidence. I don't possess anything of great importance, really. We'll only just bet the Master Bolt in exchange for the Helm of Darkness, which I know you have, Annabeth said sarcastically with a confident grin. What makes you think I have a helm? Aries questioned. And let's say, hypothetically, that I do have it. What would the bet entail? Annabeth kept her eyes locked on Aries as she pointed toward Lucian and Heracles. The outcome of their fight. I say Lucian will win. If he wins, we get the helm. If he loses, you get the bolt. Are you crazy? They all shouted, shocked by Annabeth's audacious wager. You can't make such an outrageous bet. That's Heracles we're talking about. The strongest demigod. Lucian doesn't stand a chance, no matter how powerful he is, Grover said with a worried expression. Talia wore an uncomfortable expression before closing her eyes and deciding to put her trust in Annabeth and Lucian. They always knew what they were doing. Ha 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 ha. Aries laughed boisterously. What a ridiculous bet. You want to lose so badly? Fine. Let's. Wait. Percy interrupted, stepping forward with a serious expression. I'd like to change the terms of the bet. What are you doing? Annabeth asked, bewildered. This wasn't part of the plan. Oh, I'm listening, Aries said, amused. Let Lucian fight Heracles for possession of the helm. I, Percy Jackson, son of Poseidon, challenge you, Ares, god of war, for the ownership of the master bolt, Percy declared. Have you lost your mind? Clarice shouted. Annabeth turned to Percy, eyes wide. Why are you doing this? Percy kept his gaze fixed on Ares, who was now smirking in amusement. He's toyed with Clarice's and my life too many times. I want my payback. This is for trying to get me killed and, most of all, to make him leave us alone. His presence is beyond annoying. Clarice stared at Percy in shock, her eyes glistening with emotion. He's willing to fight my father for my sake? Heracles eyed Lucian's transformation with amusement. You're an interesting demigod, I'll give you that. Answer me this, Heracles said, pointing his club at Lucian. Why you wish to fight me? Is it simply because I hold the title of the strongest demigod? Or is there more to it? What are you trying to prove, little demi? Lucian summoned his scythe and transformed it into a bow staff, spinning it rapidly as he assumed a fighting stance. I wish to see the summit, he said. Heracles' eyes widened before he burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. I like you. You're making me excited. Bring it. Heracles watched Lucian intently. As Lucian stepped forward, he vanished and reappeared at Heracles' left side, swinging the bow staff down and striking him across the face. Surprised, Heracles' instincts kicked in. He grabbed the staff and used it to hurl Lucian to the ground, kicking up sand. He raised his foot to stomp on Lucian, but Lucian dissolved into black smoke before his foot landed. The smoke shifted, forming multiple copies of Lucian, each wielding a bow staff and attacking Heracles. Smirking, Heracles swung his club, shattering most of the shadow clones. The real Lucian blocked the strike with his staff but was still sent flying. Skidding to a stop, Lucian anchored the staff behind him. Length, he commanded, and the staff extended, propelling him at blinding speed toward Heracles. Lucian leaped with both legs, enhancing his strength with darkness and magic, and struck Heracles square in the chest, making him skid back. Lucian swung the staff down again. With the staff expanded into a pillar and slammed into Heracles. Heracles caught the pillar with one hand, absorbing the shockwave as it sent sand flying, forming a crater beneath him. Before he could react further, Lucian returned the staff to its normal size and pointed it at the ground. Grow! Their shadows expanded, and the pillar reappeared beneath Heracles, hitting him with enough force to launch him skyward. Lucian aimed his staff down once more. Length, he said, shooting himself up into the sky to pursue Heracles. Passing him, Lucian spun and aimed. Grow! The pillar shot downward at Heracles with immense speed. Chuckling, Heracles released his club and raised his arms. The pillar collided with him, forcing him downward with such force that his sandals and feet caught fire. He crashed into the beach, creating an explosion of sand and forming a massive crater with a large and squared squat. The impact sent everyone sprawling, screaming in shock. Ares remained standing, eyes narrowed. It seems our duel will wait until theirs is finished, little guppy. The others slowly stood, Annabeth glaring at Ares. Swear on the river Styx that you'll uphold the terms we discussed, no matter the outcome. You don't get to command me, little girl, Ares growled. What's wrong? Afraid to commit. Talia taunted, supporting her friends. Ares snarled. I'm the god. Yes, we've heard it a million times. You're the god of war. So are you agreeing, or are you too scared? Percy challenged. Ares' sunglasses melted as his eyes turned to flames. Do not test my patience, boy. Just because I indulge your whims doesn't mean I won't kill you here and now. Fine. You have a death wish? I accept the duel. Once their fight concludes, we'll battle. I swear on the river Styx. The sky rumbled with lightning, illuminating Lucian's tiny figure. That's my big brother, Nico muttered with admiration. As the sky rumbled, the pillar was too wide for Heracles to gain a proper grip, which gave Lucian the opportunity to call it back. He decided to switch tactics. His bow staff transformed into a bow, and black leather wings suddenly sprouted from his back, as if the night sky itself were supporting him. The darkness coalesced into a beautiful ebony arrow, which gained a red hue and a black flame at its tip. As Lucian charged the arrow with power, he removed his helmet, allowing his black hair to whip around in the wind. At that moment, he looked like an illustrated piece of art, a crescent moon framing his form, his black wings fully spread, one eye closed while the other burned a vivid red. He raised one leg slightly and muttered under his breath, "For some reason, I can't help but think of you, Lady Artemis. What do you think of my form right now? Your form is beautiful, worthy of high praise. Now release your hold." Lucian smirked at the uncharacteristically soft tone of her voice. "As you wish, my lady." Heracles looked up, puzzled. Did he run? He cut himself off and scoffed. "That little bastard is charging up an attack where I can't reach him." Heracles grinned as he saw the black beam of energy swirling with black and red. He laughed and spread his arms as if to catch it. "Bring it on. Let's see what you can do." He kicked off his sandals, wiggling his toes in the sand, but realized too late that the beam kept growing in size as it approached rapidly. Just as he prepared to meet it head-on, his instincts screamed at him. What? This could actually hurt me? The arrow, shot from Lucian's enchanted bow, was designed to bypass both physical and magical defenses. Heracles grinned, even as he winced at the heat burning his palms. "Ha ha 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 ha!" He pushed back against the force. "Ah!" he roared as he squeezed his hands together. Boom! The accumulated energy exploded in a billow of black smoke. Heracles took a step back from the force, surprised. As the smoke cleared, he found himself holding the arrow just centimeters from his face. He wasn't playing around. Good, because neither will I now. Heracles smirked and crushed the arrow in his hand. "I'll let you have your fun. Now it's my turn," he said with a demonic grin, glancing at his trembling hands that bore tiny burn marks. He stomped the ground and shot upward like a rocket, appearing before Lucian where he floated. Lucian's eyes widened as Heracles' grinning face came into view. His helmet quickly reformed around his head. "Let's talk about this like proper adults." Heracles' grin only widened as he clasped his hands together. "Pumpernickels," Lucian muttered in resignation. Heracles slammed his joined hands into Lucian's torso with such force that blood sprayed from his mouth, splattering the inside of his helmet. Lucian's body rocketed down through the night sky like a falling star, crashing between the sand and sea with enough impact to send water and sand flying. Blood leaked from his helmet as he groaned. "Ugh, I think I broke a rib or 5. Looking up from where he'd fallen, Lucian saw Heracles descending with his foot aimed straight for his head. He quickly rolled to the side, letting the force of Heracles' landing propel him backward. He tumbled across the ground before spinning up to his feet. "I almost died. I almost actually died. Not to mention the taste of blood in my mouth. Breathing hurts, talking hurts, but I'm having the greatest time of my life." Lucian laughed, barely able to see straight from the pain. More, bring it on, Heracles. I won't call myself the victor until I see your ichor." "Ha ha ha ha, I can't wait." Heracles roared back. "They're going to kill each other, aren't they?" Talia asked with a wary expression. Annabeth wore an awkward expression. "Yup." Lucian, still clad in his knight's armor, leaned forward when suddenly his fist darkened and ignited with flames. He pumped his fist downward as if starting an engine, causing the flames to burn darker and hotter. He channeled the power he used to create and manipulate curses to fuel the strength of his curse flames. Raising his fist once more, he slammed it down. A trail of black flames lingered on the sand as he vanished, turning into a blur of black fire. Heracles did not hesitate and charged toward Lucian. Lucian's eyes burned red as his fist left a trail of black flames while he raised it slowly, while Heracles' fist descended, leaving a white trail as it cut through the air. Both combatants grinned with a wild, crazed look. When their fists collided, a shock wave erupted, sending sand flying around them. Their fists soon became a blur as loud explosions resounded with each strike. Heracles felt the burn of the curse spreading from his knuckles to his chest, while Lucian's bones rattled, cracks forming in his armor. They swung their fists without any technique, driven purely by raw power and a lust for battle. Heracles delivered an uppercut that shattered Lucian's helmet and some of his teeth, sending him flying back. As Lucian landed on the ground, Heracles leapt after him, his punches becoming a blur as he pounded Lucian. All Lucian could see were Heracles' fists raining down, pain radiating through his body as his consciousness began to fade. After a minute, Heracles paused and noticed that Lucian was no longer responding. He withdrew his fist, observing the blood dripping from his knuckles and Lucian's battered form. His armor lay broken, and blood soaked the sand. Heracles sighed as he stood up. A pity. I was really having fun. But I have to say, kid, you've earned my respect. At such a young age to wound me. There's no doubt you'll be great one day. Maybe even greater than me. You're just too young, too full of youthful energy. I'll fight you again when you're older, Heracles said, turning away. Big bro, Nico cried, tears streaming down his face, while Bianca covered her mouth in shock, her eyes watering at the sight of Lucian's state. Percy stared wide-eyed. He had never expected to see Lucian like this. He couldn't believe it. Ha 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 ha. Aries laughed heartily. I have to say, as much as I enjoyed it, a loss is a loss. Little girl, Aries said, turning to Annabeth smugly, expecting to see devastation. But all he saw was a cold look as she watched, arms crossed. Talia, too, stood watching, hand behind her head. Aries scoffed. No matter how long you stare, wishing to change the outcome, you already lost. He's unconscious. Annabeth sighed, shaking her head. You don't know Lucian like Talia, and I do. If Luke were here, he'd say the same. If you judge Lucian's victory or defeat by whether he's conscious, you're a fool. What are you talking about? Aries demanded, narrowing his eyes. This is a duel. He lost the moment he lost consciousness. That wasn't the deal, Talia said with a frown. We never said this was a duel. We only said there would be a winner and a loser. Annabeth and Talia smirked simultaneously. And for Lucian to lose, you'd have to kill him first. Grover, shaking his head, added, no disrespect, Lord Aries, but knocking Lucian unconscious only makes him more dangerous. He loses all restraints and restrictions. Annabeth pointed to Lucian. Not to mention, Lucian is a very sore loser. She smirked as Aries' eyes widened in shock. Lightning crackled between Lucian's fingers as they twitched. Unconsciously, he began using the powers he gained from drinking the potions. First, he used magnetic manipulation to control the blood spread throughout his body, forcing himself to stand. Lucian stood limply, surrounded by his own blood, head thrown back and arms hanging at his sides. His knight's armor crumbled away, leaving him shirtless in black sweatpants. Heracles, who had bent to pick up his club, froze with a confused expression. He raised a brow as he looked back at Lucian. That's some serious willpower, wanting to fight even while unconscious. You keep impressing me, kid, Heracles said with a smile. Lucian's body activated curse manipulation, modifying his self-inflicted curse that prevented him from sleeping and changed it to ensure he wouldn't lose consciousness, even when his body wanted to. Lucian's eyes fluttered open as his head swayed. He could barely stand without staggering. Kid, just go down. If you push it any further, I might kill you by accident, Heracles said seriously. Do you hear it? Lucian muttered, loud enough for Heracles to hear, his head still slightly back. Hear what? Heracles asked, wondering if Lucian was hallucinating from blood loss. Lucian grinned, blood staining his mouth as his eyes turned pitch black with 2 red dots. Boss music. Ha ha. Maybe it's just my heartbeat, but that's still music to my ears. Lucian laughed with a crazed expression. As long as there's blood in my veins and my heart still beats, I can't be stopped. He crossed his arms, lightning crackling as his fingers snapped. He spread his arms wide as if crucified, using magnetic manipulation to clean himself of blood. His blood was levitating in the air in forms of tiny droplets. Even the blood in the sand wasn't spared. Lucian then began dancing in the sand. He stuck his hand out and began to spin, running his fingers on top of the other as he used two abilities simultaneously, magnetic manipulation and sigil crafting. Sigil of regeneration, sigil of strength, sigil of endurance, sigil of speed. Lucian twirling around in the sand, curling his fingers as he used magnetic manipulation to draw on his own body different symbols and runes. The drawing started from his hands and went to his arms, and then body, legs, neck, and all the up to head and face. What? What is he doing? Aries asked, disturbed. Annabeth chuckled. He's having fun. Though she wasn't the strongest magic user, she knew exactly what Lucian was doing, thanks to studying Medea's books. That brilliant bastard, that's why I love him. He's using his own blood to draw sigils to enhance himself. Blood is the strongest medium for spells and creations, and his blood, imbued with the power of both a god and a witch, is even more potent. This will make his sigils stronger and more effective. It's absolutely ingenious, Annabeth thought, eyes twinkling with excitement. Lucian used magnetic manipulation to embed the blood into his skin, ensuring the sigils wouldn't break. When he spun around, creating a circle in the sand, he took a deep breath, puffing his chest. His fists were aimed slightly upwards before he smashed them into each other. When his fists connected, the designs on them pulsed with dark red magical energy. The energy swirled through his body, lighting up each sigil with power. It traveled down his legs and up his face, past his blackened eyes. His hair whipped wildly in the air as if charged with electricity. Lucian crossed his feet in a balletic stance and spread his arms, closing his eyes. Hecate-sensei, what do you think of my new technique? I think Medea created a suicidal monster. Do you realize how close your body was to dying? Only you could think of something this reckless and dangerous. But I can't deny I'm proud. Hecate's voice rang in his head. As the sigils lit up, Lucian's wounds began to heal, red sparks crackling across his body from the energy contained within. As my magic teacher, I shall give you the great honor of naming this technique, Lucian teased. Heracles, Lucian shouted with a wide grin. Are you ready for round 2? Bwahaha. You're a lunatic, boy. I don't normally do this, but tell me your name. The name's Lucian Blackheart. Then Lucian Blackheart. When this is over, you will have my acknowledgement, and I will consider you a friend. Lucian dropped into a runner's stance, his grin wide. I would be honored. Lucian stood poised, every muscle taut, his stance low like a predator ready to pounce. The intricate sigils carved into his skin glowed an ominous red, pulsating in rhythm with the beat of his heart. His eyes, black as the void, locked onto his opponent with unyielding determination. A thin smirk curled at the corner of his lips as he muttered under his breath, "Let's do this." The next moment, Lucian's body blurred, becoming a mere streak as he launched himself forward. The ground erupted beneath his feet, a wall of sand exploding upward and swirling in chaotic arcs as he propelled forward with an unnatural speed. White rings of air rippled behind him, the sound of his departure echoing like a gunshot across the battlefield. Heracles, towering and formidable, remained focused ahead, unaware of the danger speeding towards him. Lucian slid across the sand, body low and balanced, one arm outstretched while the other lowered, tightened into a fist. The moment stretched in silence, broken only by the thundering pulse of power surging through the air. Lucian's fist connected with Heracles' midsection with a force that made the earth tremble. The god's eyes widened, a shock wave of pain surging through him as he hunched over, a spray of saliva escaping his mouth. The imprint of not one, but several fists embedded itself in his abdomen, a testament to the devastating speed and power of Lucian's strike. Heracles was sent hurtling backward, his massive frame skidding across the sand like a stone across water. He dug his fingers deep into the ground, clawing desperately to halt his momentum, and managed to plant a knee into the ground just as Lucian's next move arrived, a knee aimed right for his face. The collision sent a resounding crack through the air as Heracles' head snapped back. Before he could fall, Lucian vaulted off his shoulders, flipping gracefully into the sky. The moment Heracles hit the sand, the demigod tucked his legs back and landed knees first on his chest with enough force to drive the breath from the god's lungs. Another guttural grunt escaped Heracles as he grimaced, eyes squeezed shut in pain. Lucian, straddling Heracles, unleashed a torrent of punches, his arms a blur of motion. The sharp crack of fists meeting flesh echoed repeatedly, each blow landing with bone-crushing force. To a mortal, this barrage would have been lethal, beyond lethal. His arms became a blur as he let out 30 consecutive punches in a matter of a second. Lucian was already unnaturally strong because of the potions he had consumed, now adding to the sigil, which multiplied his own strength. Those were tons of punches draining down on Heracles at such speed, any normal god would have already begun bleeding by now. However, Heracles wasn't just any normal god. He was the god of strength, and due to that was capable of handling them as they came crashing down on him. Summoning his strength, Heracles drove his head forward, meeting one of Lucian's fists with his forehead. The impact sent a shock wave through the air, enough to push Lucian backward, sand spraying as he skidded to a stop. Heracles rose, gasping, sweat glistening on his bruised, blackened purple torso. His eyes narrowed as he touched the tender marks marring his flesh. A grimace crossed his face, but it twisted into a grin as he launched himself at Lucian with a roar, tackling him to the ground. Before Lucian could react, Heracles seized his leg and lifted him into the air, only to be taken aback as Lucian, without hesitation, twisted his own leg at an unnatural angle. The sickening snap of bone punctuated the move, splinters piercing skin, yet Lucian only sneered. He lashed upward with his other leg, striking Heracles under the chin and forcing him to release his hold. Lucian flipped mid-air, landing on his one good leg. He set the broken limb back with a grotesque twist, the crack of bone realigning audible even in the chaos. That felt weird, he muttered, testing the limb with a satisfied grin. Heracles, wiping a trickle of spit from his chin, let out a low chuckle. "Kid, no, Lucian, what the hell is wrong with you?" His tone was both impressed and bewildered. Heracles then moved his mouth around with a confused expression and spit to the side to show a tooth on the sand. Both combatants stared at it for a heartbeat, Heracles in disbelief and Lucian in irritation. "Why that look?" Heracles asked, arching an eyebrow. Knocking a tooth loose should be a grand achievement. "If I were content with just a tooth, you'd best kill me now," Lucian snarled, eyes narrowing. "I won't stop until I see blood." Heracles laughed, deep and hearty. "All right then, come, make me bleed." His muscles flexed, preparing for the next exchange. "Oh, I will." Lucian's voice dropped to a dangerous whisper as he assumed his stance again, a wicked smile playing on his lips. "By the way, I'm keeping that fucking tooth." Heracles scoffed as he charged in again. Lucian blocked Heracles' punch with his forearm and punched his fist. Heracles blocked his next punch and punched Lucian's torso. Lucian blocked Heracles' next knee attack by crossing his arms, switching over using his raised knee as leverage and kicking his chest. "They're going to be at this for a while, aren't they?" Aries muttered, arms crossed, eyes glued to the spectacle with a deadpan expression. "Yup." Annabeth flicked her fingers, turning the sand beneath them into sturdy seats. She dropped down and crossed her legs. "Might as well get comfortable." Aries sighed as he took a seat, followed by the rest of the onlookers. "How long do you think they'll go on?" Bianca asked, a mixture of awe and concern on her face. "Knowing Lucian," Talia smirked, her voice dry as the desert air. "Until the sun rises." "Wah!" 6 hours later, multiple magic circles materialized across the sky, raining down weapons like a tempest aimed at Heracles. With a powerful swing of his massive club, he shattered them one after another. Meanwhile, Lucian darted through the storm, slashing his scythe with fierce precision. Heracles leaped into the air, the force of his jump leaving the ground trembling. He swung his club in a wide arc and came crashing down with a resounding impact, sending a shock wave rippling outward. Lucian used the pole of his scythe to block the attack, but the force of the collision surged through him, making his arms tremble as he gritted his teeth. "Ark!" Heracles roared, pressing down with even greater force. "Just quit already. I won't stop until I see even a single drop of gold from you." Lucian growled, muscles straining as he struggled to hold his ground. "Your persistence is infuriating," Heracles bellowed, pushing down harder. Lucian felt his knees start to buckle under the pressure. "Are you trying to make me kneel, you bastard?" "Damn right I am. Once you kneel, it's over for you." Lucian bit down on his lip until it bled, his face twisting with rage. "I kneel for no one, except my mother," he snarled. Veins bulged on Heracles' forehead and arms as he pressed down with relentless force. Blood trickled from Lucian's lip, and his knees dipped lower as he prepared for a final gambit. Summoning every ounce of focus, he reached deep into his well of magic and shadow. The glow around his sigil began to fade, and weakness clawed at him. At the last moment, Lucian shifted back, letting the club crash into the ground with explosive force. Using the shockwave to propel himself, he rolled across the sand and planted his hands on the shadows. The darkness spread out, forming a circle around him with a hidden magic circle at its center. Heracles, momentarily caught off guard, glared down at the shadowy trap. Lucian activated his cursed eyes, freezing Heracles for a split second. "I'm putting everything I have into this. This untested technique has to work," Lucian thought, sweat pouring down his face. Heracles, known for his iron will, broke free from the brief paralysis and scoffed. "Shadow switch," Lucian muttered. In an instant, their positions flipped. Heracles found himself standing directly over the hidden magic circle. Before he could react, a massive black dome enveloped him, shrouding him in utter darkness. He strained his eyes, but saw nothing, not even his hands. A sudden, unnatural weakness overcame him, forcing him to use his club for support. "What is this?" Heracles muttered, eyes widening as two colossal dragon eyes emerged from the pitch-black abyss below. Outside the dome, Lucian smirked. He had just used 3 different attacks in one go to create the ultimate trap. Lucian Magic Circle in the beginning had a curse embedded into it, a curse that siphons the strength of anyone that was on top of it. Lucian then uses his trap magic to use that siphoned strength and transfer it elsewhere. Into his strongest attack, his Cursed Dragon, which he once used against Talia during the War Games. Heracles' own power now bolstered the dragon, which let out a deep rumble, smoke snaking from its massive nostrils. It roared, the sound so powerful it caused the earth to quake, jolting Nico and the others awake. Heracles, undaunted, grinned defiantly. "Come at me, beast," he roared. The shadowy dragon slithered through the darkness and tackled Heracles, breaking out of its confinement. Wind lashed out in every direction as it rose from the ground, its immense form blotting out the night sky. Nico and the others watched in awe, taking steps back as the colossal dragon coiled in the heavens. They turned to see Lucian, his hands forming a clasp, struggling to hold it together. High above, Heracles gripped the dragon's maw, straining to keep it open. "I've held up the sky itself. This is nothing," he roared, even as the dragon's massive tongue wrapped around his torso. Oh, Heracles muttered, eyes narrowing. With a final pull, the dragon swallowed him whole. Lucian snapped his hands shut with a triumphant cry. "Ha ha! Art is an explosion." The first rays of dawn lit up the dragon's silhouette, giving it an ethereal glow before. Boom! A blinding black light burst from the dragon, momentarily eclipsing the sun and turning the sky as dark as night. The explosion was massive, sending shockwaves that pushed back the ocean and formed a deep crater, only for the water to rush back and fill it. The force swept over the beach, knocking everyone to the ground. Bianca screamed as she clung to Nico, who was nearly blown away. Sand whipped through the air in a storm, battering their faces and obscuring their vision. Windows shattered across distant streets, and debris scattered far beyond the shore. Amid the swirling smoke, a dark blur shot toward the beach. Heracles crashed into the sand, forming a crater. Everyone turned to him, breath held, as he lay still. Suddenly his eyes snapped open, and with a painful groan slowly got up. As he rose to his feet, he was brought back down to his knees, letting out a painful cough. Gold-streaked blood dripped from his mouth, and his eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at his bloodied hand. Staggering, he met Lucian's gaze, a reluctant smile tugging at his lips. "You crazy bastard. You actually made me bleed." "That's good, because I'm about to die now," Lucian replied with a weary, warm smile. "What?" Slowly blood started dripping down Lucian's mouth, painting his entire chin red, followed by his nose, eyes, and ears. Cracks began appearing over his skin as more blood spilled out. "Sigil. Used on body. Too long." Breaking, Lucian muttered before his eyes rolled to the back of his head and dropped down to his knees and face planted on the ground. A pool of blood spread beneath him as Annabeth screamed, "Lucian," and raced to his side, with the others following not too far behind. "Lucian," Annabeth screeched as she ran toward him. She slid on her knees across the sand and appeared beside Lucian. Talia turned into a streak of lightning as she rushed to them, her expression unreadable as she knelt beside Lucian. Annabeth didn't hesitate to flip him over, staining her hands with his blood. She glared at Lucian's bloodied and broken form as she said, "You better not die on me." "It's far too early for you to die," she whispered as she reached into her pouch and pulled out a vial of nectar, meant to help demigods recover quickly. She held Lucian with one hand and uncorked the potion with her mouth. She tried feeding Lucian the nectar, but he only sputtered and choked slightly. "Give it here," Talia said, snatching the nectar from Annabeth's hand and taking a sip herself. She grabbed Lucian's head and began feeding him the nectar mouth to mouth. As Talia administered the nectar, Grover, Percy, Clarice, Bianca, and Nico all came running toward Lucian with tears in their eyes. Nico sniffled and said, "I just gained the coolest big brother ever. Please don't let me lose you. You said you would teach me how to use my powers." Bianca's lips quivered upon hearing Nico's words. They all surrounded Lucian as Talia finished giving him the nectar, her mouth stained red with his blood. Lucian's wounds began to close slowly, giving everyone a flicker of hope. However, the cracks in his body burst open even further, revealing the true severity of his injuries. Through the entire ordeal, Lucian remained conscious due to his curse, which forced him to stay awake even when he lacked the strength to blink. Heracles frowned as he watched the scene unfold. Before he could offer assistance as the god of fertility and health, /n. It's in the wiki, look it up. Lucian's shadow expanded, and a figure emerged from it, Beatrice. "Beatrice," Annabeth exclaimed in surprise. She was supposed to be away on a mission, so everyone looked at her sudden appearance with shock. "I felt our Lord dying and couldn't just stand by and watch," Beatrice said, kneeling beside him and reaching into his shadow. Her hands moved rapidly, her expression shifting into one of deep concentration. Slowly, she pulled out a round vial filled with glowing golden liquid. Beatrice opened the vial and applied a single drop to Lucian's forehead. As it touched his skin, the wounds on his body began to close, and he started glowing faintly with a golden hue. "What did you just give him?" Heracles asked with a frown, narrowing his eyes as he sniffed the air. "And why does it smell familiar?" Noting Annabeth and Talia's curious expressions, Beatrice explained, "It's one of the most potent healing potions my lord and I created together using seeds from a golden apple, said to be filled with immense vitality. Though I remember him mentioning the golden apple for a potion, I don't recall him saying he was working on it," Annabeth said with a slight frown. "That's because we weren't sure it worked. We hadn't tested it yet. It was still in the experimental stage. You could say this is our first trial," Beatrice said, her expression shadowed with worry. "We were going to use it to create miracles to spread his name as a god and further the cult. He didn't want to reveal it, but we had no choice. Forgive me, my lord." Lucian groaned as he pushed himself up, shaking his head and letting his hair fall over his eyes. "Good work," he sighed. Beatrice bowed graciously. Happy to help, my lord. Lucian, they all shouted happily, with Annabeth and Talia tackling him back to the ground. Oof. Ladies, I'm feeling the love, Lucian teased. Just then, he heard Hecate's voice in his mind. You wanted a name for your technique, right? How does suicidal branding sound? You idiot, she scoffed in annoyance. Is someone worried about me? Lucian teased. Hecate huffed. You'd bring me nothing but shame if you, my student, died early. I can't have people thinking I'm a lousy teacher. Don't worry, senses. After all, the fates are on my side. Lucian's thought then moved privately, quite literally. Heracles looked at Lucian questioningly. I have a few questions for you, Lucian, and I hope you can answer them honestly. Lucian patted Annabeth and Talia to let him stand up. Sure, big guy, but before that, he said, pulling out his phone and snapping a picture of Heracles. Was that really necessary? Heracles asked with a straight face. Was that one of your questions? Because if so, then yes. No one would believe me if I said I made the great Heracles bleed, Lucian said proudly. Don't worry about the picture. I'll hang on my fridge so I can always remember. Heracles shook his head as he moved on with the topic. Say, did you actually manage to steal one of the golden apples? One? I took a bunch. You should have seen her face when she couldn't take them back from me. Lucian scoffed. You can even ask Aries over here. He was there. Huh. You actually managed to steal from her precious tree. Good on you, kid. I knew I liked you for a reason. Heracles exclaimed. Actually, now that I think about it, we both have a strong dislike for her, don't we? Lucian said, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. We do. What did she do to you? Heracles asked, curious. It's not toward me specifically, but toward my mother. She used my mother like one of her pawns and discarded her once she was no longer useful. Lucian said, his voice laced with disgust and hatred. Huh, sounds like her. Heracles scoffed, sharing Lucian's disdain. Hold on. Lucian suddenly shouted, spreading his arms wide and drawing puzzled looks from everyone. He turned to Heracles, excitement flashing in his eyes. I just remembered. You met my mother before, haven't you? What? I have. Heracles asked, surprised. Annabeth's eyes widened as she made the connection. She slapped her palm against her forehead. Of course. He was an Argonaut. Percy turned to Grover with a puzzled expression. Huh. He went to space before. Grover facepalmed. Argonaut Percy, not astronaut. Huh? What does? Heracles' eyes suddenly widened as he looked closely at Lucian's face. He burst into laughter, throwing his head back and clutching his stomach. Ha ha! You're her kid. Ha 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 ha! No wonder you're crazy and demented. Oi! Lucian said, offended. Heracles wiped tears from his eyes as his laughter subsided. I haven't laughed that hard in ages. But I have one last question, and though I think I already know the answer, I need to ask. His face turned serious. Why didn't you use the army in your shadows? If you had, I'm sure you would have made me bleed faster and accomplished your goal. And where would the honor in that be? Lucian raised an eyebrow. My shadow soldiers are a part of me and could have helped overwhelm you. But I wouldn't be satisfied with that kind of victory. You may not have taken me seriously, but you still fought me with honor and respect. I couldn't do any less, even if it meant losing because you stuck to this so-called honor. Heracles pressed. Lucian nodded. If you had fought dishonorably, I would have returned the favor tenfold. But you didn't, so I would rather face defeat due to my own limitations than dishonor the sanctity of our duel. Heracles chuckled and placed his club on Lucian's head. Boy, you have my respect. You not only faced me head-on with bravery and courage, but you did so with the honor that all heroes should embody. And you managed to make me bleed at such a young age. Such feats deserve a reward. Heracles then turned to everyone and frowned. Close your eyes and don't open them until I say so. You're joking, right? Aries asked, knowing exactly what was about to happen. Lucian's shadow tendrils reached behind him, covering everyone's eyes as he closed his own with a faint smile. With that, Heracles shed his mortal shell and became a being of pure divine energy. The overwhelming power emanating from him made everyone feel weak at the knees, even though they couldn't see him. His voice, filled with divine authority, echoed. Lucian Blackheart, for your recent achievements and virtues, I, Heracles, god of strength and patron of heroes, deem you worthy of my blessing. The blessing of permanent enhanced strength. Once given, not even I can take it back. I trust you to wield this strength wisely and for the benefit of others, as I once did. Do you accept this blessing? Lucian placed a fist over his heart and said, I do. Then so it shall be, Heracles proclaimed. A golden light enveloped Lucian, causing his muscles to swell and contract. His physique grew more defined, and he gained a bit of height as his muscles adapted to the new power. Heracles slowly returned to his mortal form. Lucian opened his eyes and withdrew the shadow tendrils from everyone's faces, who now stared at him and Heracles in disbelief. Heracles rested his club on his shoulder. Use it wisely, so that next time, you'll give me more of a challenge, he teased. Lucian glanced at his hands, squeezing them into fists and hearing the tension in his new muscles. He smirked. I already have a new goal for our next fight, making you use your god form. Heracles merely scoffed and shook his head. Lucian sat on a sand-crafted chair that Annabeth had created, observing the confrontation between Percy and Aries with an unblinking intensity. The waves crashed behind them, their rhythmic roar a stark contrast to the tense silence blanketing the shoreline. Heracles stood like a mountain behind Lucian, arms crossed, eyes narrowed in steely focus on Aries. Something about Aries was just simply rubbing him the wrong way. Nearby, Clarisse shifted uneasily, gnawing on her thumbnail until it threatened to break. Her usually fierce eyes were shadowed by concern, darting between Percy and her father. Annabeth, standing beside her, noticed Clarisse's growing anxiety and couldn't resist a teasing smirk. What's the matter? Can't decide who to root for. Annabeth's voice was low, yet it held a teasing lilt that only barely masked her own worry. Clarisse's eyes narrowed, and she shot Annabeth a glare sharp enough to cut stone. Shut it, will you? She muttered, her voice tight with strained emotion. Annabeth responded with a knowing pat on Clarisse's back. You want my advice? No, Clarisse said without hesitation, not letting her finish. Undeterred, Annabeth's brow twitched slightly in irritation as she continued. Too bad. I'm going to tell you anyways. You should root for Percy. He actually cares about you, much more than your father ever has. Clarisse flinched, an involuntary tremor running through her. Her lips tightened as she glanced at Annabeth, eyes glistening with conflicting emotions. This is why you should mind your own business, she muttered, voice breaking on the last word. I'm not rooting for my dad. I'm rooting for Percy. But my father is the god of war. He's not as honorable or merciful as Heracles. He won't hold back. He'll kill him without a second thought. Annabeth's expression softened as she returned her gaze to the battlefield. The two combatants stood only a few paces apart. Aries' eyes glimmered with the cold, sharp confidence of an experienced warrior as he lifted his colossal silver sword onto his shoulder. The blade's hilt was carved into a skull, a ruby embedded in its eyes, glittering ominously. Shall we go over the rules of our duel one last time? Aries' voice rumbled. Percy, unflinching, met Aries' gaze with steely determination. Lucian was declared the winner of his fight with Heracles, so the helm of darkness goes to him. If I win, you'll leave us alone for good, Clarisse included. No more treating her like a pawn or an errand girl. Treat her with the respect she deserves. Like your actual daughter. Aries' mouth curled into a scoff, his eyes alight with derision. And if you lose? It won't come to that, Percy said as clenched his jaw. He raised his fist, clenching it until the trident tattoo on the back of his hand glowed with a deep ocean green. The tattoo peeled away, morphing into a shimmering, ethereal trident that hovered in the air for a moment before he grasped it firmly. With a practiced motion, he reached into his pocket, uncapped a simple pen that shifted seamlessly into Riptide, his celestial bronze sword. Heracles shifted behind Lucian, the hero's eyes widening just enough to betray his astonishment. That sword, Percy positioned his trident defensively and held riptide at the ready, every muscle taut. The sea breeze tugged at his dark hair, but his eyes remained locked on Aries. Aries threw back his head and laughed. 2 weapons? You think wielding 2 will make you have a better chance at defeating me? I need only 1 to prove your defeat. He twirled his massive blade, the skull hilt catching the light in an unsettling gleam. Are you done showing off? Or can we get this over with? I have things to do. Percy snapped, the edge in his voice daring Aries to make his move. Aries' grin faltered, turning into a scowl. I'll let you make the first move, punk. Without hesitation, Percy surged forward, his trident aimed for Aries' midsection. But Aries moved like lightning, parrying the strike with an ease that bordered on arrogance. The collision of metal sent sparks flying, tiny stars that landed on the sand and sizzled into nothingness. Percy pivoted, slashing with riptide. Aries intercepted, blades scraping and screaming in protest. The air around them crackled with tension, each clash sending shockwaves that rippled through the sand. As Percy's attacks grew faster, his movements more precise, Aries responded with effortless counters. It was as if the god could read his mind, blocking each strike before it even formed in Percy's thoughts. The two continued to clash for a good while when suddenly, Aries roared and raised his sword high, both hands gripping the hilt. He brought it down in a brutal arc, eyes glinting with feral glee. Percy crossed riptide and his trident, bracing himself as the sword connected. The force was monstrous, vibrating through his bones with enough power to numb his arms. He bit back a cry, feeling the shock reverberate through his very core. Aries lashed out with a boot to Percy's gut, and the demigod was launched backward, air ripped from his lungs. He hit the sand hard, rolling and coughing. Pain lanced through his midsection as he forced himself to rise, wiping the corner of his mouth where blood had begun to pool. With a flick of his hand, his trident flew back to him, and he spun it with a flourish. Aries was already storming toward him, sword gleaming with lethal intent. Percy tightened his grip, thrusting his trident forward. A column of seawater erupted from the prongs, shooting toward Aries like a spear. The god dodged nimbly, the spray glistening as it fell in scattered droplets. He closed the distance and slashed for Percy's head. Percy ducked low, the edge of the blade grazing his cheek and drawing a thin, stinging line of blood. He rolled to the side, a hiss escaping him as he clutched his face. The droplets that splashed around him shimmered and flew towards his cheek, sealing the wound in an instant. Persistent, aren't you? Aries sneered, raising his sword again. Before he could strike, Percy caught the blade between the prongs of his trident and pushed with a grunt, attempting to disarm the god. But Aries' grip was iron, unyielding. Summoning his strength, Percy channeled water around the prongs and slashed upward. A crescent blade of water surged forward, only to meet a wall of fire as Aries' blade ignited. The wave burst into steam, hissing like a chorus of angry serpents. Aries' eyes gleamed. You're not the only one with control over the elements, boy. The steam thickened, enveloping them in a dense fog that cloaked Percy's form. Aries furrowed his eyes as he began to hack at the fog. Aries' instincts warned him off the danger and blocked Percy's sword, which all appeared as a silhouette in the fog. More sparks flew from every direction as Percy was using the fog to his advantage. You might control one element. Percy's voice echoed from within the fog, low and taunting. But I can wield many. Silhouettes of Percy materialized in the fog, darting around Aries like wraiths. Aries snarled, slashing at the phantoms only to find them dissipating into mist. The god spun, slashing in a wide arc and releasing a wave of fire that seared through the air, pushing the fog back. As the steam cleared, Aries' eyes narrowed. The battlefield had transformed. Hundreds of icicles floated like frozen daggers, glistening ominously. Percy twirled his trident, and the icicles responded, shivering in place before launching at Aries with deadly speed. Aries moved in a blur, his blade cutting down the shards as they shattered into glimmering snowflakes that floated like embers. The god's concentration was razor-sharp, eyes darting as he deflected each attack. The sound of ice, splintering, and metal ringing filled the beach. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over Aries. His eyes snapped up to see Percy descending, trident poised for a strike. Aries shifted, using the flat of his sword to block as Percy's weapon crashed down, sparking with violent energy. The force of their collision sent a shockwave that flattened the sand around them. Percy, breath-heaving, uncapped his pen mid-press and thrust Riptide forward, drawing a thin, precise line across Ares' waist. A droplet of ichor, gold as the sun, oozed from the wound, shimmering between them. Ares' eyes widened, and for the first time, there was a flicker of true hatred in the god's gaze. Percy's breath hitched, his own eyes reflecting the gold with an almost stunned disbelief. Ares looked at Percy with burning hatred. "You've made an enemy, little godling," he said in a rumbling voice. Continuing, "You have sealed your fate. Every time you raise your blade in battle, every time you hope for success, you will feel my curse. Beware, Percy Jackson, beware." Ares suddenly began to glow, but Lucian quickly intervened. Wait a minute, please. I would like a word with you, Lord Ares," Lucian said respectfully. The glow around Ares dimmed slightly as he turned to Lucian with an unpleasant expression. "What do you want, boy?" Lucian walked up to him, still shirtless, hands in his pockets, a smile on his face, and eyes closed. He rubbed the back of his head. "How do I explain this exactly?" "Get on with it," Ares said through gritted teeth. Right, my bad." Lucian chuckled, tapping his toes casually on the sand as he smiled. "You see, when I asked if you had the helm last time we met, you said you didn't know what I was talking about." "Huh." Ares' expression grew more irritated by the second, but his questions were halted by Lucian raising a finger. "So, you obviously lied to me. But you see, I knew you had the helm. I also knew that when I asked, you knew that I knew. But that was merely a test, an easy way out, if you will. Knowing that I knew, you still chose to be dishonest. And dishonesty deserves punishment," Lucian said, wagging his finger at Ares in a mock-reprimanding manner. Ares tried to hold in his laugh before doubling over, clutching his stomach. "Ha ha 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 ha." As Ares laughed in Lucian's face, Lucian simply stood there, smiling and watching, seemingly amused by Ares' reaction. Wiping tears from his eyes, Ares let out a satisfied sigh. "Man, I haven't laughed like that in a while. It was almost enough to lift my earlier mood." "Almost," he repeated as he frowned and stood imposingly over Lucian. "Listen here, little godling. I assumed you were smarter than this. But it appears your victory over Heracles has gone to your head if you seriously believe that you, a mortal I can kill with a snap of my fingers, can punish me, a god." Lucian gasped sharply, putting a hand over his chest and taking a step back, feigning shock. "Lord Ares, don't be so preposterous. I am but a lone demigod and could never hope to punish a glorious god such as yourself," Lucian said, making an exaggerated bow, fanning his hands up and down. Lucian then performed a gentleman's bow. "I'm but a mere mortal. Punishing a god isn't my job." "Oh yeah? Then whose job is it?" "My father's." Ares scoffed. "No, it is mine's," Lucian said with a smirk before his expression turned serious. He lifted his foot and stomped on the sand. The sand split rapidly, revealing the ground beneath it, which in turn cracked open beneath Ares. The color drained from Ares' face as he tried to teleport away, but a powerful force anchored him, pulling him into the crevice. Ares' hands gripped the ledges of the opening as his expression turned to one of fear. "No, not him. Don't send me to him." Lucian crouched down, resting his arms on his knee with a bright smile. "Do you want to know something interesting before you go meet my father? You see, as the crown prince of the Underworld, I have a special privilege of creating an entrance to the Underworld whenever I please." Lucian made a sideways peace sign, winked, and stuck his tongue out slightly as a shadow crown appeared over his head. He pulled out his phone and held it up to take a picture with Aries. Smile for me. Click. Lucian chuckled and swatted Aries' hands away, making him lose his grip and fall. Curse you, you bastard! Aries shouted, arms flailing as he disappeared into the abyss. Lucian put a hand to his mouth and shouted down, Hey, Dad! He has the helm with him. My quest is complete, and I even sent the guilty one directly to you. Tell the three sisters to suck on that. Your work has been satisfactory, Hades' voice said coldly as the crevice snapped shut. Lucian scoffed in amusement and walked back to the others, who were watching in stunned silence. Annabeth witnessed a scene that left her breathless, making her shudder slightly. She quickly pulled out her phone and took a picture to capture it. Lucian walked in front of the setting sun, head held high, shirtless, and exposing his toned body and newly acquired muscles. His hands were in the pockets of his sweatpants, and an arrogant but proud smirk played on his lips as the shadow crown slowly dissipated. Talia gave Annabeth a weird look, noticing her fingers flying over the camera button. You need some serious help, Talia sighed, shaking her head. Annabeth shot her a look before lowering her phone. Talia's phone buzzed, and she frowned in confusion as she checked it, realizing Annabeth had sent her some of the pictures. Talia glanced at Annabeth with a deadpan expression, then scoffed and secretly saved the photos. Annabeth saw this and scoffed back, muttering, Hypocrite. As the crown faded, Lucian began walking toward them with large, proud strides. I finally got revenge on that ba. Lucian noticed Nico looking at him with wide, proud eyes and quickly corrected himself. I finally got my revenge. Life is so good right now, he said, smiling happily. So this is what you meant by it being his easy way out last time? Percy sighed wearily. Not only that, but that beast, annoying god was trying to kill me, Lucian scoffed. I'm just getting my payback. Kill you? Grover asked, tilting his head in confusion before glancing at Percy. I thought he was trying to kill Percy? Why would he try to kill you? He was trying to kill both of us, Lucian explained. Why do you think Heracles is here? What? Heracles was sent to kill you, Nico exclaimed, looking at Heracles with a betrayed expression. Heracles just looked slightly uncomfortable under Nico's gaze. I mean, yeah, it was pretty obvious, Lucian continued. Ares wanted to kill me ever since I tested him in the diner and confronted him about having the helm. Killing one demigod of the big three wouldn't be a problem for him. If he killed Percy, he'd only have to deal with Percy's father, and he'd probably have his support too, Lucian said, pointing skyward. After all, Ares would claim he was retrieving the bolt, which would put him in the right, technically. But he couldn't kill two children of the big three without facing serious consequences, Lucian added. He'd be dealing with both my father and Percy's father at the same time. So he had no choice but to find someone else to do the job. The only god who could do it without hesitation and who'd have his blessing was. Lucian motioned toward Heracles. Heracles nodded, rubbing his chin. Things are starting to make more sense now. That must be why my father allowed me a break from guard duties. Lucian nodded, but Ares failed to account for one thing. What was it? Bianca asked, completely absorbed in the tale. Heracles' boredom, Lucian said, smirking. Huh? Everyone gasped, not expecting that answer. Heracles chuckled, nodding in agreement. Heracles was obviously bored after centuries of guard duty. He was planning to stretch out this mission for as long as possible. That's why he didn't kill me with a single punch and went easy on me. By delaying things, he realized I wasn't guilty of whatever crime we were being accused of. Ares didn't anticipate Heracles and me becoming friends during our battle or Heracles giving me his blessing, Lucian said proudly. Heracles let out a sigh. As he said, I was delaying going back. But now that it's over, I'll have to return. Lucian raised his fist toward Heracles. I promise to visit you. Heracles scoffed, bumping his fist with Lucian's. Then you better bring something to drink. Better yet, I'll cook for you, Lucian smirked. Heracles chuckled and shook his head, hoisting his club over his shoulder as he began to walk away. I'll hold you to that promise, Lucian Blackheart, he said before crouching down and leaping away, disappearing in a single bound. Before we continue this any further, give me, Lucian said, pointing to Percy's sword and opening and closing his hand. Huh? What? Percy asked, holding it protectively. I'm not going to take it. I don't need your stupid sword. Lucian scoffed. Percy gasped and clutched the sword closer. Don't call her stupid, he exclaimed, clearly offended. Talia asked in amusement before nudging Clarice teasingly. Looks like you've got some competition. Clarice turned to Talia, her eye twitching as she restrained herself. Percy handed Riptide to Lucian, saying, Take good care of her. Lucian rolled his eyes. You're being weird. He grabbed Riptide and held it to the side. His eyes flashed a deep red as he pinched the base of the blade and slowly ran his fingers toward the tip. The others watched in wide-eyed fascination as a black wisp followed his fingers, as though he were cleaning something dark and sinister off the blade. Lucian scoffed, shaking his hand as if brushing away dust. In his palm, a swirling black orb of darkness formed, radiating palpable power. What is that thing? It feels evil, Grover said, shivering slightly. As a satyr attuned to nature, he was sensitive to the raw malevolence the orb exuded. This is the power of a curse, created by a god. Aries, as the god of war, placed this curse on your weapon, Lucian explained as he handed the sword back to Percy. Thank you, Percy said, nodding gratefully. No, I should be thanking you. Lucian raised the orb in a mock toast. Bottoms up. Wah! Everyone gasped in shock and horror as Lucian shoved the cursed orb into his mouth. They watched, horrified, as the curse traveled down his throat, turning his neck black as it went. Lucian slouched forward, his eyes drooping in contentment. That tasted so good, he murmured, black wisps escaping from the corners of his mouth as he rubbed his stomach. That was disgusting. Do it again, Nico exclaimed, his face a mix of fascination and revulsion. Since when can you do that? Annabeth asked, her expression perplexed. Lucian mimmed a drinking gesture with his thumb and pinky. Since Seriously? Talia asked, giving him a weird look. Lucian shrugged. I didn't even know I could do it. My intuition just told me to. I should find more cursed items. My magic power increased. What? Annabeth blinked. By how much? 15%, but that's only because it was a curse from a god. Different types of curses will increase my magic power by different percentages. And no, I can't eat curses I created myself since they come from my own power. But that's obvious. Bianca tilted her head in confusion. If this is your first time doing it, how do you already know so much about it? That's the thing about intuition, Lucian said. I know things without knowing how I know them. It's all intuitive. Of course you have another power. Why wouldn't you? Clarice scoffed. Isn't that a bit overpowered? Percy asked. Lucian shook his head. I don't get to decide what I'm intuitive about. It's random and could be something completely useless. I suppose that's fair, Percy said with a sigh as he picked up a blue backpack from the ground and slung it over his shoulder. Now that Aries is out of our hair, let's return this to its original owner. Everyone nodded in agreement. Lucian turned to Nico and Bianca. It's time to send you guys back to our father. What? Nico asked, his expression falling in disappointment. Bianca yawned. We did stay up all night watching Lucian fight Heracles. Lucian smiled and ruffled Nico's hair. I can't take you where we're going, little bro. We're meeting Uncle Thunder, and let's just say he's not a big fan of us Hades kids. It's for your own safety. After this is over, I'll come get you and Bianca, and we'll explore Camp Half-Blood together. Pinky promise? Nico asked, holding out his pinky with a serious expression. Puffed. Yeah, I pinky promise, Lucian teased, locking pinkies with him. Then he turned to Bianca, wiggling his pinky teasingly. You want one too? Bianca just stared at him with a deadpan expression, her tired eyes half closed. Lucian raised his hands in mock surrender as two shadow hellhounds appeared by his side. Get on them, he said. They'll take you to the Underworld. Hold on tight and don't let go. The siblings climbed onto the hellhounds. Nico waved enthusiastically. Bye. See you later. Bianca gave everyone a polite wave. It was nice meeting you all. I had fun. Before disappearing into the shadows, she smiled faintly at Percy. By Percy. Lucian immediately grabbed Percy by the collar, pulling him close. What the hell are you seducing my sister for, you dumbass? He growled coldly. Huh? Since when did I seduce her? Percy exclaimed, looking around in confusion. Talia and Annabeth grabbed Lucian's waist while Clarice and Grover restrained Percy. As they pulled the two apart, Lucian pointed at his eyes and then at Percy in a silent warning before scoffing and letting it go. You need some serious help, you lunatic, Percy yelled, straightening his shirt. Lucian opened his mouth to retort, but froze as he felt a hand moving up and down his abs. His eyes followed the hand to Annabeth, who was rubbing his stomach with a concentrated expression. What the hell are you doing? Lucian asked, snapping Annabeth out of a reverie. Huh? Oh, nothing. I was just wondering if these got harder, Annabeth replied quickly, shaking her head as if trying to clear it. Lucian glanced down to see her hand still moving before smacking it away. With a quick motion, he conjured a sweater and pulled it over himself. Ah, Annabeth muttered in disappointment. I had to, or I'd be assaulted, Lucian scoffed, rolling his eyes. He turned to address the group. I'll teleport us outside the Empire State Building, where Olympus is located, so everyone get ready. They all nodded, and a moment later, they all reoriented themselves in an alleyway with the Empire State Building looming in front of them. You know, I think it's best if I stayed out here and waited, Grover said nervously. I'll stay with Grover and keep an eye on him, Clarice said, awkwardly avoiding eye contact. It was clear she wasn't eager to meet the ruler of Olympus or deal with Percy's father. Annabeth looked between Grover and Lucian before sighing. I'm not a child of the big three. I'd feel out of place going with you three. It'd be more symbolic if Lucian, Percy, and Talia went together. I'll stay behind and look after these two. Lucian nodded, but paused when Annabeth kissed his cheek. Good luck, she said with a small smile. Lucian scoffed, returning the smile. As if I'll need it. When it comes to him, you need all the luck you can get so he doesn't kill you, Annabeth teased. Percy glanced between Lucian and Annabeth before turning to Clarice, who rolled her eyes and lightly punched his shoulder. Don't push your luck, she said. I didn't say anything, Percy replied innocently, shrugging his shoulders. You didn't have to. Your eyes did all the talking. Clarice shot back with a scoff as she rolled her eyes at him. Oh, so you were staring at my eyes now. Percy teased. God, you're annoying, Clarice muttered, grabbing his collar and pulling him into a kiss. Maybe that'll shut you up. Percy blushed faintly and spun on his heel, walking ahead with a newfound stride. Lucian and Talia followed, watching the exchange in amusement. Talia leaned toward Lucian as they crossed the street. Why was that kind of cute? She whispered. I know, right? Lucian whispered back, still smiling. When they entered the elevator, an attendant turned to face them. The 500th floor, please, Lucian declared. Then, with a sly grin, he added, but before that, he clapped his hands twice, and in an instant their outfits changed. Percy was now wearing a sea-green toga that matched his eyes, paired with a golden laurel. Talia's outfit transformed into a radiant golden toga with a matching laurel, and Lucian himself was adorned in a sleek black toga with an autumn-colored laurel crown. Percy and Talia looked down at themselves, then turned to Lucian with deadpan expressions. Was this really necessary? Talia asked flatly. Yes, it was, Lucian replied proudly. We have to dress for the occasion, after all. The elevator began its ascent toward the 500th floor. Percy stood frozen in awe as the elevator doors slid open to reveal Olympus in all its glory. The radiant golden city sprawled before them, its shimmering towers piercing the azure sky. The streets and plazas appeared to float on a bed of clouds that glowed softly with an otherworldly light. The air hummed faintly with divine energy, carrying the faint scent of ambrosia and wildflowers. So, this is Olympus, Percy muttered, his voice barely above a whisper, as he stepped onto the ethereal cloud path. The three began walking down a long, gleaming trail that wove through the dazzling cityscape. Percy hesitated, glancing nervously at the clouds beneath his feet, his brow furrowed as he leaned slightly to peer into the misty abyss below. We won't, fall through this, right? He asked, his voice tinged with worry. Lucian smirked and let out an exaggerated sigh. Oh, absolutely. You should be very careful. Wouldn't want to end up like Jeremy, he said solemnly, shooting a sly wink at Talia. Jeremy? Percy asked, his face growing pale. Who's Jeremy? Talia rolled her eyes and shook her head dramatically. Exactly, she said, her tone heavy with mock regret. He was a good kid, Lucian added, his expression taking on an almost theatrical look of sorrow. Such a shame, really. He didn't know where Olympus ended and the actual clouds began. Talia chimed in, her voice laden with feigned grief. One wrong step and poof. Gone forever. Percy's face contorted into a mix of horror and disbelief. He gulped loudly, his hands twitching at his sides as he glanced nervously at his feet. Then he noticed it. The corners of Talia and Lucian's mouths twitching, their expressions faltering. You're messing with me, aren't you? Percy asked flatly, narrowing his eyes. That was all it took. Both Talia and Lucian burst into laughter, unable to contain themselves any longer. Talia doubled over, clutching her stomach, while Lucian leaned back, wiping tears from his eyes as his laughter echoed through the air. You guys are the worst, Percy grumbled, his face flushing with embarrassment. I actually believed you. Lucian clapped Percy on the back, still chuckling. A valuable lesson, my friend. Never be so gullible. Percy groaned and turned his attention to their surroundings, ignoring the whispers and giggles of passing nymphs who were now pointing and glancing at their little group. Lucian, ever the showman, strutted confidently ahead, hands clasped behind his head, flashing a playful wink at the onlookers. A few nymphs giggled and blushed, whispering to each other behind dainty hands. Talia, unimpressed, smacked Lucian on the back of his head. Ow! Lucian yelped, rubbing the spot. What was that for? Stop flirting with other girls, Talia said, giving him a pointed look. In case you forgot, I'm your girlfriend. Instead of looking contrite, Lucian grinned smugly and began walking with an even more exaggerated swagger. Talia rolled her eyes. She knew him too well to take him seriously and knew exactly what he was thinking and decided to drop the matter. The trail soon led them to the grand entrance of the Olympian throne room, a massive set of doors carved from celestial bronze and inlaid with intricate golden patterns that seemed to shimmer and shift like living light. Percy hesitated, his heart pounding. The enormity of the moment hit him. He was about to meet the gods, and more importantly, his father. Lucian, however, had no patience for dramatic pauses. He pushed the doors open with a dramatic flourish, striding in boldly. Sup, fam, he bellowed, throwing up devil horns with his fingers and puckering his lips in an exaggerated kiss. You'll know what time it is. Family reunion. Talia groaned and facepalmed. Percy whispered urgently behind him, Lucian, I wasn't ready for this, mentally or emotionally. Inside the throne room, the scale of the gods was staggering. Two massive thrones loomed high above them, each carved from materials so radiant they defied mortal comprehension. On one sat Zeus, the god of the skies, his piercing gaze as sharp as lightning and his presence crackling with authority. A few thrones away sat Poseidon, the god of the seas, exuding a calm yet commanding aura, his eyes the color of the deepest oceans. Both gods turned their immense gazes toward the newcomers. Percy felt a lump form in his throat as he struggled to keep his composure. Lucian, undeterred, grinned widely and held his pose. If it ain't my favorite uncle, Lucian exclaimed as he pointed two fingers to Zeus while leaning back. As lightning cracked ominously in the distance, Zeus gripped the armrests of his throne so tightly that the veins on his hands bulged. His eyes shimmered with divine fury, sparks of electricity dancing dangerously. It seems you wish to meet your father early, boy. Zeus boomed, his voice a rolling thunder that shook the very clouds beneath them. Lucian sighed dramatically, letting his shoulders slump as he crossed his arms. Uncle, we've talked about this. You need to relax. Take a deep breath, count to 10. Before anything else, we're family. Can't we just act like it for once? He raised his fist in a half-hearted shake, his expression a mix of exasperation and playful defiance. Zeus's face darkened further, and a bolt of lightning crackled from his fingers, splitting the air beside him. "Return my bolt, you insolent child, before I disintegrate you. Your crimes will not go unpunished." Lucian matched Zeus's intensity with his own unyielding resolve, jabbing a finger in the god's direction. "I didn't take your stupid bolt, old man. Maybe you should look closer to home before accusing me. I deserve an apology." As the two bickered, Percy turned his gaze to Poseidon, who had remained calm amid the storm of accusations. The sea god sat tall and unbothered, his teal eyes watching Percy with an unreadable expression. Despite his collected demeanor, something in his gaze stirred an unexplainable swirl of emotions in Percy, a mix of longing, sorrow, and a deep, unspoken connection. Taking a steadying breath, Percy stepped forward, his legs feeling like lead. He knelt before Poseidon, his voice breaking slightly as he spoke. "Father." Zeus, momentarily distracted from Lucian, sneered down at Percy. "Should you not address the master of this house first, boy?" "Peace, brother," Poseidon interjected softly, his voice carrying the calming power of ocean waves. Percy felt a strange comfort, like hearing a long-lost lullaby. Poseidon's gaze softened. The boy defers to his father, as he should. Talia moved forward next, kneeling before Zeus without a hint of emotion in her face. "Father," she said flatly. Zeus's sneer deepened. "It seems you still choose to claim this child you sired against our sacred oath, have you?" Talia rose to her feet, her head held high. Poseidon's expression hardened as he looked between Talia, Percy, and Lucian. "It seems, brother, you've conveniently forgotten that you too sired children despite our sacred oath." Zeus's eyes narrowed, his knuckles whitening as he gripped his throne. "Do not shift blame from yourself, Poseidon. The matter of my daughter has long since been addressed, along with Hades' bastard. The matter of that boy," he pointed at Percy, "has not. Do not attempt to justify your sins with mine." Poseidon's calm remained unbroken. "I have already admitted my wrongs, brother. I am not here to debate. I am here to listen." Zeus glanced back at the trio of demigods, his gaze lingering on Lucian. His eyes flickered, noticing something unusual. There was a divine mark, a faint glow of power that radiated from Lucian, the faint blessing of Heracles. Zeus's lips tightened as the realization hit him. He doesn't just give his blessing to just anyone, especially that kind of blessing. In fact, he hasn't given that blessing to anyone yet. "Very well," Zeus said, leaning back into his throne, his hand stroking his beard thoughtfully. "Speak, then. But be warned, if I don't like what I hear, the consequences will be severe." Lucian, ever the provocateur, grinned cheekily. "Uncle, have you done something different with your beard? It's looking especially majestic today. Honestly, I don't think my father could pull it off as well as you." Poseidon, Percy, and Talia all knew what Lucian was trying to do and looked down to avoid smiling or laughing. Zeus snorted but rubbed his beard absently, his divine pride swelling despite himself. "Do not think flattery will save you, boy. Speak." Percy looked between Lucian and Talia and began his tale of his quest, from leaving the camp to fighting the snake dragon monsters. Percy and Lucian glared toward Poseidon when they got to meeting Medusa, then fighting the giants, stopping by the arch to train, meeting Aries at the diner, and having Clarice help him retrieve his shield. The Lotus Casino, he explained Aries' plan of giving him the bag which contained the bolt, knowing they were going to the Underworld, and his plan to have them killed. Their meeting with Hades, and leaving to fight both Heracles and Aries before coming here. Both Talia and Lucian were surprised that Percy took some things out from his explanation, like them knowing that Luke was truly the lightning thief. When Percy finished, a tense silence hung in the air. Zeus stroked his chin, his brow furrowing. "I sense the boy speaks the truth. But for Aries to orchestrate such treachery, it is uncharacteristic. That's because Aries wasn't himself." Lucian interjected, stepping forward. Zeus's eyes snapped to him, narrowing. "Explain." Aries spoke of strange dreams, Percy added, his voice firm. dreams that seemed to guide his actions. I've been having similar dreams, too, Percy said as he began to explain his dreams. Talia's face grew uneasy, her voice tinged with wariness. He's trying to rise again, Father, from Tartarus. The tension in the room became palpable. Zeus and Poseidon exchanged grim looks, their faces shadowed with the weight of ancient knowledge. Together, they muttered the same words in ancient Greek, their voices heavy with dread. Our Father. Zeus's eyes flicked between Poseidon and Lucian before settling on the master bolt in his hand. His expression was a storm of barely restrained irritation. We will not discuss this here, brother, he said, his voice rumbling with authority. Let's save it for another day. In the meantime, I will personally cleanse this bolt of all the human filth it has been tainted with in the sacred waters of Lemnos. Rising from his throne, Zeus held the bolt aloft, its divine energy crackling like a caged storm. As he turned to leave, his gaze softened ever so slightly as it fell upon Percy. You've done me a great service, boy, Zeus said gruffly. Few heroes could have accomplished as much. Percy straightened, a mix of surprise and pride on his face. Thank you, sir. But I had help from Clarice, Grover, and even... Zeus cut him off with a dismissive wave. To show my gratitude, I shall spare your life. However, do not mistake my leniency for trust. I do not like what your arrival portends for Olympus, Percy Jackson, but for the sake of family peace, I shall let you live. His words were sharp, like the snap of a whip, and he raised the bolt once more. Wait, uncle! Lucian's voice rang out, filled with desperation. Zeus paused, lowering the bolt slightly, his face darkening. Speak carefully, boy, he thundered. Your casual tone grows tiresome. If you forget your place again, I will defy even the fates that work so tirelessly to keep you alive. Now what is it? Lucian hesitated, his usual bravado faltering. He pressed his index fingers together and scuffed the floor with his foot, his posture radiating uncharacteristic meekness. He glanced up at Zeus with wide eyes, lips puckered in a sheepish pout. You see, the thing is, it's kind of my birthday today. Lucian began to sway slightly, his voice softening into an almost childlike whine. And since I helped return your bolt, I was hoping, just hoping, you might grant me the honor of hearing my most favorite uncle in the whole wide world wish me a happy birthday. The room froze. Talia bit her lip, her shoulders trembling as she tried, and failed to suppress a laugh. Poseidon turned away, one hand covering his mouth as his shoulders shook in silent amusement. Zeus raised an eyebrow, his expression unreadable. Then, to everyone's astonishment, his voice softened. Oh, it's your birthday, is it? He asked, his tone almost fatherly. Lucian blinked, caught off guard. Yeah. Well then, Zeus said with a smile that seemed sincere. Happy birthday, Lucian. The room went silent, everyone staring in shock. Even Lucian seemed frozen. Thanks. Here is your present, you insolent nephew. Zeus roared, his brief calm shattered like glass. With a snap of his fingers, a bolt of lightning shot toward Lucian, striking him squarely in the chest. Blue arcs of electricity danced across his body as he convulsed, letting out a strangled grunt. Zeus scoffed, the sound reverberating through the chamber, before disappearing in a flash of light and a deafening crack of thunder. Lucian collapsed onto the marble floor, smoke rising from his singed clothes. His hands were curled into claws, and his whole body twitched uncontrollably. His head lolled to the side, eyes wide and twitching. Talia sighed heavily, kneeling beside him to absorb the residual lightning from his body. Lucian, she began, her tone exasperated. What the hell is wrong with you? Why do you keep provoking him? You know this always happens. Lucian, still sprawled on the ground, groaned. Slowly, he reached into the shadows and pulled out his phone, holding it triumphantly in the air with trembling fingers. He tapped the screen, and Zeus's voice echoed through the throne room. Happy birthday, Lucian. Lucian's face lit up despite the lingering pain. I got on tape, he cried, tears streaming down his cheeks, though it was hard to tell if they were from joy or residual pain. Percy slapped a hand to his face. Poseidon, however, burst out laughing, his booming laughter filling the hall. Talia shook her head as she hauled Lucian to his feet, his arm draped over her shoulder for support. "You're impossible," she muttered. Lucian grinned through his exhaustion. "Best. Present. Ever. One day he's actually going to kill you," Talia said with a worried sigh. "Don't worry," Lucian replied, wincing as he shifted his weight. "I know when to draw the line." Poseidon, still chuckling, turned to Lucian. "Not that I didn't enjoy the show, but I need to speak with Percy. Alone. Would you mind giving us the room?" Lucian's grin vanished, replaced by a scowl. "We were just leaving," he said coldly. "Come on, Percy, we'll wait outside." Talia glanced at Lucian in surprise, but followed him toward the doors. Poseidon frowned, clearly taken aback. "Is he mad at me?" he asked Percy, bewildered. "I don't recall doing anything to offend him." Percy scoffed, standing to face his father. "Yeah, and he's not the only one." Poseidon's expression sobered. "I understand your anger, Percy. Yours is justified. His, I'm not so sure." Percy folded his arms, his tone sharp. "Here's a hint. Lucian considers Medusa his aunt. Now, you tell me why he might not like you." Poseidon winced, regret flashing across his face. "I see," he murmured. "I'm not proud of what I did, Percy. My actions were inexcusable, but that was centuries ago. The man I was then isn't the man I am now. Divinity, it complicates things. Sometimes my nature shifts, calm one moment, chaotic the next." Percy's frown deepened. Just because it happened centuries ago doesn't mean it doesn't still affect her, or the people who care about her. Poseidon sighed heavily. "Perseus, I won't argue this with you." "Well, I'm not letting it go," Percy shot back, his voice rising. Poseidon's eyes narrowed. "Watch your tone, boy. I am still your father, and, as such, I decide when this discussion ends. We will speak of other matters." Percy clenched his fists, glaring at his father. "Wonder what they're talking about," Talia mused as she sat on the steps leading to the throne room, her chin resting on her palm. Lucian leaned back lazily, arms stretched behind him, and shrugged. "How should I know? I'm not psychic." Talia's brows furrowed. "I wasn't saying you were. I was just curious." "Then why ask me something you clearly know I can't answer?" "That's illogical." He smirked, knowing exactly where this would lead. Talia's eyebrow twitched in annoyance. "I wasn't asking for a factual breakdown, Lucian. I just wanted your opinion." She was cut off mid-rant when Lucian leaned over and kissed her, silencing her tirade. Talia pulled back slightly, staring at him with a deadpan expression. "You just wanted to get me angry, didn't you?" Leaning back against the steps with a self-satisfied grin, Lucian winked. "What can I say? You look great when you're mad at me." Talia scoffed and crossed her arms. "And you look ugly when you're annoying the hell out of me." Lucian chuckled, tilting his head toward her. "And yet, look who's still dating her ugly duckling. You know when something's so ugly it's cute? That's you." Talia shot back, her lips twitching into a teasing smirk. "You're my cute little ugly duckling, so I tolerate you." Lucian gasped dramatically, placing a hand over his chest. "Wow, since when have you gotten so good at comebacks?" "I'm impressed, and a little wounded, honestly." Talia leaned closer, resting her back against his arm, her head finding a spot on his chest. She tilted her face up toward him with a smug grin. "When you've had to deal with someone like you for most of your life, you get better at it. Do you know how often I'd think of a perfect comeback a week later and realize it wouldn't make sense anymore? Do you know how infuriating that is?" Lucian burst out laughing. "A week, Talia? You're admitting it took you a whole week to think of a response." Talia rolled her eyes, shifting so she could lean into him more comfortably. "I was obviously exaggerating, dummy." She smirked before leaning up to kiss him again, their playful bickering momentarily forgotten. The throne room doors creaked open, and Percy stepped through, his expression a mix of irritation and exhaustion. He stopped in his tracks when he saw the two of them. His eyebrows twitched, and his face turned a faint shade of red as he realized they were entirely absorbed in their kiss. "Ugh, let's go already," Percy grumbled as he stormed past them. "You guys are showing way too much PDA." Lucian and Talia reluctantly broke apart, sighing dramatically in unison as they stood. As they followed Percy, Lucian and Talia smirked and called out simultaneously, "You're just jealous because it's not you and Clarice." The two of them froze, blinking at each other in surprise before breaking into laughter. Percy's face turned bright red as he picked up his pace, refusing to dignify their comments with a response. As Lucian and the others walked back through Olympus, a surreal sight greeted them. The satyrs and other similar beings of the realm knelt before them, bowing in reverence. The weight of the gesture was not lost on anyone. It was the acknowledgement of heroes. Percy shifted uncomfortably, his expression conflicted, while Lucian appeared detached, his gaze distant. His thoughts drifted elsewhere. Now things are about to get interesting. Percy didn't know about Luke being the traitor until the end of summer in the original timeline. But now, with what he's learned, he'll likely confront Luke sooner than expected. And Percy being Percy, that confrontation will probably be immediate. They all soon got in the elevator, and Lucian was still lost in thought. Lucian had his head leaning back against the metal wall of the elevator without making much of an expression. "Hello." Percy waved his hand in front of Lucian's face, snapping him out of his reverie. Lucian blinked, his attention snapping back to the present. "What is it?" "I've been calling your name for a minute now," Percy said flatly. "Sorry, lost in thought," Lucian admitted, raising an eyebrow. "What were you saying?" "This," Percy gestured to his toga with a scowl. "Can you change me back? I'm not stepping outside dressed like this." "All right." Lucian snapped his fingers, and their outfits shimmered, morphing back into modern clothing. The elevator continued its descent toward the bustling streets below. "What's got you so deep in thought?" Talia asked with a raised eyebrow. Lucian, who was wearing a long, sleeveless black sweater, and pulled the hood over his head and yawned. "Nothing, I'm just tired." "That's right," Talia said, her voice softening. "You haven't slept in days." "What?" Percy turned to Lucian, his eyes wide with disbelief. "You mean to tell me you fought Heracles while sleep-deprived and still managed to beat him?" Lucian smirked faintly, a glimmer of pride in his eyes. "Crazy, right? Definitely going in my autobiography." The smirk faded as Lucian's expression turned serious. "But seriously, Percy, why didn't you say anything?" "Say anything about what?" Percy asked, confused. "About Luke," Lucian said, his voice steady but sharp. "You could have exposed him, ended this whole thing before it even started. But you didn't." "Why?" The elevator doors slid open with a quiet chime. Percy stepped out, his back to Lucian. For a moment, the only sound was their footsteps echoing in the corridor. Then Percy spoke, his voice low and heavy with emotion. "Because he was my friend too." Talia and Lucian exchanged a look, a mixture of understanding and conflict, before silently following Percy into the streets of Manhattan. They went and quickly reunited with the others that were waiting for them. "So how did it go?" Annabeth asked curiously. Lucian just held out a peace sign. "I got electrocuted. I don't think that's something to brag about." "How are you not dead?" Grover wondered with a wary expression. Lucian began kissing his biceps. "Because of these bad boys." "You were on the ground, crying," Talia said with a straight expression. "No, I was not," Lucian retorted with a blush. Lucian, can I ask for a favor?" Percy asked awkwardly. "Depends on the favor," Lucian said with a raised eyebrow. "Before we go to camp, can you teleport me back home? My father said my mom was sent back home, thanks to Lord Hades. I wanted to see here." "Sure," Lucian said as he plucked a hair off Percy's head. "Ow, what was that for?" Percy asked, rubbing his head. "A locator spell?" "Duh. I don't know where the hell you live," Lucian said with a scoff as he activated the spell and gained a clear image before using his navigation powers to lead them. "You could have asked." Percy pouted slightly. "Didn't wanna," Lucian said as he snapped his fingers, and they were all swallowed by Lucian's shadow and rapidly arrived in front of Percy's home. Percy turned to look at his home with a determinate gaze, but Lucian stopped him. "Wait, Percy, before you go." My intuition is acting up." "Hold a minute," Lucian said. He held out his palm. From Lucian's palm, a black and ominous magic power began to rise and form a ball. That ominous power was Lucian's curse energy, which he used to create curses. It slowly compacted and formed the shape of a marble as it radiated with power. Lucian then used his transmutation magic to change the form of his curse. The curse suddenly began to harden, and it turned into a rock with a red sigil right in the middle of it. "Here," he said, handing the stone to Percy. Percy just looked at it in confusion. "The hell is this?" "Something I literally just came up with, I call it. A spell stone. I activated a spell and turned it portable for other people to use. What you have in your hands is one of my curses, a petrification curse to be more specific. Smash it at someone's feet, and they will be turned to stone," Lucian explained proudly. "Thanks," Percy muttered with a confused look before heading inside, stuffing the pebble in his pockets and heading inside. As Percy let a silence hang around the group, which was broken as Lucian began drumming at his thighs. "Nice weather we're having," Lucian said awkwardly. Annabeth just scoffed in amusement as she went and sat by the steps of the building with the others following along. Although Lucian couldn't really fall asleep, his eyes were still heavy, so he closed his eyes to give them some rest from being open all the time. He felt Annabeth's hand over his head as she moved his head and set him down on her lap. Lucian let out a sigh. "If only you were thicker." "Lucian, I'm going to literally hit you. Don't play with me," Annabeth threatened, squishing his cheeks. I'm kidding, Lucian chuckled, swaying his leg as he continued to relax on the lap pillow. A few minutes later, Percy came out with his hands in his pockets. "I'm done with things on my end. We can go, guys." "What did you do with Gabe?" Grover asked, curious about what he did with the spellstone Lucian had given him if had used it on him. He then looked towards Grover as he said, I gave it to my mother. I left it up to her to decide. And knowing her, she chose to do the right thing. I'm just glad it's over. You were taking forever. I was growing bored," Talia said with a groan as she pushed herself up. Percy rolled his eyes towards Talia. "You could have left without me. You three didn't need to stay. We took different quests together after all." Annabeth ushered Lucian off. As they both stood up, she dusted her butt off as she said, "We started our quest together. It's only right we ended it together as well." Percy grew a faint smile as he nodded. "All right then, let's all go back to camp together, just like how we started." Annabeth looked towards Lucian as she wrapped her arms around his. "If you would do the honors, it would be my pleasure," Lucian said as he snapped his fingers, causing them to be swallowed by his shadows. As the darkness retreated from their gazes, they stood on top of the tallest hill just outside the camp. They looked down towards Camp Half-Blood where it all began. As Lucian and the others stood atop the hill, he turned to them with a smirk and asked, "You guys want to do a slow-mo walk down the hill?" "Hell yeah," Percy agreed with a grin. "Absolutely," Grover added excitedly. Clarice scoffed, looking at them like they were idiots. "There's no way I'm embarrassing myself like that. I'm with Clarice on this. I'm too old to be seen doing something like that," Talia said, crossing her arms. "Yeah, sure, too old. Whatever you say, Eternal 15, Lucian replied sarcastically. "I hate you," Talia said, giving him a deadpan look. Ignoring her, Lucian began marching forward dramatically, pointing ahead. "Onward, comrades, to the place where it all began," he declared. Everyone exchanged faint smiles before following him down the hill. They instinctively formed a V formation as they descended into the property line of Camp Half-Blood. Near the camp's entrance, someone walking by stopped, did a double take, and then ran back, shouting, "They're back! Lucian and the others are back!" Hearing the commotion, the other campers stopped what they were doing and rushed to the entrance. They gathered in anticipation, watching as Lucian and his group approached with proud, confident grins. Lucian's hood was halfway up his head, and his sleeveless sweater hung open, exposing his toned frame without much care. He walked in with a casual rock and roll hand sign, sticking his tongue out. The campers erupted into cheers. Oh my God, they really all returned. And not a single one of them is missing. Did Lucian really fight Heracles? Not only did he make Heracles bleed, but they say he received his blessing too. You can tell. That's so awesome. And 2 quests completed without a single casualty? Unreal. The Aries cabin must be salty. Percy just got here and already defeated their father. If it had been Lucian, they'd have had more dignity. Hearing all the chatter, Percy flushed slightly. How the hell do they know these things? They literally just happened. The communication hub, Annabeth explained, pointing to the Hermes cabin. News travels fast around here. Before long, Chiron's authoritative voice rang out. All right, everyone, step back. Give our heroes some space. I'm sure they must be exhausted from their journey and the dangers they've faced. The crowd parted into two lines, creating a path for Chiron to approach. His hooves trod on the ground as he smiled warmly at the group. It's good to see you all back safe and sound, and in one piece. It's good to be back, Lucian replied casually, his hands behind his head. Chiron's gaze shifted between Lucian and Percy. Congratulations, you two. Not only did you complete your quests, but you've also cemented yourselves in history. He turned to Percy first. You managed to defeat Aries, the god of war and bloodlust, one of the 12 Olympian gods, in a duel, and won. Then he looked at Lucian. And you? You defeated Heracles, the strongest demigod, now the god of strength, and earned his blessing. Lucian grinned as shadows curled into his hand, expelling a tooth. He held out towards Sharon and motioned. Look, I also took one of his teeth. Everyone froze, staring in disbelief. Hearing about it was one thing, but seeing evidence was another. The silence was broken by a faint whisper from an Athena cabin member. If Lucian defeated the strongest demigod, doesn't that mean that the title of the strongest demigod belongs to him? Eyes widened as the realization sank in. All around, campers looked at Lucian with a mix of awe and apprehension. Lucian smirked. If you all keep staring, I might blush. Great, Clarice scoffed, breaking the tension. Just what we need to stroke Lucian's already massive ego. Chiron stepped forward, raising his voice. Now then, everyone, let's throw our heroes a Greek-style party to celebrate their return. I'm giving everyone the day off from camp activities. Hell yeah, the crowd roared, dispersing excitedly to prepare for the festivities. As the crowd thinned, Chiron turned back to the group. Why don't you come to my office and share the details of your journey while everyone sets up? Actually, could I be excused for a moment? Lucian asked, raising a finger. Chiron tilted his head. Why? There are new campers I promised to bring here, Lucian explained with a smile. The others nodded in realization, as they realized who Lucian was referring to. New campers? Chiron asked, puzzled. I haven't heard about any new arrivals. That's because they've been in hiding, Lucian said. They're my little brother and sister. Chiron's eyes widened. What? The others can fill you in. Can I be excused now? Lucian asked again. Sure, Chiron replied. I suppose I can't stop you. Lucian shrugged. I was just being polite. Without another word, he fell backward, vanishing into his shadow with his hands in his pockets. He felt as if he had fallen into a bottomless pool, watching as the shadows around him swirled and shifted. His shadow soldiers moved gracefully, and the various items stored in his shadow storage floated by like drifting relics. Lucian kept sinking into the darkness until a sudden burst of light appeared below him. The perspective flipped, and he found himself being propelled upward. He was practically shot out of the darkness, landing on his feet with his hands casually in his pockets. He stood before the grand entrance to the Underworld's castle. Without hesitation, he began walking in, whistling a carefree tune. As he approached the dining hall, where he sensed everyone's presence, he pushed the door open and froze in his tracks. Happy birthday, Lucian! Lucian blinked, completely taken aback. His mother's ghost, Hades, Persephone, and even Bianca and Nico were all gathered around a rectangular table. In the center was a chocolate cake adorned with 13 candles. Medea chuckled at Lucian's surprised expression. We know you wouldn't want to stay long while picking up your siblings, so we decided to throw you something small. She snapped her fingers, lighting the candles. Come on, Lucy, it's time to blow them out. PFTT, Lucy, Bianca, and Nico snickered, trying to suppress their laughter. Lucian's cheeks turned red as he walked toward the table, visibly embarrassed yet unable to hide his growing smile. Medea began singing. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Lucy. Happy birthday to you. Lucian groaned but played along, suppressing the urge to laugh at how absurdly cheerful Medea sounded. "Make a wish," Persephone encouraged with a wink. "That's the human tradition, right?" she asked, looking to Medea for confirmation. Medea nodded. "That's right." Lucian pretended to think deeply, tapping a finger to his lips before smirking mischievously. His gaze drifted toward Hades, who was leaning back at the head of the table, sipping a glass of wine. Lucian blew out the candles, and Nico immediately asked, "What did you wish for?" Lucian glanced between Persephone and Hades, a sly grin spreading across his face. "For more siblings." Hades spat out his wine in shock, spraying it everywhere. Persephone turned beet red, glaring at Lucian. She walked over, pinching his cheeks affectionately. "You're getting more mischievous by the day." Then she nudged Hades, motioning toward Lucian with her head. "Go on," she muttered. Hades grumbled, setting his napkin aside before conjuring a black and purple gift box in his hand. He tossed it to Lucian. "Here, you brat. It's from all of us." Persephone leaned closer, adding, "He's the one who thought of it. Your mom and I worked on crafting it. I hope you like it." Lucian opened the box, finding a black crystal ball inside. Bianca peered over his shoulder, raising an eyebrow. "A crystal ball? That's kind of underwhelming, isn't it?" "It's more than just a crystal ball," Hades explained. "It amplifies your magic and acts as a communication device." He looked pointedly at Lucian. "That way, you don't have to come here every day to bother me. Just use that to talk to your mother." Lucian's eyes widened, and a touched expression spread across his face. "You thought of this for me?" "Yeah, so you'd stop coming here so much and annoying me," Hades replied gruffly. Lucian spread his arms wide and grinned. "You big Sundara, come here and give your son a hug." "You better stay 10 feet away from me," Hades snapped, glaring. "This is me choosing to ignore you," Lucian sang playfully as he wrapped Hades in a hug. "In 5 seconds, you're going to see me choosing to hit you, despite it being your birthday," Hades said flatly, his face pressed against Lucian's in discomfort. Lucian ignored him, gleefully rubbing his face against Hades, while Medea stealthily took a picture of the scene. "Ow!" Lucian exclaimed, holding the top of his head and wincing as he rubbed the sore spot. "You actually hit me. And I'd do it again if you don't go sit down," Hades scoffed. Lucian pouted as he walked over and sat next to his mother. "Mother, father is abusive," he whined, pretending to sniffle. Medea only smiled and kissed the top of his head. "There, will that make it feel better?" Bianca observed the scene with a weirded-out expression before glancing at Hades, who looked mentally exhausted. Meanwhile, Nico simply held a spoon and asked, "Are we going to eat cake now?" "Yes," Hades replied, encouraging Nico. "The sooner we eat, the sooner Lucian leaves. So don't hesitate, dig in, and eat quickly." Lucian gave him a deadpan look, which made Persephone chuckle as she began cutting the cake. She smiled warmly, appreciating how full of life the table had become, a stark contrast to when it was just her and Hades. Meanwhile, Medea was instructing Lucian on the crystal ball in front of him. "Right now, it's unresponsive and doesn't have an owner. You need to fill it with your magic until you become its master." Lucian nodded, placed his hands around the crystal ball, and began feeding it his magic. The ball, initially pitch black, started glowing a dark, ominous red. To complete the binding ritual and make it yours, you'll need to add a drop of your blood, Medea said before leaning closer to whisper. "It will adapt to accept your unique abilities." Lucian nodded, bit his lip until it bled slightly, then wiped the blood with his thumb and smeared it on the crystal ball. The ball absorbed the blood, rippling and morphing in response. "This is your magical focus," Medea explained. "Some witches use grimoires or wands, but your magic is better suited for a crystal ball." "Huh?" Lucian asked, confused. "What do you mean by that?" "That grimoire you made. How often do you really use it?" Medea asked, raising an eyebrow. Lucian scratched his cheek, thinking it's mostly because I didn't want to disrupt my immersion as a knight during my fight with Heracles. But even then, she's right. I barely use it. "Different witches need different focuses," Medea continued. "Your magical insight, abnormal intuition, your future vision, and your solar affinity, which is closely tied to prophecies, all point to your potential as a seer witch. A crystal ball will help you unlock that potential. Excuse me, Nico interrupted, raising his hand. Don't you mean wizard? You keep calling Lucian a witch, but he's a guy. Medea smiled warmly at Nico, reminded of Lucian's curious younger self. No, dear, she chuckled. That's a common misconception. Being a witch isn't a title, it's a race. When a girl is born with magical aptitude, she's a witch. When a boy is born with magical aptitude, he's a wizard. However, if a boy is born from a witch, he's also considered a witch. Likewise, a girl born from a wizard is considered a wizard, though often mistaken for a witch and vice versa. Offspring of both a witch and a wizard are called sorcerers. Since Lucian is my child with Hades, he's part witch and part god. What? Lucian, Nico, and Bianca exclaimed as Persephone passed them slices of cake, giving Lucian the largest piece. Medea blinked at Lucian. Why are you surprised? Because this is the first time I'm hearing about this. Are you saying I'm not human? Lucian shouted, holding his head in disbelief. Have you seriously never known? Medea asked, tilting her head. Lucian, Nico, and Bianca all appeared by the entrance of Camp Half-Blood, its sign hung high by the entrance. Ugh, I'm still not used to that, Bianca groaned, massaging his face. Nico looked up towards the sign and narrowed his eyes. What does that say? It's Camp Half-Blood. It's mostly a summer camp for Greek demigods, Lucian explained, giving them a brief summary. Come on, let's go. As soon as Nico and Bianca made it inside the camp, their eyes widened in astonishment. They stood frozen as the view of another world appeared before them. This was the second time they had felt like they were thrown throughout time. However, this time it was much more severe. They looked at the marble white buildings, all the kids running around with large smiles spread across their faces. The atmosphere giving off a festive mood as everyone was preparing themselves. It's beautiful, Bianca muttered with a look of awe. All Nico could do was stare dumbfoundedly while nodding in agreement with his sister. Why, thank you, Lucian said quite proudly. Bianca asked, looking at Lucian strangely, his gratitude breaking her out of her reverie. What do you mean, thank you? Lucian had a cocky grin as he explained. The camp didn't really look like this before. It appeared as a natural summer camp with wooden cabins. That was until Annabeth and I redesigned and reconstructed everything, turning it into what you see before you. Liar, Bianca scoffed, not believing him in the slightest. You know, I'm with Bianca on this. I already think you're like the coolest guy ever. There's no need to lie, just to keep impressing us, Nico said, shaking his head with a smile. PhD, you're right, I'm a liar, Lucian smirked. Now come on, let's go meet the counselor of this camp. Afterwards, I'll give you a tour of the place. They then followed Lucian, and along the way most of the campers all greeted him, gave him a casual high five as they moved along, making both Nico and Bianca realize just how truly popular Lucian was. Mr. D, Lucian nodded towards the god with the Hawaiian shirt. Lucas Yellowtoes, Mr. D, said, sipping his Diet Coke. Who are the new brats? Siblings, Lucian said, informing him before heading inside the large blue house. Oh great, more of a spawn. Dear old dad is gonna love this, Mr. D teased as they went inside. Who was that? Bianx asked with furrowed brows. Wine god. He's here as punishment and has to overlook the camp. Wine god. Bianca asked in confusion until Nico pulled out a stack of Mythomagic cards and showed her who Lucian was talking about. She muttered in realization. Lucian simply entered the room where he detected everyone. Then after Percy went and met with his mother, Lucian teleported us here, and you know the rest, Talia said before turning toward the door to see Lucian walking in. Annabeth, who was lying casually on Talia's lap, quickly sat up upon sensing Lucian's arrival. Hey you guys, fancy seeing you here, Annabeth teased as it hasn't been long since they separated. Nico raised a hand in a greeting, yo. Chiron turned from Talia towards Lucian and the two siblings. I see. I can sense it from them. They're definitely his children, aren't they? Chiron then gave them both a kind and welcoming smile as he said, Come now, why don't you guys introduce yourselves? I am Chiron, the head counselor of this camp. Wait, Chiron? As in the centaur Chiron that's known to be the trainer of heroes? Nico asked in excitement. Chiron chuckled and nodded. The one and only. Hello, my name is Bianca D'Angelo, Bianca said politely. Nico looked towards his sister and realized that he failed to introduce himself. He looked towards Chiron and bowed. Nico D'Angelo. A pleasure, Chiron said with a nod of courtesy. Chiron then turned towards Lucian. As their brother, I'll leave it to you to get them accustomed and explain the rules here along the camp. That was the plan from the beginning, Lucian said with a nod. Annabeth flipped over the couch and said, I'll join. I've grown bored here. I'll join you as well. I already shared what I had to say and explained everything we went through, Talia said, standing up and joining Lucian. Chiron made mostly Percy, Clarice, and Grover stay, as this was their very first quest, and wanted to make sure they were all right, physically and mentally. Come, I'll take you to our cabin where you'll be staying. You can put your stuff in there before we go forth with the tour, Lucian explained, making Bianca and Nico nod in understanding. As they exited, all three of them froze as they saw Luke leaning back against a tree, arms crossed, a leg raised. He was mostly expressionless. Bianca and Nico immediately sensed the tense silence that hung in the air and noticed how they were all just staring at the cute blonde-hair boy that was also just looking towards them. Wait here, Lucian ordered them. Hearing the seriousness in Lucian's tone, they stood right where they were while Lucian, Annabeth, and Talia walked up towards Luke. If it isn't the terrific trio, Luke teased with a smirk. Why did you do it, Luke? Annabeth asked with a disappointed sigh. Do what? Luke smirked, feigning ignorance. Talia rolled her eyes. Don't play dumb. Why did you try to send Percy down there? Tisk, Luke clicked his tongue. So he really did survive then. I take it was due to your interference? What do you think? Lucian asked with a scoff. Luke shrugged. Hey, they told me the enchantments were undetectable. I told them you would still be able to find them, but they didn't believe me. Percy still had nothing to do with this. Since when were you so ready to throw an innocent life away? Talia asked. When it was for the greater good. If it makes you feel any better, I don't have anything against Percy. In fact, I sympathize with him. Luke said with a sigh, shaking his head. Luke, there's no turning back from what you've done. I hope you know that. This is a line you've crossed that you can't really turn back from, Annabeth said with a cold look. I never intended to return in the first place. Luke scoffed. However, as a peace offering, since we're all such really good friends, here's my reward towards you three. Tonight is the last day you will see me in this camp. So let's enjoy it while it lasts. We'll be making this party my going-away celebration. Luke then looked at them with a friendly, charismatic smile. A smile as if they were all still good friends. This is the last day we will be considered friends. When this party is over, we'll be considered enemies. So let's enjoy it to the fullest. Once Luke saw they had gotten his message, he stopped leaning and broke through Talia and Annabeth. Let's make this night a night to remember. Luke grinned, raising his fist excitedly, putting on a pretense for everyone to see. After Luke made his ominous declaration, Lucian and the others silently returned to where Nico and Bianca waited. The tension from their earlier confrontation still lingered like an invisible weight in the air. Bianca's perceptive gaze swept over them, her brows furrowing at their solemn expressions. Who is that? She asked, her voice cutting through the quiet. Beside her, Nico mirrored her curious look, his head tilting slightly as he awaited an answer. Lucian let out a weary sigh, running a hand through his hair. A friend who excels at making terrible life decisions. Nico gasped, his eyes widening. Does he do drugs? Nico, Bianca scolded sharply, shooting him a withering look. Lucian couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head. Not drugs exactly, but he's definitely addicted to bad decisions. Don't worry about him for now, though. Let's move on to the tour. Bianca raised a skeptical eyebrow. For now? Does that mean we'll have to worry about him later? Lucian's expression remained deadpan as he replied. You sure ask a lot of questions. Bianca crossed her arms defiantly. I was told to come to you if I had questions. Deal with it. Lucian sighed again, clearly resigning himself to her persistence. Fine. Yes, you'll probably have to worry about him later. Now come on. Let's start the tour. Annabeth took the lead, launching into an explanation about the camp, its rules, and the cabins dedicated to the 12 Olympians. Officially, there's no cabin for Lord Hades. The one you'll see was built unofficially. Lucian created it. While it's allowed to remain, it's not recognized as part of the 12. Huh, why not? Nico asked, his head tilting in confusion. Talia stepped in to explain. Lord Hades isn't one of the 12 Olympians. He rules the underworld and doesn't concern himself with mortal affairs. But Poseidon's the king of the seas, and he's one of the 12, Nico countered, still puzzled. Lucian spoke up, his voice calm yet firm. It's more than just jurisdiction, Nico. The other Olympians handle matters directly tied to the mortal world. They meet as a council to make decisions affecting mortals. Our father, though, he governs the afterlife. He doesn't need to worry about the living. His only concern is what happens when they die. As far as Olympus is concerned, his opinion on mortal matters is irrelevant. Nico's eyes widened with understanding. I get it now. That actually makes a lot of sense. Lucian smirked. Not to mention, our dad is notoriously antisocial. Bianca blinked, clearly caught off guard. He hates dealing with anyone, gods or mortals, Lucian said, his tone laced with amusement. He'd rather stay underground, far away from the living, than waste time in Olympus attending boring meetings every week. Bianca and Nico were about to respond when their attention was drawn to a massive obsidian statue ahead. It was unmistakably Lucian, holding a flag in a triumphant pose. Bianca's expression twisted into one of utter disbelief. Lucian, what the hell are we looking at? Lucian's smug grin widened. Handsome, isn't he? Talia and Annabeth groaned, both face-palming in unison. You have a statue of yourself? Nico asked, his voice brimming with curiosity. What did you do to earn it? Lucian raised a finger dramatically. It's not about what I did, little bro. It's about what I didn't do. And what didn't you do? Bianca asked, her skepticism evident. Lucian winked, his grin turning cocky. Lose. I haven't lost. Talia and Annabeth took over, explaining the camp's war games and the intense rounds of capture the flag that had earned Lucian his statue. By the time they finished, Nico was practically glowing with admiration for his older brother, while Bianca looked increasingly exasperated by his antics. Their conversation was interrupted by a booming voice. Nephew. Lucian spun on his heel, his face lighting up with unrestrained joy. Auntie. Before anyone could react, Lucian darted forward, practically teleporting to a small woman dressed in druid-like robes. The two began a rapid series of high fives, their hands moving so quickly they created afterimages. With each successful slap, they shouted, Ho! 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 Talia and Annabeth approached, their expressions torn between amusement and disbelief. Nico and Bianca, however, stood frozen, utterly baffled by the chaotic display. Eventually, the duo stopped, crouching down to blow on their reddened hands. Hestia, the goddess of the hearth, glared at Lucian. Did you get stronger or something? Why do my hands hurt? Says you. You're using godly strength to keep up. Lucian shot back, blowing on his hands. Need I remind you I'm still mortal? They both dropped their pretense and smiled at one another. Hestia hooked her arm around the crouching Lucian and gave him a noogie. Look at you now. You go away on one quest, and you come back older and stronger. You're still the little beanstalk, huh, little auntie? Lucian teased. Talia stepped forward and bowed. Lady Hestia. That's Hestia, Nico exclaimed in shock. Hestia leaned to the side to get a better look at them and smiled. Based on what I can see, you must be Hades' children. She then turned to Talia and smiled warmly. I already told you to call me either Auntie or Aunt Hestia, if that's too informal for you. Hestia looked at Nico and Bianca as well. The same applies to you too. Since you are my brother's children, you may call me Aunt Hestia or Auntie, she said, puffing out her chest proudly. All right, Auntie, Nico said with a smile. I'm Nico D'Angelo. You can call me Nico. Bianca nodded politely. I'm Bianca D'Angelo. You can call me Bianca. Hestia nodded. It's a pleasure to meet you both. She turned back to Lucian and pinched his cheek. As for you, don't think I've forgotten whose birthday it is. Happy birthday, little Lucy. Lucian, a bit embarrassed, blushed and muttered a soft thank you. Hestia looked at the others and smiled. It seems you all have something to do, so I'll leave you to it. Lucian nodded and teased her. Don't worry, little auntie. There's going to be a party later today, and you and I could go dancing once again. Huh, no way. So you can embarrass me in front of everyone again? I'm not doing it, no matter how much you beg me. Hestia exclaimed. Not even because it's my birthday? You wouldn't grant me the wish of having a birthday dance with my favorite auntie? Lucian asked, giving her puppy dog eyes. Ugh. Hestia groaned, as if physically attacked. Using the birthday card is a dirty move, and you know it. That's not a no, Lucian teased. Hestia's shoulders slumped as she let out a defeated sigh. Fine, she grumbled. Lucian pumped his fist in celebration, stood up, and began raising the roof. You better warm those feet of yours, auntie, Lucian exclaimed as he walked away. Because we're going to be raising the roof. Hestia let out a sigh and muttered, I'm already regretting agreeing. The others looked at her with pity before saying their goodbyes. They followed Lucian as he headed toward his cabin, still raising the roof and shouting, Whoop! Whoop! Whoa! Both Nico and Bianca muttered in awe as they took in the sight of the black obsidian cabin before them. Its smooth, gleaming exterior seemed to absorb the surrounding light, giving it an air of mystery and quiet authority. Even without stepping inside, they could sense the strange energy emanating from it, a feeling both unsettling and oddly welcoming. If you're impressed by the outside, just wait until you see the inside, Annabeth said with a small, knowing smile. There was a hint of pride in her voice. Though the cabin wasn't hers, she couldn't help but feel at home here. She had spent countless hours within these walls, especially alongside Lucian. Welcome to your new home, Lucian said, his tone playful but warm as he opened the intricately carved door and gestured for them to step inside. The siblings hesitated briefly before crossing the threshold. The moment they stepped in, their eyes widened in disbelief. The interior was far larger than they'd imagined, easily 4 or 5 times the size suggested by the modest exterior. The first thing that caught their attention was the room's centerpiece, a cluster of sleek black leather couches arranged in a semicircle around a fireplace. Above the fireplace hung a surprisingly modern addition, a large flat-screen TV. How is it so big? Nico asked, his voice tinged with disbelief as he slowly turned to take in the rest of the space. That's the magic of a spatial enchantment, Lucian explained casually, leaning against the doorframe with a smirk. The cabin was more than just functional. It was alive with personality. Off to one side was a game area, complete with a ping-pong table and shelves lined with board games, plinko, and even a mini air hockey setup. The warm glow of enchanted lanterns illuminated the space, giving it an inviting, almost otherworldly charm. It wasn't just a home. It was a haven designed for comfort and fun. You really live here? Bianca asked, her voice filled with wonder as she slowly wandered to the center of the room, spinning in place to take it all in. We'll be living here, she added, almost as an afterthought. Lucian nodded, his smirk widening. Yep, feel free to make yourselves at home. Lucian led them up a staircase that curved elegantly toward the second floor. The hallway above was lined with numerous doors, each identical and evenly spaced. Pick whichever room you like, Lucian said, gesturing broadly. They're all more or less the same, except for 2. He raised 2 fingers for emphasis. First, my room. It's locked, so don't bother trying. Second, the basement. That's my witch lair, so to speak. It's full of dangerous stuff and protected by wards that'll fry anyone who tries to enter without my permission. Consider yourselves warned. Both Nico and Bianca nodded, the seriousness of his tone leaving little room for questions. With that, Lucian pulled their bags out of the shadows of his feet, placing them neatly on the floor in front of them. Once you've picked your rooms and settled in, go ahead and explore. If you're hungry, the kitchen's fully stocked, take whatever you need. When you're ready, call for me, and I'll give you a proper tour of the camp. He turned on his heel, hands in his pockets, and began walking away. Welcome to Camp Half-Blood, he added over his shoulder, waving lazily as he disappeared down the stairs. Bianca and Nico exchanged glances before picking up their bags and setting off to choose their rooms. In the basement, So apparently, I'm not even human, Lucian scoffed, pacing the dimly lit basement as Annabeth and Talia sat on stools, watching him with bemused expressions. And being a witch is apparently a race now. He threw up his hands in frustration. Talia smirked, unable to resist. Well, that does explain your freakishness. Huh, huh, you're hilarious, Lucian deadpanned, giving her a flat stare. I'm dying from laughter. Annabeth leaned forward, her eyes alight with curiosity. So, can we start on my next potion now? I've already digested my 7th one. Talia raised a brow. Right now? Wouldn't it be better to wait? We just got back, and we have the D'Angelos upstairs. I know, but I've been looking forward to this one for ages. Annabeth practically bounced in place, her enthusiasm uncontainable. What's so special about it? Talia asked, eyeing her warily. It's called the Occult Scholar, Annabeth explained, her tone reverent. It's all about channeling the supernatural knowledge I've gained into actual power. It's the first major power-up I'll get. Talia frowned. Wait, occult? Isn't that the creepy stuff where people use sacrifices, human ones, no less, to get power? Why are you so excited about that? Lucian chuckled at her reaction. You're thinking of the extremists. Not all occultists work like that. The term just means using hidden knowledge. It's not inherently evil. Occultism isn't just about sacrifices or anything creepy like that, Lucian continued, rolling his eyes. It's about tapping into hidden knowledge and using it to do things others can't. The supernatural world, our world, has rules and secrets that most people don't understand, but an occultist learns to manipulate those rules. It's not about having powers. It's about knowing how to use the energy, symbols, and rituals that are already out there. Talia raised an eyebrow. So, basically, it's just nerdy magic? Sure, if you want to oversimplify it, Lucian scoffed. But it's a lot more than that. Even without powers or magic, someone with the right knowledge can cast spells or perform rituals. They just have to study, practice, and maybe use a few tools. Tools, Talia repeated. Yeah, like runes, enchanted items, or certain chants. Think of it as using a recipe to bake a cake. You don't have to be a chef to make one. You just follow the steps. Same idea, but with rituals, symbols, and chant, Lucian explained. Annabeth clapped her hands excitedly. Exactly. That's why I've been so eager to work on this potion. It's all about unlocking the potential to turn knowledge into practical abilities. This would be my fast and sure way to be able to catch up with Lucian. I think I understand. Talia nodded slowly with narrowed eyes as she processed Lucian's explanation. Let me give you 2 examples to make it clearer. Take the story of someone killing a vampire with a cross. Normally, a cross is just a holy symbol used for prayer, without any inherent power. However, to a vampire, an unholy creature, it becomes a potent weapon because of its symbolic significance. Even a weak person could use that knowledge to wield a cross and defeat a vampire, overcoming an otherwise impossible challenge. This is the essence of occultism, leveraging hidden knowledge and symbolic power to achieve what would normally be beyond one's capabilities, all simply because a person was able to understand and manipulate the rule of the supernatural. By this logic, with the right knowledge and preparation, even Annabeth could theoretically kill a god if it ever came to that. Talia's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to look at Annabeth. Now I can see why you are excited for this. That is honestly insane. Now, for the second example. What we're doing right now can be considered occultism. We're using the knowledge of what supernatural ingredients mix well together and in what sequence to advance ourselves and become a higher existence. The entire sequences of 9 to 0 can be considered an extremely dangerous ritual that can span years in the making until it is complete, Lucian explained. All right now, I understand, Talia nodded before letting out a sigh. If the D'Angelo siblings are done earlier than you 2 are with this, I'll go and take them on the tour. So don't rush it and take your time. Annabeth smiled gratefully towards Talia. Thank you. Lucian then nodded. Then let's begin and make Annabeth reach sequence 6. With a smirk, Annabeth tapped her chin, pretending to contemplate. All I really need now is the blood of a virgin maiden. She paused dramatically before holding her hand out toward Talia. "Give me your hand, Talia." Talia recoiled, her brows furrowing in a mix of offense and unease. "Excuse me." Annabeth burst out laughing, her playful nature shining through as she stuck her tongue out mischievously. "Relax, I'm kidding." Talia rolled her eyes and crossed her arms. "I was about to say," she muttered. "So, what is the final ingredient? Or do you already have everything you need?" "Oh no, I wasn't kidding about the blood of a virgin maiden," Annabeth replied with an exaggerated sigh. "I just didn't want to cut my own hand." "Seriously?" Talia deadpanned, staring at her friend in disbelief. Annabeth let out a dramatic sigh, feigning tragedy. "Yes, as I am, unfortunately, still an untouched maiden," she lamented theatrically, raising an eyebrow toward Lucian with a sly grin. "You need some serious mental evaluation," Lucian replied, giving her a weird look. "That's not what I meant." "You know what, forget it," Talia said, also looking at Annabeth strangely. They both heard Annabeth softly click her tongue and mutter, "Coward," under her breath. "Just get on with the potion," Lucian ordered, his expression straight. I'm going," Annabeth grumbled as she began tossing items into the cauldron and stirring. While stirring, she flipped through the pages of a book next to her. "Pages from an occultist book?" she muttered, ripping them out and dropping them into the cauldron before continuing to stir. "Blood of an impausa," she said as she grabbed a large vial and poured its contents into the cauldron. Annabeth stirred the concoction with a wooden spoon, her movements precise. Slowly, the liquid turned a sickly green. She set the spoon aside, reached into her pouch, and retrieved a small dagger. Holding her hand above the cauldron, she pressed the blade into her palm, wincing as crimson droplets fell into the mixture. She clenched her fist over the glowing liquid, letting her blood drip into it until it stopped. Annabeth flicked her hand, sighing regretfully, then grabbed the spoon and continued stirring, holding her injured hand close to her chest. The liquid shifted from green to a royal purple. Once the potion was finished, Annabeth stepped aside, grabbed a healing potion, and poured it over her wound, watching as it slowly healed. She secured the finished potion into a vial, preparing to drink it. "Remember," Lucian said seriously, "don't listen to the whispers. You have to ignore them until they fade. They'll try to corrupt you. Focus on something that makes you human, or rather, makes you you." "How bad is it, honestly?" Annabeth asked nervously. "I clawed at my own face to make it stop," Lucian replied. His tone made it clear he wasn't joking. "Why would you tell me that right before I drink this?" Annabeth exclaimed, staring at the purple potion in her hand apprehensively. Lucian shrugged. "You asked, I answered." Talia looked horrified, her expression frozen. She had known from Lucian that it would be bad, but hadn't expected it to be this bad. Annabeth approached Lucian and kissed him on the lips. He raised an eyebrow, amused. "What was that for?" "For good luck and to calm myself down," Annabeth sighed. "Looks like I'll need it." Standing in the middle of the room, she raised her hands in mock cheer. "Here's to a better tomorrow," she said nervously before gulping the potion in one go, her eyes tightly shut. "You're not going to trick me. I'm not letting my guard down," Annabeth shouted, still with her eyes closed. "Don't taunt them, you dumbass," Lucian exclaimed. "Them?" Talia asked, raising an eyebrow. "I'm speaking in general," Lucian replied, rolling his eyes. Talia and Lucian snapped their heads toward Annabeth, who was clutching her ears. "Why is it so loud?" she screamed, her voice straining over an unseen cacophony. To Annabeth, it was as if a million voices resounded at once, making her head throb uncontrollably. "Ah, my head is going to explode. I can't concentrate," she screamed. "Annabeth, remember," Talia began, her voice filled with worry, but Annabeth couldn't hear her. She collapsed to her knees, gripping her hair tightly and clawing at her scalp, chunks of hair coming out. Tears streamed down her face. "Lucian, do something," Talia screeched, but Lucian remained still, his expression unreadable. Annabeth felt nauseous, swallowing the bile rising in her throat. She bit her lip so hard that blood dripped down her chin. Her bloodshot eyes snapped open, crazed. She forced herself to push through the overwhelming voices, focusing on one thought. "It's Lucian," she gritted out. "The thing that makes me who I am. It's Lucian." She pushed his image to the forefront of her mind. Her teeth creaked under the pressure she applied. Talia glanced at Lucian and noticed something unusual. Blood dripped from his arm where his hand rested, his grip too tight. His nonchalant demeanor was a facade. "I see. It's not that he doesn't want to intervene. It's that he can't," Talia realized, sighing as she reached for his hand. Slowly, the voices in Annabeth's mind began to fade, from 1,000,000 to 100,000 to 10,000, until there were none. Annabeth exhaled deeply and closed her eyes. A refreshing sensation, like cool mint, washed over her. Her body felt renewed as she transcended from sequence 7 to sequence 6. She lay on the ground, her eyes closed, basking in the relief and power coursing through her. Annabeth had successfully advanced from a sequence 7, historian, to a sequence 6, occult scholar. Annabeth sat cross-legged on the ground, absently flapping her thighs and muttering awkwardly, "So, that was something else, huh, guys?" She glanced at Lucian with concern. "Was it that bad for you?" "Worse," Lucian replied, smiling like he was recalling a fond memory. "I didn't know what I was doing or supposed to do, so it actually lasted longer. I started transforming into a monster. Pretty sure I almost died at one point, but hey, guess I'll never know." Both Annabeth and Talia stared at him with a mix of concern and unease. Lucian turned to Annabeth. "All right, your turn. Share with the class. What abilities did you gain?" Annabeth closed her eyes briefly before reopening them with a raised eyebrow. "Now, this is interesting. Some of them didn't just get strengthened. It actually evolved." She then began listing her enhanced and new abilities. Strengthen, warding, arcane warding. Wards created by the user become more versatile and resilient, capable of defending against multiple forms of attack, physical, magical, and spiritual, and lasting longer under duress. Knowledge sharing, psychic link. Create a telepathic connection between you and others, allowing for shared thoughts, emotions, and knowledge. Equivalent exchange. Perform alchemy using the principle of equivalent exchange. The user can transmute materials by understanding their composition and sacrificing something of equal value, allowing for the creation, repair, or destruction of objects. This ability is limited by the user's knowledge of the materials involved and the availability of suitable resources. Ritual architect. Mastery over the art of creating complex rituals for a variety of purposes, such as summoning, healing, banishment, or creating magical pacts. These rituals may require specific conditions, materials, or celestial alignments to perform. Mystic insight, a deep sensitivity to magical forces, enabling the user to detect hidden wards, trace the use of rituals or alchemy, and identify the properties of enchanted objects or areas. Astral projection. Astral projection. Project your spirit into the astral plane, allowing you to explore the world in an intangible form. Pact binding. Create magical contracts that bind individuals/creatures to their words. If either the user or the individual/creature fail to keep their words, they will face the consequences as stated by the contract. If said contract doesn't have a consequence of breaking it, the effects will be chosen at random. Annabeth, what the actual fuck? Talia and Lucian said simultaneously, staring at her in disbelief. Annabeth beamed with excitement. "I know, right? All that pain was so totally worth it." After Annabeth finished explaining her abilities, a smug smile spread across her face, practically lighting up her sharp features. "I have so many ideas for things to build and create. It's incredible. I mean, just think of the possibilities. With my alchemy alone, I could create homunculi, artificial servants who would fight for me." Her voice brimmed with enthusiasm as her fingers flexed, and she gazed down at her hands with an almost feverish gleam in her stormy gray eyes. "All right, Frankenstein, calm down," Talia said, crossing her arms and rolling her eyes. "You're getting way ahead of yourself." Annabeth ignored her, her expression turning mischievous. She traced a precise transmutation circle into the dust-covered floor with her finger. The lines, though rough, carried an air of purpose. As soon as her palm pressed against the circle, a spark of energy surged. The faint crackle of electricity filled the air. The ground around the circle began to shift. Matter was torn apart at a molecular level, compressing, reshaping. Slowly, a portion of the floor sank as Annabeth guided the material into her desired form. With a flick of her wrist, a silver gleam emerged from the transmuted stone. The sword rose in sync with her hand, its edges glinting dangerously under the light. Annabeth held the silver sword with both her hands and began to chuckle creepily. When she looked towards Lucian, she saw his eyebrows twitching as he said, "Fix my floor." Annabeth pouted. "You can show at least a bit more excitement. I mean, look at this cool sword I created. You take hours crafting a weapon when I can just do it in a single second. Mine's a dedicated craft. Yours is an easy way out." Lucian scoffed, rolling his eyes. "If you're jealous, just say so." Annabeth waving her sword lazily. Lucian used the ring's minor telekinesis to snatch her sword from her hand. He held it between his two hands with his index finger and thumb and snapped it in half easily, making it look like he was just snapping a twig. Annabeth let out a gasp. "Now tell me, why would I be jealous? I don't think any of my creations would do that." Lucian said smugly. "Well, for one, you dick, it isn't made out of celestial bronze," Annabeth scoffed. "And two, I wasn't trying. That wasn't my serious creation." "Yo, big bro, where are you? We're ready for that tour." Hearing Nico's voice, they all came out of the basement. Bianca looked at them weirdly as Talia had a look that said she was mentally tired, and behind her were the two leading cause of it. Annabeth and Lucian were seen slapping and flapping their arms at each other with an irritated expression. "Just admit it," Annabeth exclaimed. "Never," Lucian retorted as they continued slapboxing. "What's with them?" Bianca asked. Talia let out a sigh, ignored them, think of it as them being childish. Bianca and Nico just looked towards each other before they were led on to their tour of the camp. The campers were still seen moving around as the camp now looked decorated as if it was the summer festival about to take place. Nico and Bianca show building after building and were explained their functionality and each cabin that took care of said building. "Wait, so Lucian really did build these?" Bianca asked with a raised eyebrow. "Yeah, although of course he didn't do it alone. The entire camp helped out. But Annabeth and Lucian were the forerunners," Talia explained. "Huh, you weren't lying to impress us?" Nico asked, taken aback. "Do I look like a liar?" Lucian scoffed smugly. "Well, you do look a little deceitful," Nico said, waving his hand side to side. "PhDT." The other three laughed, while Lucian looked at Nico with a straight expression. Nico just looked at Lucian apologically. Just then, after they finished with the tour, they heard Karen's voice resound through the camp. "All campers gather around. It's time we get together for the festivities to begin." Soon all the campers gathered and sat around the campfire, even though it was still the middle of the day. Percy was seen sitting down on one of the logs, eyeing Luke as he leaned against one of the trees with nonchalant expression, a small smile creeping along his lips. However, it seems like Percy wasn't going to act just yet. He chose to ignore Luke for now and simply enjoy the celebration before confronting him, as seen by Luke's expression. He wasn't going anywhere for now. Clarice was standing behind Percy while Grover sat next to him, just looking towards Luke sadly. Sharon cleared his throat. "Before we begin, I would like to say a few words." Sharon began to stop all the side whispers and conversations that were happening around them. Once they dwindled, he continued. "First of all, let's all give a round of applause for all of our quest takers who journeyed out and returned back safely." There was a thunderous applause with added whistles and cheers. "Man, the more I think about it, the scarier Lucian gets." "I know what you mean. There hasn't been a single quest where Lucian has been in where there was a casualty or was considered a failure. I'll tell you what, I wouldn't want to be his enemy, that's for sure." As Luke was slowly clapping, his eyebrow twitched hearing the mutters. "It's like they're trying to rub it on my face that most of these cowards declined because they were afraid of Lucian. Let's all be thankful that we don't have to take a moment of silence for any fallen comrades during this time. So in this moment, you won't be having a celebration for the dead, but for you all, for the living. Now before I announce the start of this party, would any of our quest takers like to say a few words? They all shook their heads, except for Lucian, who raised his hands pretty high into the air. Lucian, would you like to say something to start this party? Chiron asked with a smile. Lucian nodded with a serious expression as he stood up and cleared his throat. Let's all get naked. Woohoo! He shouted, throwing rock and roll signs in the air. Everyone was already used to Lucian's weirdness, and all just shouted in agreement. Whoa! Bianca looked mortified and muttered, Are we truly related? Nico shrugged and threw up rock and roll signs with everyone else, which earned him a slap on the back of the head by Bianca. Oh, Nico muttered, rubbing where he was struck. He glared toward Bianca and asked, What was that for? Bianca rolled her eyes. Don't copy his weirdness. One of him is already more than enough. I don't you turning out like him as well. Especially since you're my full-blood related brother. Nico only pouted as he continued to glare at Bianca, and the party at Camp Half-Blood had officially started. Lucian walked in front of Hestia and looked at her with a raised eyebrow. He then began raising them suggestively. Hestia's cheeks turned slightly red out of embarrassment and glared towards Lucian. Why must you always embarrass me so? Am I not your precious, cute little aunt? Won't you show pitiful little old me some mercy? Hestia asked hopefully while trying to appear cute with beady eyes. She saw Lucian look towards her, tilting his head to the side, closing his eyes as he smiled affectionately at her. Seeing this, Hestia grew hopeful, thinking that maybe she was safe from embarrassing herself. However, she should have known to grow hopeful in front of Lucian. Get your ass up, Lucian said suddenly, still smiling affectionately. Hestia had a knee-jerk reaction and blinked, wondering if she heard him correctly. Excuse me? Lucian leaned closer to her, standing face to face while his expression hadn't shifted for a second. You heard me. Lucian then began turning his head at a weird angle as then said, After all, you gave me your word. It can't be that the holy maiden Hestia, known to be the most forright Olympian, would fail to keep her word after she promised. Lucian kept twisting his head with his every word, and when he stood, he was looking at her upside down. Hestia let out a sigh as she asked, Why do you do this to me? Lucian fixed himself and got on one knee, 1 millimeter off from touching the ground to be exact, and took her by surprise as he answered her truthfully. This might just be me involving myself in things I don't truly understand or know. But you are hella underappreciated, Lucian said earnestly. What? Hestia blinked, her eyes wide with surprise. Lucian nodded firmly. There are barely any legends or stories about you. For heaven's sake, you're literally one of the most important goddesses. It's absolutely crazy to me that you don't get the recognition or appreciation you deserve. He chuckled softly before continuing. I've always had a soft spot for those who go unnoticed despite their incredible worth. That's why I go out of my way to bother you or drag you out in front of everyone. I want people to see you, to recognize how amazing you are. And yeah, I take you dancing even though I know it's a little out of your comfort zone, because I want you to have fun for a change. He smirked mischievously as he added, and don't even try to deny it. I know you had a blast last time, even if you said it was embarrassing. Lucian gently tapped a finger against her nose, his tone softening. So, I'm going to keep pestering you and showing you the love you deserve. Someone has to celebrate all the hard work you do taking care of the hearth. And since no one else is doing it, then I guess that means it must be up to me. Lucian then pushed himself up and extended his hands towards her with a smile. So, come on already and get off that, but of yours already. Your nephew here has some love to show you. Hestia couldn't help it. She burst out laughing, probably the hardest she had ever laughed to the point she was holding her stomach and tears were gathering out of the corner of her eyes. Lucian's cheeks gained a red tint, seeing laughing so much. Hestia let out a breath as she wiped her tears and put her hand over Lucian's outstretched one. She looked at him teasingly as she said, And you're right about one thing. You're involving yourself in something you don't understand. I chose for things to be like this. I don't like the limelight or being at the center stage. She then got herself up with Lucian's help and looked at him lovingly. but that doesn't mean I don't appreciate or understand what you were trying to do or get at. Thank you, Lucian. Thank you for appreciating me. She smiled before she clasped his hand and lifted up in the air while shouting. As you said, let's go and raise that roof. What the hell did we just witness? Percy asked, leaning against a tree with everyone else, his face a mix of confusion and shock. I'm with Percy. What the hell was that? Clarice added, her expression equal parts disturbed and bewildered. The scariest side of Lucian. Annabeth sighed, running a hand through her hair as if trying to shake off the memory. Excuse me? Bianca interjected, raising an eyebrow in disbelief. No, she's right, Talia said, her expression wary. That Lucian is the scariest part of him. Really? Percy asked skeptically. I thought the scariest thing about Lucian was when he fought while unconscious. Now, that was terrifying. Nico, holding a giant plate of food and chewing enthusiastically, chimed in with his mouth full. Why is that the scariest? I thought he was just being nice. Bianca gave her younger brother a disgusted look. Nico, don't talk with your mouth full. It's both rude and gross. In response, Nico dramatically opened his mouth, proudly displaying the half-chewed contents. Ugh, I can't even look at you, Bianca groaned, turning away in disgust. Looking entirely too pleased with himself, Nico turned to Annabeth and Talia, still confused. Seriously though, what are you guys talking about? Annabeth let out a long, exhausted sigh. Objectively speaking, Lucian is very attractive, and I'm not just saying that because I'm his girlfriend. He knows this, of course. But it's more than looks. He has this natural charisma. He can turn on this bad boy charm that makes him seem like the coolest guy you've ever met. You can't help but want to be his friend. Talia nodded in agreement. That's the Lucian we all know and are used to. But the scary part? It's when he turns off that bad boy persona. When he drops the sarcasm and chaos and becomes sincere. Genuine. Annabeth added, her tone thoughtful. There's a saying, the greatest power is the one that can end a war without fighting. That's Lucian when he's sincere and genuine. He has this almost unnatural ability to connect with people, to make them listen and believe in him. If he didn't love fighting so much, he could use that power to change the world. Nico swallowed a mouthful of food and gave them both a skeptical side eye. I'm still just a kid, so maybe I'm not getting it, but what the hell are you even talking about? Annabeth scratched her chin, exchanging a glance with Talia. They both knew what they were trying to say, but struggled to put it into words. How do I explain this? Annabeth muttered before snapping her fingers. Okay, here's an example. Take what just happened. Lucian, with nothing but his sincerity and natural charisma, can somehow make a goddess, who's kept a sacred vow for over 1,000,000 years, be willing to break it. I'm not saying Lady Hestia would, don't get me wrong. It's just Lucian could potentially, Annabeth said, moving her hands as if balancing a scale, make them reconsider everything. Okay, now you're just exaggerating, Percy said with a straight expression. You all literally saw what just happened, Talia said, returning the expression. Wait till they learn he has the 3 goddesses of fate at his beck and call. Both Talia and Annabeth thought simultaneously. Go, Annie. Raise the roof, Annie. Go, 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 Auntie, sang the being who has the 3 goddesses of fate at his beck and call, raising his arms upwards. Hestia had her eyes closed and was smiling and definitely raising the roof. Both Lucian and Hestia let out a whoa as they had their hands, fist raised in the air before they rotated their fist going in a circle in front of each other. They both then began doing the Cleopatra in opposite direction of one another.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.